Winnie, thank you for all of that new information. Again, 4 people shot in this situation in Midtown Atlanta. Mark, if I can ask you just one more question. We have seen this huge influx of police officers from various agencies. Is that still happening? Is that still ramping up as we speak?
Yes, it is. In fact, we'll pan around, and there's a Georgia State Patrol vehicle, an unmarked vehicle, but with blue lights on it, also coming toward the scene. And you saw just moments ago the Fulton County Sheriff's Office arriving. I would venture to say that maybe part of their SWAT team because of that armored vehicle. Georgia State Patrol trooper, it appears, ready to disembarking from his vehicle. Here comes another unmarked vehicle with blue lights. So yes, they are very much still arriving on the scene. David, if you could look over my shoulder and look down that way. I saw the APD mobile command post come by. I am guessing that's probably it. I can't see the nomenclature on the side right now from this vantage point, but I would say that's probably where a lot of the shots are being called right now, where the operational plans are being directed from, and we'll keep you up to date with whatever we hear.
Absolutely, we appreciate that, and please stay safe. Channel 2's Mark Winnie and photographer David LaVecchia at the scene there in Midtown Atlanta. If you're just joining us, you're following continuing coverage of an active shooter situation in the heart of Midtown Atlanta. I'm joined right now by Channel 2 anchor Justin Farmer.
Thank you, Linda. It's one of those days where we're going to be following every bit of this as our continuing live coverage continues with an active shooter situation centered on the West Peachtree Street area of Midtown Atlanta. Right now, we want to turn to Channel 2 Action News reporter Richard Elliott joining us live. Richard.
Now that some of those injured, some of those shot at that location in Midtown were brought here to Grady Hospital. Of course, now it is the only level 1 trauma center in the city. Let me tell you what, when we got here, we saw a lot of Grady security kind of blocking the entrance to the emergency department, a number of ambulances down the street. While we were standing here, this call went out over the radio quite loudly that stated that Grady Hospital is now on lockdown. We are trying to get that confirmed with Grady. Obviously, the doctors inside Grady quite possibly very, very busy right now. Again, Grady being the only level 1 trauma center in the city of Atlanta. We are assuming that many of the wounded, many of the injured were brought here to the emergency department. The public safety van parked out front of the public entrance to the ED, the ambulance bay down at the end. In fact, Matt, if we could walk around the corner just a little bit, shoot down there, you can see a couple of those ambulances still parked outside with their lights going. We're trying to get more information from Grady, from the city, to see how many, if any, were brought here to Grady Hospital. But again, while we were standing here, we next to Grady's security, we heard the call go out over their radio that said Grady is now on lockdown, and several of those public safety or security officials then moved back inside, presumably to carry out some of that order. We're trying to get more information. Of course, as soon as we get it, we'll bring it to you. We're live at Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
And Richard, how would you describe in terms of, if you would repeat for us, the activity that you're seeing there, and what sort of messaging, if you're getting any yet, on preparedness?
Over my 22 years at Channel 2 Action News, I've done a lot of reporting from the street corner. Very few times have I ever seen security actually blocking the entrance, kind of restricting entrance to the emergency department. So there was like 4 or 5 security here. I think we may have seen an APD detective walking around, but within a minute, 2 minutes of that call that we heard, we saw them kind of look at each other, talk, and then kind of move inside the building, I guess, to carry out some of their procedures.
Understood. Channel 2's Richard Elliott, downtown Atlanta at Grady Memorial Hospital, where there's intense security at this hour. Right now, we do know, if you're just joining us here on Channel 2 Action News with our continuing live coverage of an active shooter situation, there you see on your screen, according to the Atlanta Police Department, 4 people shot, 1 confirmed killed. And there is a shooter out there somewhere. There have been various reports of sightings, possibly one, according to Channel 2's Mark Winnie, that a carjacking may have occurred. We do not know if that indeed involves the shooter, and that means that that shooter is or is not still in the Midtown Atlanta area. What we do know is multiple law enforcement agencies are doing the kinds of work that they have been trained to do, that they are now doing in a very real situation.
And we've seen the heavy equipment be brought in the last 30 minutes, too. A Bearcat from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, SWAT units from APD, all responding to this. And as Justin was just saying, part of the complication right now is trying to pin down where this suspected shooter is. Is he still in the building, as was first reported? Is he somewhere else? It just widens the area of where they need to check. It is an emergency in Midtown Atlanta right now. The advice to offices right now is to shelter in place if you can, secure your offices, shelter in place. If you're not in Midtown, don't go to Midtown, because it is an emergency situation right there. Work has come to a stop. We've been checking out with businesses in the area to see how they're responding. The Whole Foods in Midtown, which is a landmark you may recognize as you drive through that area, says they are on lockdown right now, waiting for more clearance from police. You're looking at a map just to give you a sense of what we're talking about. If you're driving north through downtown Midtown, heading north on the downtown connector, this is the area to the right. West Peachtree Street, south of 14th Street, and an area with hotels, a couple of Marriotts in that area. The actual address was 1110 West Peachtree, Northside Medical Office, where you might have doctor's appointments, where you might have a visit to a clinic, something like that. But clearly, the emergency scene has been spread out in the blocks around that as well. Many offices in that area, not that far from the Federal Reserve, and an area where normally there would be a lot of people on the streets walking around, getting lunch, as this all started at about 12:10. And this is the photo that APD has released.
Yes, we'd like you to carefully look at this photo. It is going to be sent everywhere, so that if you think you know this person or know anything about someone who may know this person, or even if it's just a hunch, you are asked to call Atlanta Police or any law enforcement that you can get in touch with right now, as it is an all-hands situation. Everyone is trying to find this person, who is clearly a person as dangerous as they come. As what we do know is that 4 have been shot, 1 killed, according to Atlanta police, in an active shooter situation, as Linda just described, through the heart of Midtown Atlanta, really just a central population portion of our very large city now, right at West Peachtree Street. And you see law enforcement in full tactical gear in many situations. We have seen the heaviest kind of equipment, including SWAT and Bearcat equipment, the heaviest artillery that law enforcement carries, and multiple agencies, from Atlanta police to sheriff's deputies to state troopers, are all involved in finding someone and securing one of the most populated and active parts of Atlanta, Georgia.
You're following our continuing coverage here on Channel 2, and a situation that we've been looking into since just after noon, when the folks at our content center, our assignment desk, started reaching out to Atlanta police to try to confirm what was happening there. I want to pull out a couple of bits from the latest that we got from Atlanta police. This is interesting. There have been no additional shots fired since the initial incident unfolded, which tells us that there is one central scene that they're looking at. And again, just to confirm, they are currently aware of 4 shooting victims related to this situation. 1 person found deceased, 3 people transported to the hospital. And we have multiple Channel 2 Action News crews, photographers, reporters with decades of experience swarming around the Midtown area right now. Another crew at Grady Memorial Hospital, our level 1 trauma center, where they are equipped to handle situations like this immediately, where they would take the most seriously injured victims, which is not that far away, a number of blocks from this emergency situation. You're looking live at this scene, and it is fascinating to see how they have cleared what would normally be happening at this time in Midtown Atlanta off the streets and brought in this large police response. You're looking live as this unfolds in Atlanta right now. Again, 4 people shot, 1 person dead. A search right now for a suspect. I also looked at some of the other photos that Atlanta police released, and it looks like this person came into the building in a surgical mask, a medical mask, a COVID mask, and had a backpack turned around to the front, had the backpack off the front of his body. The photo that we've been showing you looked like it was taken a few minutes later, perhaps in an elevator. That is the person they are looking for right now. And Channel 2's Mark Winnie also heard from a source that the suspected active shooter's mother maybe one of the people who is injured. We're trying to look into the situation with her status at this point.
Pardon me, we have some new breaking information just into us. We have now gotten word that we can confirm 5 people shot, and we understand 2 people have been killed as a result of this shooting in Midtown Atlanta, centered in the area at Midtown and West Peachtree Street. Josh, can you confirm, is that from the Atlanta Police Department? Okay, we're going to try to double confirm this coming from our newsroom, which would clearly vet something very carefully like this. We now can say that it is the Atlanta Police Department confirming with Channel 2 Action News as a result of this active shooter situation in Midtown Atlanta right now, where a shelter-in-place order is in effect as we speak here live on Channel 2 Action News. We have 5 shot, 2 dead, according to the Atlanta Police Department, as we continue to give you multiple live looks using all of our resources that we can bring you. You see multiple first responders, from law enforcement personnel to clearly the EMS and the ambulance workers and anybody who could possibly help in a situation like this. Those are the kinds of people who run toward danger, who run toward those in need. As you look a little bit further down the street there, you see a large, heavy armor-plated vehicle that's often referred to as a Bearcat. It's a SWAT vehicle being used by the Atlanta Police Department as everyone is trying to just apprehend this person, find out the location of the person who may be responsible. And I need to make a quick correction in terms of what's been confirmed so far. That is 5 shot, 1 dead. We don't know about. These are the kinds of pieces of information that will stay somewhat fluid and change throughout the day. We want to take you now to Channel 2's Richard Elliott, who is in downtown at Grady Memorial Hospital. Richard?
Yeah, I've been texting sources all around the city, and you're seeing some of the same information that I have, and this is directly from the Atlanta Police Department. No additional shots fired since the initial incident unfolded. We are currently aware of 5 shooting victims related to the situation. 4 have been transported to the hospital for treatment, and a 5th has been pronounced deceased on the scene. Officers still actively searching for that suspect. Again, we are assuming, since this is Atlanta's only level 1 trauma center, that those 4 victims have been taken here to the emergency department at Grady, though that has not yet been confirmed. We have been unable to reach folks here at Grady, but we have seen a number of ambulances here. And again, as I said earlier, when we first arrived here about 20 minutes ago, there was Grady security basically restricting, standing there in that crosswalk, basically restricting access to the emergency department. Only necessary people could come through. And then about 10 minutes or so ago, we were standing next to them, and we heard the call go out over their radio saying that Grady was essentially on lockdown. And that's when many of them spoke for a bit and then moved inside, we believe, to begin that process. Again, that has not been confirmed from Grady. We have been trying to reach out to Grady by phone and by email. We're hoping to get more information soon. But again, 4 people shot, 1 deceased at the scene. We are assuming, since Grady is a level 1 trauma center and close, that this is where those 4 victims were transported. Again, we get more information, we'll bring it to you. We're live at Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
Richard, thank you. And this is a developing situation. You're joining our live continuing coverage here on Channel 2 as we get more details about what happened in Midtown about 12:10 or so today. This is the picture of the person that police are looking for right now. This person should be considered armed and dangerous. They want information on who this is, where he is, where he was going. Interestingly, from Atlanta Police, there have been no shots fired that they know of since the initial incident that happened in this building in Midtown Atlanta. But it is unclear to us at this point whether this person is still in one of the buildings or whether this person has somehow left the scene. But they are asking everyone in Midtown Atlanta to treat this as an active shooter situation. Secure your offices, stay inside, stay safe. If you're not in Midtown Atlanta, don't come to Midtown Atlanta because of this stunning live picture. If you can, just take a quick look at our screen right here. Look at this. West Peachtree Street, Midtown Atlanta is the heart of what we're talking about right here. Multiple ambulances lined up. Police from every force you can name in this area: Atlanta Police, Fulton County Police, Georgia State, Georgia Tech, MARTA Police in the area right now looking for this shooter. 5 people have been shot, 1 person is dead. This situation is unfolding live, and we have Channel 2 Action News crews all throughout Midtown to cover it for you.
It's interesting, Linda. I've been hearing from some friends who are trying to get into Midtown Atlanta, and you can't. You cannot get into Midtown Atlanta right now. Rightly so, as you can imagine, makes sense. Law enforcement is trying to lock down the situation and have full control over what's coming in and what's coming out, whether you're talking about emergency vehicles, whether you're talking about ambulances and law enforcement and whatnot, and just for the obvious safety needs. So as Linda just shared, there's no reason for you to be in Midtown Atlanta, or if there was a reason, it needs to, your plans are going to change because you're not getting into Midtown Atlanta. And if you're already in Midtown Atlanta, it is in a lockdown situation. It's a shelter-in-place situation, which is the order that is present as we speak. So if you're at home in this area, please stay at home, stay vigilant, lock your doors, just do the sensible things you would do to keep yourself and your family and loved ones, etc., safe. And if you're in office buildings, I'm sorry, this is a very stressful time of day. We know people are considering their children and maybe elderly people that they're taking care of, or anybody they're taking care of in life, and they need to get from place A to point B. So we understand, we're sympathetic, but for now, you're going to have to call on someone else to give you a hand with those sorts of life logistics, because in Midtown, you're going to need to stay in place. It's coming up on 2 o'clock now, so a quick reset if you're joining us here on Channel 2 Action News. Our continuing live coverage shortly after noon today, about 12:10 p.m., an active shooter situation started unfolding in Midtown Atlanta, centered at West Peachtree Street. We have been able to confirm through Atlanta police 5 people shot, at least 1 person confirmed killed today as a result of this active shooter situation. The shooter, as we understand, has not been apprehended. There was a photo that we've had on our screen that we're going to continue to bring you frequently throughout our live coverage there on the right side of your screen. Clearly, if you think you know anything about this person or the whereabouts of this person, you're asked to contact law enforcement as quickly as you can. We have a multitude of Channel 2 Action News photographers, reporters, all of our resources at work on an active shooter situation right now through Midtown Atlanta.
And I have an update on some of the transportation issues in the area. We reached out to MARTA and MARTA Police, and this update, MARTA stations have not been shut down. Again, MARTA says their stations have not been shut down. They've deployed tactical field officers and special operations response team officers to assist Atlanta police in this area. And as you're looking live, it looks like they are beginning to lead more people out of the buildings to safety. This is the first time we've seen this kind of scene in a while. It looked like people immediately were taken out of the medical building, but it appears that more, perhaps office workers, are being let out of a building right now as they start to narrow down the search of where the danger is at this point. An active shooter situation. Again, 5 people shot, 1 killed, 4 have been injured. You've been looking at the officer movement throughout the area. And because this is so close to a couple of the universities, Georgia State and also Georgia Tech, it is no doubt affecting the lives of those students and professors and staff at a time when we might be nearing finals for those universities, disrupting life for the retail areas like Whole Foods in this Midtown area, the hotels, one of the Google buildings not far from there as well, and a lot of office buildings where people went to work expecting a normal day, and it is anything but. Right after noon, at about 12:10, is when we first started to get word that there was a shooting in this area. The address is 1110 West Peachtree Street. This is south of 14th Street. You're looking live as more of those officers are on the move. SWAT vehicle right there. APD, Fulton County Police, Georgia State Patrol, Georgia State Police, MARTA Police, Georgia Tech Police, all responding to this emergency situation in Midtown Atlanta.
We're getting some new information right now from our newsroom via Grady Memorial Hospital. The hospital is asking for no visitors right now. The only reason you would go to operations have been interrupted at Grady Memorial Hospital in downtown Atlanta. So unless it's obviously a life-threatening situation for yourself or someone you know, stay away from Grady is the request. No visitors at this time whatsoever, as Grady Memorial Hospital is doing all that it can to stay secure and be prepared. That's the word from Grady Memorial Hospital as we continue to follow this active shooter situation as it is being described to us by the Atlanta Police Department. Multiple law enforcement agencies at work coordinating today. You see the number of ambulances lined up there through Midtown Atlanta, through the various live shots and we've been able to bring you. What we do know is that since the initial gunfire, according to Atlanta police, 5 shot, 1 confirmed dead. Since that initial period of gunfire, not too far past noon today, coming up on 2 hours ago, we understand there have not been any more shots fired. That is the information that we have at this time. In terms of where this shooter may be, we do not know, and clearly law enforcement doesn't know or hasn't been able to communicate that to us at this time.
One other thing I want to point out in these live pictures, we've seen a lot of fire trucks too. Thank you to all the firefighters who've responded as well in the interest of safety, medical personnel, EMS folks who were there as well. Thank you to all the peace officers who've responded to the call of an emergency in Midtown Atlanta. As you were looking live at the scene, police cars lined up, ambulances lined up as we wait to get an update on what the situation is as far as police have been able to put together at this point. Again, the search for an active shooter. We have photos of this person who they're looking for because of the surveillance system in one of these buildings, and they have to treat this person as being seriously dangerous, also armed. Here's one of the earlier photos where it looks like he has a bag around the front of his body, like maybe a backpack you normally put in the back, but swung around for some point anyway, like a messenger bag perhaps, or a small backpack in the front, wearing that mask, that COVID mask, surgical mask. We're joining live with Channel 2's Mark Winnie, who's live on the scene. Mark, what have you been able to figure out about this active shooter situation now?
All right, so earlier APD told us that the suspect's mother had been injured. We're now told they're not certain about the injury, but that she ran from the scene. She ran from the scene. She definitely was not shot, but she ran from the scene. They're still trying to determine, I believe, if she was injured. This is a very fluid situation, of course, for APD as well as for us, but wanted to get that information to you, that the mother of the suspect, we're being told by APD, ran from the scene. Do not know if she was injured, but we are told she was not shot. So I imagine that as we piece this together as the day goes on and we learn more about what is behind this shooting, that will fit in someplace. Just want to show you how active this scene remains to be. There is police officer on this corner on Spring Street. A lot of law enforcement continues to be arriving and moving around. David LaVecchia, if you'll come back this way with me. We've sensed really no loss in the sense of, and look, that's the Fulton County Police SWAT team, I believe. I see U.S. Marshal actually on the back of the vest of one of those folks that just went by. So that gives you a sense that law enforcement is still very much concerned about the possibility the active shooter is in this area. But again, we reported earlier, they were running down reports, unconfirmed reports about the possibility, essentially, of him being seen elsewhere. So what that means is you need to avoid this area. If you know who that person is, call 911. If you have any information where he may be, if you see that person, call 911. By all means, and based on my experience, I would say police would tell you, do not approach this person, but call 911 immediately. Based on what has happened so far, that phone call could be something that could mean life or death. That's the latest we've got right now. Police continuing to move around this scene. We'll be back to you as soon as we have another update. Reporting live, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
Mark, that's very interesting that the suspect's potential mother ran away from the scene, because you would think that she could be a source of information about not only, of course, who he is, but perhaps his state of mind, what was happening that led up to this. I wonder if you have any more to say about that, or what the investigative process would be from there.
Well, I didn't drill down on this, but the impression I got from what I was told was that she ran away from the scene, possibly the scene, while things were happening. Not that she was trying to avoid cooperating with law enforcement, but that she ran away. The impression I had was from the scene of the shooting. Not that she was trying to avoid cooperating with law enforcement or trying to get away herself or anything like that. Again, it's fluid. What we know is I was told that she ran from the scene. They do not know if she was injured. The person I was talking to with APD, but she was not shot. So I wouldn't read into that she is fleeing law enforcement or anything of that nature.
Absolutely not. I actually meant the opposite, that she could be helpful in the investigation, that they obviously could find out a lot more about him by talking to her.
And I would think so. And I think that's an excellent point, and I agree with you. And I think that I would imagine that is already in process. And as the facts become known to us throughout the day, how the presence of his mother at the scene figures into all of this will become more clear.
Absolutely. Channel 2's Mark Winnie, decades of experience covering situations like this in Atlanta and in North Georgia, reporting from Midtown Atlanta. As you look at this live scene, a row of flashing lights, unlike any we have ever seen in Midtown Atlanta. The response after a shooting happened about 2 hours ago in what looks like a medical office in Midtown Atlanta.
And here's once again a look at the suspect. Atlanta police providing this to us, that this is the person they believe who opened fire today shortly after noon in Midtown Atlanta. We still have what they're describing as an active shooter situation, though we also understand no shots have been fired since the initial gunfire, which 5 people apparently shot, 1 confirmed dead. The suspect is not in custody at this time. So if you think you know anything, please contact law enforcement. Here's a map. You've got multiple Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers and all of our live capabilities trying to bring you every piece of information that we can. It's also reminiscent, unfortunately, of what we saw last summer. It was August of 22 where we had an active shooter situation in Midtown Atlanta, if you'll recall that, where a woman shot, killed 2 people and injured others, a 34-year-old woman who was eventually apprehended at Atlanta's airport, ostensibly trying to get out of the country, seeking an international flight. And here we are now, May 3rd here of 2023, and we have an active shooter situation in Midtown Atlanta. Again, another live look. You see Atlanta police officers right there. We've seen SWAT. We've seen state troopers. We've seen county sheriffs. We've seen multiple ambulances and first responders of various sorts. Everybody's working today to try to understand just what's occurred and where this shooter may be.
And importantly, a big piece of this is keeping everybody else safe, making sure that the people who are in Midtown doing their jobs today can stay safe, can get out safely when it is appropriate. You're watching this all unfold live as you look at these pictures from Midtown Atlanta. It's been about 2 hours since the initial report of a shooting. And I can tell you a little bit more about the area. So many people drive through this area, work in this area, go to restaurants in this area. We're talking about east of the downtown connector. So if you're heading north on the downtown connector, it would be on the right, between the connector and Piedmont Park, in other words, south of 14th Street. So if you're familiar with some of the hotels like the Atlanta Marriott Suites, the Four Seasons, it would be south of there, in between that area and the Google Millennium Building at Midtown. So many restaurants, stores in the area.
Georgia
and especially,
Tech.
Yeah, Georgia Tech. In that area, Georgia Tech, also to the west, Georgia State, a lot of students and professors in that area too. Now, the streets have been cleared for police, for troopers, for all of the emergency response right there as they try to secure the area and make sure everyone who needs to get out can get out safely. We have seen a few people start to leave. When they initially cleared the medical building, they were even taking people out in wheelchairs for the safety of everyone involved. So if you see some people in medical outfits, they might have come from that building, 1110 West Peachtree medical building, where they worked in those medical offices right there. 4 people shot and injured, 1 person found dead at the scene in Midtown Atlanta.
Yeah, according to Atlanta police, we have 5 people shot and 1 confirmed dead at this time, is the latest information that we have, as we have Channel 2 Action News reporter Mark Winnie and his decades of sources that he has with law enforcement. He is working all of the information that he possibly can. There's a non-confirmed report that, meaning the police have not said it definitively to us, that there may be a carjacking situation involved with the shooter. So we just don't know the situation in terms of a whereabouts of the person who fired these shots that, according to Atlanta police, have hit 5 people, 1 killed. So this is what we have so far today, whereas shortly after noon, right through Midtown Atlanta, everything started to change. We did hear from MARTA a short while ago that the stations are open, that they have greatly enhanced security. So if you need to get around desperately in this area, we understand, and we're going to try to confirm more details about the logistics of that, but that you can access MARTA at this time. We don't think that's going to be possible with bus service throughout the surface streets, throughout West Peachtree and throughout Midtown Atlanta in general. We understand it's hardly any traffic in or out unless it's approved, but that the rail stations for MARTA are open if you need to access those. But in terms of a shelter-in-place order, our understanding is that is still the situation. You see a number of folks right now being directed and assisted by law enforcement as you get this live look from one of our Channel 2 Action News cameras. What's looking like a methodical process. You see a couple of folks there, arm in arm, and it looks like they're being aided by a SWAT or APD or both.
And can you imagine the situation if you had just parked and went in for an appointment and suddenly now you're being asked to shelter in place, can't get to your car, can't get back to your home? That's where police are having to make these decisions one at a time about safety for everyone involved, not only for the safety of people who work there, but people who are assisting on the scene as well. Channel 2's Michael Seiden is live in Midtown. You've been there for about 90 minutes now. What can you tell us? What's the latest, Michael?
And Linda, in the last 5 minutes, we actually saw MARTA police, their special tactical unit. They were basically sweeping the street. They had assault rifles with them as they were walking up and down. As we've been reporting for the last hour, all operations on MARTA have been shut down as they continue to search for this suspect. Things are definitely a lot calmer from our vantage point now. When we first got out here, literally, there were still dozens, if not hundreds, of law enforcement agents who were responding from the local, state, and federal authorities who were rushing out. When we had first spoke with you, we were right by the Whole Foods. Now, since then, we have talked to a number of people who were not actually inside the building where the shooting happened, but they were eating lunch at a building right across the street, or they happened to be walking on the street. Again, those people we spoke with said they didn't hear any gunshots, but they knew it was trouble when all of a sudden they heard nonstop sirens for the next 20 minutes and tons of officers responding to the scene. Again, though, we are right now by the Arts Center MARTA station, 15th, and anybody who's familiar with Midtown Atlanta, usually this would be a very, very busy street. There would be tons of traffic out here, a lot of people walking around, especially on a beautiful day like this. It honestly looks like a movie scene. As you look down the street, you can see multiple ambulances, fire trucks, law enforcement. Everybody who's come to this area, they're being stopped by police. Police are making sure that people know what's going on. They're not letting people get anywhere near where we first were when we first got here. I can tell you, though, we have seen the SWAT team from APD out here, a number of other agencies who have tactical units. It is all hands on deck. We are also speaking with some Midtown residents, some who maybe just went north to run a couple errands. Now they can't get back into their place, as again, that shelter in place remains at this hour. Just complete chaos, but so many police officers here as they're continuing to search for the shooter. And again, we've gotten multiple reports of who, we got the picture of who they're looking for, and we've got, there's so many reports out there of what may have started this, but again, we are not going to report anything until we get confirmed by authorities. Now, if you are watching this right now or are streaming this in your car and you're worried, you haven't been able to get in touch with your loved ones or maybe a friend or a neighbor who works down here, no sense in getting upset, because I can tell you the service is not great down here. As you can imagine, so many people down here, the big buildings. So don't think because somebody's not answering that they're in trouble. I know I've had a couple people trying to get a hold of me. Just the service has not been great. But as we stand out here in the middle of Midtown right now, it is still an extremely active scene. Tons of police out here. They are just basically standing by, ready for anything at this point. We're going to continue to stay on the ground. We are working our sources. Yes, Justin.
Hey, Michael, question for you. If you could clarify something, and if you need to come back to us, that's fine. So we are understanding that there is some MARTA rail service If you've got the opportunity to find any of those folks, to find out if that is or is not indeed the case, as you can imagine, a lot of people rely heavily on that. It doesn't look as if there's any bus service. But if you don't mind, get back to us, please, on the status of MARTA service. Is there some? Is there zero? We could use some confirmation on that. Thank you, Channel 2's Michael Seiden on the scene there through Midtown Atlanta. And also just getting a notification from the city of Atlanta, Notify ATL, if you subscribe to that, if you will. And they are saying that officially the shelter in place remains in place. So the city is asking residents, visitors, commuters, etc., the shelter in place is still in effect.
Northside Hospital sent out a message on social media that they are cooperating with law enforcement following the shooting at the Midtown Atlanta location this afternoon. Northside Hospital also urging people in the area to shelter in place and follow instructions from law enforcement. So an absolute nightmare for the people who are in that Northside medical office in Midtown Atlanta when this shooting happened 2 hours ago now. It was just after noon when we first started to get reports of a shooting in Midtown Atlanta. Since then, we have seen a swarm of officers and emergency response vehicles to the scene, firefighters, EMS. We can confirm that 5 people have been shot, 1 person is dead, and the suspect is not in custody. There is an active search right now for the person who they believe was the shooter in this situation in Midtown Atlanta. You're looking live at Midtown Atlanta right now, and there is just a sense that it is an emergency affecting all of the buildings in that area. Obviously residential buildings in that area, a couple of our cultural spots, High Museum, not that far, hotels in that area too, as the situation unfolds.
We are now getting a new piece of information, and I want to read to you a statement from Atlanta's Mayor Andre Dickens on this breaking news of an active shooter situation. And here it is, the released statement on social media. The mayor is in close contact with Atlanta police during this active shooter situation. Also, it is continuing to say that we're responding to the situation in Midtown near 1100 West Peachtree. Those in the area should shelter in place. You are being asked to follow at Atlanta_police to keep updated. Again, if you'd like to follow at Atlanta_police for updates, we think that they must mean Twitter by that. I don't know if that's an Instagram handle, but I think that that's a Twitter. We also understand that the city or APD or both will be holding a news conference scheduled for 2:20, which is about 4.5 minutes from now. In a situation like this, who knows if they'll be starting at 2:20 sharp. But here's what we have. It's been about 2 hours now since reports first started coming in of an active shooter in Midtown Atlanta. 5 shot, 1 killed, 4 hurt, according to the Atlanta Police Department. We are supposed to get a news conference here in about 4 minutes from Atlanta Police in the city of Atlanta. We understand that a shelter in place remains, as we now bring in Channel 2's Karen Greer, who's joining us now. Karen?
We're working to connect with anchor Karen Greer, who is in the newsroom. We're working to bring that shot up as we're looking at that live picture at Grady Hospital, where we're expecting Grady leadership to speak to us in just a few minutes. Karen, if you can hear us, what's the latest that you have?
Definitely hear you. This story making national headlines right now. As you know, we have been looking at the scene for 2 hours now. Several alerts are out as this shooter still has not been brought into police custody. Here are a couple of the alerts we've received from the city of Atlanta. Atlanta Police at this point, Justin has mentioned that shelter in place. Please avoid the area surrounding West Peachtree Street, 14th Street, 13th Street, and we have heavy police presence now at the High Museum of Art on 1280 block of Peachtree Street, northeast in Atlanta, following this active shooter situation. And we have some information from Atlanta Public Schools at this point as well, saying that the APS community, as the area immediately surrounding 1110 West Peachtree in Midtown remains under a shelter in place due to an active shooter. Several Atlanta Public Schools buildings, schools, and offices will operate on exterior lockdown for the remainder of the day out of an abundance of caution until we receive further information from authorities. Our campuses and buildings are secure secure, and this action is out of an abundance of caution. Once again, we know we're looking at a map now, Center for Puppetry Arts there, Piedmont Park in that area, so we know Midtown High School is close to this area where we're talking about. And a big question Justin has brought in is about MARTA. What is the situation there? As we're seeing the street there, West Peachtree, locked down, and what we just mentioned about the High Museum, that area. MARTA continues to tell us they are running normal service. So service, things as usual, on normal service at MARTA. So no problems there, according to MARTA officials. We keep checking in with them to make sure, as you know, we are not able to see right now any service, any MARTA buses along that area. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, Justin, Linda, and you have the very latest, I'm sure, from there.
Karen, great update on that MARTA does appear to be running as normal. Again, MARTA running as normal. We're taking you to a live picture of Grady Memorial Hospital, where we're expecting to hear from the Chief Medical Officer in a few moments. This is important because Grady Hospital, the level 1 trauma center where the most seriously injured victims are often taken in a situation like this. They are trained for emergencies for multiple victims at once. And we had heard that 4 people were shot and injured, 1 found deceased. And we know that several people were transported. We're waiting to get that confirmation about whether they're at Grady and what the situation is, what their injuries are like, what Grady has done in response to this active shooter situation. Again, looking live, we're expecting this news conference to start in about a minute. We're going to keep an eye on these live pictures, and as soon as it does begin, we will take you there live so that you can get the very latest as we learn it about this developing situation, an active shooter situation that started in Midtown Atlanta, West Peachtree Street, south of 14th Street. So it's affecting all of those cultural institutions, as Karen was just talking about, like the High Museum, which is around 12th Street, not that far from Colony Square, affecting the campuses of several large universities in this area, Georgia State, Georgia Tech, which is mostly west of I-75, but has business and offices towards the Biltmore building, if you're familiar with that part of Midtown Atlanta. You're looking right now at a picture of the man that APD is trying to locate. They say that he should be considered dangerous. They want to know who he is. They want to know where he is. They want to know if he's still in Midtown Atlanta or if he's somewhere else at this point. But they were able to pull these images from surveillance of the building, the Northside Medical Building, right there on West Peachtree. And so if you know anything about this person, please call 911, call police so that they can get that. You're looking live at a couple of construction workers, people in the area, when business stopped during the lunch hour. It was about 12:10 that we first started to get information about a shooting in Midtown Atlanta. You're looking live, and we're going to take you to Midtown as we get the very latest. We have reporters with decades of experience and amazing sources. Mark Winnie, what have you learned?
Some of our other facilities.
First of all, while I was standing here getting ready to go live with Dr. Ahmed Ali, I noticed a line of state troopers under lights and siren, followed by an APD motorcycle, appeared to be heading toward the ramp to get on 75 North. Don't know if that's where they were heading, but they were heading there with a lot of urgency. With me is Dr. Ahmed Ali, radiation oncologist. Doctor, thank you for agreeing to speak with us. You work in 1110 West Peachtree, where the active shooting incident happened.
I do.
So walk us through what you experienced.
We were on a lunch break, and I was taking a work call, and I was walking around the front of the building where the lobby is, and I noticed a lot of commotion, and I noticed a number of police officers parking their cars and getting out of their cars and walking in. Some of them had started drawing their firearms, and so that was very atypical. You know, it seemed like something more serious than usual was happening. So I decided to investigate a little bit more just to see what was happening in my own building.
You talked to building security.
I did. As I was walking towards security, a number of officers pulled up. A whole slew of cop cars pulled up, and a number of officers ran in past me with their AR-51s. So at that point in time, I knew that something very serious was happening. I had to figure out what was happening to be able to alert my staff. So I felt it incumbent for me to walk in and make sure make sure things were okay. And come to find out, when I talked to a security officer in the lobby, he had mentioned to me that all he knew was that they heard a number of gunshots from upstairs on the 11th floor. And when the elevator well came down from that floor, there was a pool of blood.
In one of the cars, the elevator.
In one of the elevator cars, exactly. And so that's what alerted them to call the authorities. And so once I heard that, I ziplined back to my department and calmly called the Code Silver active shooter and told my department, told my staff that we're not sheltering in place. We're going to leave. We're all going to evacuate.
They're all safe?
They're all safe.
You made sure your people were out okay?
Yes.
Now, one of them saw something at her car in the parking deck.
Yes.
And what was that?
Her window was shattered. So she had parked her car in the loading zone area, which is where our back door is. And she'd gone in to check on a patient, and she came back out not knowing that any of this was happening, and noticed that her car seemed to have been broken into, her window was shattered, and she also noticed a door was awry in the loading dock area for a utility stairwell, and that was suspicious, very suspicious to her. I walked by that area and saw a black metal flashlight on the ground. I don't know. I mean, I suspect that maybe the suspect came down that stairwell and looked to get away in her car.
So that stairwell's not normally used?
No, that stairwell is not for patients. It's for the loading dock, and maybe some staff are aware of it. Yeah.
Okay. Glad you're safe. Glad your people are safe. Thank you for helping us tell our viewers what's going on in this situation. And so Code Silver, we know police practice for active shooters. Even your medical practice had emergency plans in place for something like this.
Correct.
You never thought you'd have to use it, did you?
I never did. It's very regrettable.
God bless you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate it very much. I'm actually going to walk up the street here live. I see another person in medical garb that some of my colleagues and competitors have gathered around. So we're going to walk up here and see if we can pick up what this gentleman saw.
You're doing all of this and you see everything that's happening.
I mean, first thing you do is you try to accomplish what I came for, which is just to do an operation. And then other than that, I just kind of...
We've been hearing chilling details of what happened in that medical office building as shots were fired. We're taking you from this live interview to Grady Memorial Hospital as we get an update on the injured victims. Standing by, I believe we're going to hear from Dr. Robert Jansen, Chief Medical Officer of Grady Memorial Hospital, to get the latest on the victims who were transferred there, what their care has been like, and what the situation is now. Let's listen to Dr. Jansen.
How are you? It's good to see you. Hello, everyone. So I think everybody's aware that we had a mass shooting down the street. 4 injured people were brought here. No other injuries occurred that we know of, and nobody was taken to the other facility. The 4 that were brought here, 3 are critical. 1 is still in the emergency department. The others are upstairs being treated. 2 in the operating room and 1 in what's called interventional radiology.
Are you able to describe, I know there aren't HIPAA laws, are you able to describe the shot?
No, I can't give out that information. I'm sorry.
How is Grady prepared to handle a mass shooting situation?
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
And are you guys prepared just in case there are more?
Yes. Yes. We have stopped our mass casualty call now, but we are prepared.
I understand at this point, no visitors are being allowed into the building. Is that correct?
We initially stopped visitors because we weren't sure what the shooter is. We are confident now that we can let visitors back in. We never locked the hospital down. We just wanted to stop visitors just in case there was anything going on. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Yeah. So when we activate our mass casualty event, that immediately starts our command center. We bring all the surgeons, all the nurses, all the ancillary staff to the trauma center itself. It goes out over both remotely through phones as well as announced over the loudspeaker. And then we start clearing out operating rooms and we start clearing out the emergency department in case we need additional space.
I know you can't give a lot of information that could identify, but can you tell us if these are adults, children, any age ranges?
They're all adults.
Any genders, anything along that line?
No, I don't have that.
Have their families been notified?
We know that a couple of families are here, but I don't know about the other ones.
You said originally you were preparing for 12.
Yes.
The original call come in that there might be 12 coming?
That's what we heard initially, but I think in any of these situations there's a lot of confusion, as you know.
All right. Thank God. Thank God. Thank you. We'll keep you guys updated.
3 critical, 1 in the ER. So the 4 people total, but 2 in the operating room. Okay, 2 out of 4.
So I'm Robert Jansen, I'm the chief medical.
Critical or?
Thank you, guys. You've been listening live to Dr. Robert Jensen, Chief Medical Officer at Grady Memorial Hospital. You can see Channel 2's Richard Elliott is there live. Richard, what did we learn?
3 are critical.
Yeah, you heard from Dr. Robert Jansen, Chief Medical Officer here at Grady just a couple of minutes ago. He said originally they got a call that there might be 12 people headed here in a mass casualty event. So they immediately put their mass casualty protocol in. They started bringing in surgeons, bringing in trauma surgeons, clearing operating rooms. Getting ready for it. 4, however, arrived. He would not say the types of injuries. We may be able to assume that, actually, let me show. This appears to be some detectives now walking in and walking over to the emergency department. We are told 4 were brought here, 3 of them in critical condition, 1 of them still in the emergency department. 2 of them are in the emergency room right now, 1 in radiological intervention right now. It's probably being scanned for whatever injuries. We are assuming that these are gunshot wounds. He would not, because of HIPAA laws, of course. He's not able to tell us much. He told us that they are adults. Was not able to tell us the gender. He says Grady trains for this. Grady is ready for this, and he says the plan worked well. Again, they put out the all-call, bringing in trauma surgeons, other ED personnel to be in here. He said some of the families of the victims are actually inside right now, but he wasn't exactly sure how many. So we'll stay here. We'll try and get some more information, and when we get it, we'll bring it to you. We're live outside Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
And Richard, I thought it was interesting that he said, although at first they were asking no visitors to come because of security precautions, but it seems like now they are allowing more people to go in as they would on a normal day.
Correct. And originally, we were standing out here and we heard it go over the radio of the security officers here in front of Grady that it was on lockdown, that Grady was on lockdown, but Grady has since clarified it. They said we were never on lockdown. We were suspending visitations until we had a clearer idea about where the shooter might be. So they suspended visitation for a while, but now they feel confident enough. They may have gotten some assurances from APD that they have resumed allowing people to visit.
Richard Elliott live at Grady Memorial Hospital, where we have just learned that 4 of the victims related to the shooting situation in Midtown were brought to Grady Level 1 Trauma Center, and they were ready with multiple trauma surgeons standing by. 3 of those patients in critical right now, 1 still in the emergency room being treated and evaluated.
All right, let's set the scene with what is happening right now. It's 2:31 in the afternoon, Wednesday, May 3rd. We're shortly after noon today. There was an active shooter situation that started to unfold in Midtown Atlanta. We have right now from the city that there is a large police presence reported at the 1280 block of Peachtree Street. at the High Museum of Art. So we will continue to follow that situation and that development very closely. You're watching Channel 2 Action News live breaking news coverage of an active shooter investigation that is underway in Atlanta right now, principally in Midtown Atlanta. We just heard from officials at Grady Memorial Hospital that they are indeed allowing visitors again. So they clearly do not feel that there's an imminent threat or security concern there. When we look at the map, what we have with 1 killed and 4 injured as a result of this shooting, you see the area we're talking about. This is just north of the Federal Reserve, right through the heart of Midtown Atlanta. As you're moving north, as you keep heading up Peachtree, West Peachtree, then you go into Peachtree Road. This is all in that area. You've got the East Campus of Georgia Tech right in that area, the Google headquarters in Norfolk Southern. We want to show you the suspect. This is who Atlanta Police is looking for right now, and all law enforcement, from state troopers to sheriff's deputies, first responders, etc. Anybody involved, and any citizen is being asked to have a look, please, carefully at this picture. If you know anything about this person, as far as we understand at this point, has not been apprehended. So the shooting started about 2.5 hours ago. We understand after the initial flurry of gunfire, we have not had any other shootings. We do have a suspect's name now.
And we are just getting this from the Atlanta Police Department. They identify this person as Deion Patterson. I'm going to spell that first name for you. Deion Patterson, D-E-I-O-N. Deion Patterson, 24 years old, date of birth 1098, 24 years old. Deion Patterson is his name as you look at this picture. And here is the advice from Atlanta Police, very serious about this. Do not, they wrote that in all caps, do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous. So they are looking for Deion Patterson right now. Do not approach him, according to APD. Call 911. If you know where he is, call 911. This shooting started in a Northside medical office on West Peachtree Street. We have heard absolutely chilling accounts from people in the area now about seeing blood in an elevator, about broken windows that they were trying to figure out the source of. And right now there is a huge response in Midtown Atlanta. You're watching continuing live coverage here on Channel 2. We have Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers throughout Midtown Atlanta as we bring you live pictures like this. Police officers on the move throughout the Midtown area.
Well, we know so many of you have been reaching out saying, what about your kids in the area? There are a couple of preschools right there. You've got institutions of higher learning. You've got offices and medical buildings. And there's just so much activity in this part of the city. What we can tell you definitively is that a shelter-in-place order is still in effect from the city. So we know that it's very concerning. There are people with various medical conditions, of course, when you talk about in the population area of this density, and everybody's got a need and everybody's concerned, and we feel for you on that. But the shelter-in-place order is in place right now. We have seen some law enforcement through our live look. We have seen them assisting some. In one particular instance, it looks like some folks, elderly folks who need a little bit of assistance in an ambulatory nature.
And they might have needed to get to their car, just get out safely.
It's just that fluid of a situation. But if you are trying to get in touch with folks, we understand that it is very limited movement in and out. This is all being coordinated by law enforcement and APD and SWAT, and state troopers are assisting, and sheriff's department. There's just a lot going on, and as concerned and as heightened as everybody's emotions are going to be, you can see that it's just a stagnant situation because this shooter has not been apprehended.
And if you're just joining us, you're watching continuing live coverage. We've learned several new things in the last half an hour. First, we heard from Grady Memorial Hospital that they did indeed receive 4 of these victims into what they call a mass casualty event. They had multiple trauma surgeons and surgical teams standing by for this. Again, 4 people transported to Grady Hospital. 3 are in critical. 1 is in the ER. We also, in the last few minutes, got the name and the age of the person that they are looking for. Deion Patterson. We believe he's in his early 20s. Do not approach him, says APD. Call 911. He is considered armed and dangerous. You're looking at live pictures of the fire truck moving down right now. And what we want to do is bring in Channel 2's Karen Greer, monitoring some of the impacts of this active shooter situation in Midtown Atlanta. Karen.
Just to give people an idea, especially people who have children in the Atlanta public school system, those schools that are in the area like Midtown High School are closed to anyone coming in. The students will have to remain inside until further notice. And Atlanta Public Schools saying we are still in exterior lockdown. Students who are on a minimum day early release cannot leave the campus. They know this is frustrating as some may have jobs to go to, but please reiterate with your children that this is the procedure. No one leaves until the exterior lockdown is over. So that is the situation with our APS schools. The APS buildings are also on lockdown. And then we understand MARTA telling us several times they are on normal routes. Nothing has been stopped. Service is as normal on all MARTA routes at this point. But you can see the heavy police and emergency vehicle presence along West Peachtree in this Midtown area. Several people are concerned about this active shooter situation as the shooter has still not been captured. As Linda just said, we do have his name. We know 5 people were injured in this shooting and 1 person was killed. We heard from Grady Memorial Hospital at this point as well, where 4 of those people were taken, still 2 in surgery at this hour. So this is a situation that is got headlines all over the country. People are concerned about this. ABC News has actually vetted some videos that they have received from people, and those videos are out as well from witnesses on the scene, people who are stuck in buildings. You've got workers who are not able to leave their buildings at some point, but some who are being escorted out. So Northside Hospital has said that they are cooperating fully with authorities, and they have been able to now, police, identify who this suspect is. Now the thing is finding him. So if you see this person, please do not try and apprehend him. Do not try and stop him. Police say he's dangerous. There's a be on the lookout alert for Dion, and police say he is armed and dangerous, as we saw in some of the pictures that we have. Dion Patterson, 24 years old, born in October of 1998. Do not approach him because he is still at large. So this area around Midtown, if you don't need to come in, please don't. Stay away. Several businesses on lockdown still at this hour. We're 2.5 hours into this situation, and police will be having a news conference very soon to give us an update on what else they may have. But as you see, authorities from all over are here. State Patrol, Georgia Tech Police. We've got MARTA Police there. We've got Fulton County Police, Atlanta Police. So this situation is very fluent. We're learning information just really every minute here. Our assignment desk right behind me, a lot of activity as calls are coming in constantly about what has been learned on this suspect and where police think he may be at this hour. And Amanda Stanley working with me as well here. Amanda, you've got some new information?
We have information about specific schools.
Specific schools is what we were concerned about when it comes to Atlanta public schools, the ones that are on external lockdown where no one can come inside. All the students are asked to stay inside that school. So we know Midtown High School. Which one?
Pull up your email. It's all listed there.
Okay, I've got them all here. Let me get to those with you, but you can see the situation. Grady has ambulances that are still in that area as well. We just know of 4 people who have been taken so far, but we know that area is very busy right now. We have parents at this time. Schools are on hold, will not release the students until this lockdown is lifted. Our buildings are secure. There are clusters that will have normal dismissal, but please update. All updates will come on social media at APS Update. Every 30 minutes on the hour. If you're concerned about your student, please don't go to the school. Now, we have confirmation that the suspect in the Midtown shooting is contained in the Midtown, Washington clusters along Stanton Elementary, King Middle, Wesley International Charter, and Dunbar Elementary will hold on dismissal. So those students in those schools will not be dismissed until this lockdown is over and lifted. So please, you can wait Tell your students, though, please don't try to leave. They understand that some may have jobs to get to. They want to get out of the school at this point. But this is a very fluid situation, so it's really important to just be careful. Justin, Linda.
Karen, thank you for that update. We're going to try to help with exactly the school situation for you. We know that there is just immense concern about what schools will be let out, when, and under what plan. So we're going to get on that right away for you and try to keep everyone understanding with where we are there. The shelter in place continues. MARTA does have, we also understand. Okay, Josh, thank you. Also just into us right now, the information that the President of the United States and the Vice President have been briefed on the situation happening through Midtown Atlanta right now. So the White House is aware. They're also continuing to monitor what's happening here in Atlanta. So let me take you through a couple of things initially. Shortly after noon is when the active shooter situation started. We have photograph and perhaps photographs of the person who's now been described by Atlanta police as 24-year-old Dayon Patterson. If you see this person or know anything about this person named as Dayon Patterson, age 24, you are asked to stay away clearly from this individual. Call 911, seek law enforcement just as quickly as you can. We also understand from the city on multiple occasions that a shelter-in-place order continues. We also understand that there's been great police activity now happening for about 35 minutes right at the High Museum of Art in Midtown Atlanta at the 1200 block of Peachtree Street. We know that one person's been confirmed dead, that 4 others are being treated right now in varying conditions in various states at Grady Memorial Hospital. Grady is now conducting services. For a while they had asked for no visitors, but they told us a short while ago that Grady Memorial Hospital, while it's been a very different day for them, if you need to get over to Grady, you can.
Absolutely, and they are still prepared to help anyone else who needs help. If there are any more victims connected to this trauma situation, what they call a mass casualty event, the kind of thing that once they enter into that situation, they call in multiple trauma surgeons and surgical teams, and they were ready when the 4 victims made it to Grady Memorial Hospital. 3 are in critical condition right now. Again, 3 so seriously injured, they're in critical condition. A 4th still in the ER getting treatment and getting evaluation. As you look live at these pictures out of Midtown Atlanta. And Justin, one other thing I was thinking is we're looking at these live pictures and just the swarm of flashing lights. This is what we can see. What we can't see, but we know from our reporting, is what's going on behind the scenes with the Video Integration Center. APD has worked very hard to get so many surveillance cameras, live cameras connected, and obviously in a situation like this, investigators will go to that right away too to figure out if this person left the building, if they left the building, where they went, are they still in the building? And so there is work happening on the streets, in the buildings, and behind the scenes right now to try to determine the level of safety, the level of danger right now to everyone in the Midtown area. And we're talking about office buildings, banks, hotels, these academic institutions like Georgia State and Georgia Tech, also the High Museum, grocery stores like Whole Foods, retail, restaurants on a lockdown situation right now. The advice from APD, if you're there, secure your offices, lock it down, stay in place for safety. And if you're not in Midtown, don't come to Midtown. The streets are shut right now. That everyone else is safe. The suspect that they're looking for is said to be considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, if you know where he is, call 911.
All right, well, I want to take you now to Channel 2 Action News reporter Michael Seiden, who is with someone who was in the building. We understand, Michael, at the time of the shooting. If we could listen, please.
Cassidy Hale, H-A-L-E, Cassidy Hale.
So Cassidy, again, you're a medical rep, so you were going into that office where that shooting happened.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was pretty strange. When she told me, she was like, we're under whatever the code is, and she was like, are you aware of what that is? And I didn't know. She was like, there's an active shooter, go back in your car and just stay there. So got back in my car, stayed there, and they kind of were scaling the whole garage and checking each car, and they were like, come with us, and I was ushered out.
Have you heard, do you know any of the victims? Or
I don't. I'd asked a few people, and no one really, everybody on the outside kind of knew more than us. They weren't really feeding us anything. So
how do you, put this into words? You're just doing your job. It's a random Wednesday, and literally,
yeah, it's really crazy. Living in Atlanta, we definitely hear things like this happening all the time. It's, when I pulled into the garage, I saw the fire trucks and everything on the other entrance side and thought nothing of it. I was like, oh, but something's going on. And when I got to the elevator and it wouldn't let me buzz in, I was like, there must be like a fire drill or something happening. It didn't even cross my mind.
From talking with coworkers, panic? What was the scene like just going up and down?
I think everybody was just really in shock. I think everyone's trying to process what's going on. And like I said, I wasn't in the building, so I can't speak for them, and I can't imagine what they're going through emotionally. But it was definitely a little chaotic. And
how long were you hunkered down in your car before they gave you the all clear?
It was probably about 15-ish minutes. And then when they came, it was me and another guy were in the garage together, and they ushered us out, and then we went across the street.
So were you in your car or standing outside?
I was in so I had originally parked, got out, was going into the building, and the elevator's not working. I was like, that's weird. And then they told me to whoever I called told me to get back in my car.
Have you taken a breath and realized what happened?
Yeah.
What's the emotion like?
It's really surreal. Like I said, I feel like you hear about this all the time, and it doesn't cross your mind that you could be in this situation. It's really
part of what makes it so surreal is it's at a medical facility. You said you didn't know the code the language they were giving you. But what does this potentially say? We're still trying to discover really what happened. They're looking for the shooter. The climate that we're in right now, the fact that there are codes that you do or do not know, what does that say just to you?
Yeah, well, that's pretty standard for device reps. We don't know all the coding that they use in these facilities, and some places are different. But I think communication was there. She was like, this is the code, this is what you need to do, get in your car, stay there. And it was fair enough from there.
And did you have any colleagues inside, and what have they been telling you?
I didn't. I work with a lot of the people in the operating room up there, but none of my direct colleagues. Yeah.
So what do you think you're going to feel like the next time you need to call on this surgery center?
It'll definitely be really shocking and an intense feeling, I think, but you just got to keep trucking along. People need you in there, so.
Sorry, did you say what kind of office that is? It's a doctor's office, but you know what kind of practice it is in there?
There's women's health is in there, so a couple OBGYNs. I'm not sure what the other offices are in there, but there is an operating suite.
And that's on the second floor, right?
That's on the top floor.
So do you feel safe to go back to work tomorrow? What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's really, I don't think I've processed it yet. Everybody was calling me, and I'm just like, I have a lot to do today. This is wild. And then I just sat in there for a moment and thought, oh man. So yeah, tomorrow will be a little intense, I think, for sure.
All right, thank you so much.
Of course, guys. Have a good day. Glad y'all are safe.
Support her.
All right, you're looking live. We are covering the active shooter situation in Midtown Atlanta. You're looking at a live picture that we're bringing to you right now. This is live continuing coverage here on Channel 2, and we just heard from a woman who was going to the medical office at 1110 West Peachtree Street when this happened. She was told to go to her car, stay in her car, and be safe, and that is exactly what she did. The kind of situation that, as she described, you never think it's going to happen to you. You never think it's going to happen in your life, and yet it happened. You're looking live at a drone that police have launched to get that bird's eye view of what they are dealing with. One of the many tools the police are using right now for the safety of everyone in Midtown.
It seems apparent that they're using all of their resources to try to locate the situation or secure a situation so that they can apprehend this person. We're almost at 3 hours now. Almost at 3 hours now since this active shooting situation unfolded shortly after noon today through Midtown Atlanta at West Peachtree Street at 1110 West Peachtree, to be precise, at the Northside Medical Center building at 1110 West Peachtree Street. And now you have law enforcement standing around fairly calmly, but they have launched a drone as their work continues to apprehend. We have no word that a shooter has been apprehended at this time. What we do have confirmed from Atlanta police is that 5 people have been shot, 1 killed, and at least 4 injured, being treated in critical condition, 3 of the 4 in critical condition at Grady Memorial Hospital, is our latest word from Grady.
And interesting to point out that there has been no gunfire after the initial gunfire. What does that say about the status of the shooter? We don't know, but they cannot assume that that says anything about the safety of what happens to anyone in the area next. But no additional shots from the initial burst of gunfire. And as this has unfolded, we started to hear from people who were in the building and around the building who say they saw broken glass, who say they saw blood in an elevator, as the people who were able to get out got out as this emergency situation started. And we have some video that we've been getting into of that initial emergency where they were trying to take people out, some in stretchers, some in wheelchairs. Were they there for medical treatment, affected by the shooting? We don't know at this point, but everyone was just trying to make the best decisions that they could in the heat of the moment as the gun started going off and they started to realize that this was a real emergency they were dealing with. 1 person found dead, 4 injured, taken to Grady Memorial Hospital, Atlanta's trauma center, level 1 trauma center. They were alerted and were ready to help the patients as soon as they got there. And this is a new picture that we are seeing of the suspect, much clearer.
You all, this is 24-year-old, according to Atlanta police, this is 24-year-old Dayon Patterson. Here, a quite clear picture, a 24-year-old man, Dayon Patterson. We understand that Atlanta police believes this is the person indeed who started the shooting in Midtown Atlanta today shortly after noon. This is also a person who has not been apprehended according to police. And you saw from the drone put up by Atlanta police, you have seen state troopers and SWAT and APD, various kinds of officers. You have multiple law enforcement agencies assisting right now. You have schools and stores and technology centers and medical office buildings all in lockdown right now, taking precautionary measures. We have heard from the city that a shelter-in-place order is favor. Call 911, grab someone in law enforcement. It is one of those situations that remains fluid. It is a situation where there's just going to be heightened emotions, and an abundance of caution and security must be taken into account because this person has not been apprehended.
Absolutely. And APD tweeted out, be on the lookout for this person. As of 2:46 p.m., still at large. The question is, where? Is this person still in the building nearby in Midtown Atlanta? Did this person get away? That's what all of the officers in that area are trying to pin down right now as they work to secure the safety of everyone else. We know if you have kids in schools right now, this is just a really heart-pounding situation. We're working to bring you the very latest on how you can get to your loved ones. Channel 2's Karen Greer is live in the newsroom right now with some new information. Karen.
And Linda, you know, as a parent, this is one of the most frightening times for you when you know there is a shooting near your child's school and you cannot get to them. On the phone right now, we have the superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools, Dr. Lisa Herring, who has just met with their crisis team. And Dr. Herring, what can you tell us at this point, as we understand some of the schools are on a lockdown in that area?
Yes, Karen, so thank you. We want to, first of all, make certain that we reassure parents that our children are safe inside of the schools. That is extraordinarily important. Part of the external lockdown or the exterior lockdown that we're doing allows for us to maintain their safety during this process. I want to make certain that parents are aware of that so that if there are any concerns, that they know that first and foremost, their children are safe. And I will also name that within the lockdown, we will not be releasing students at the moment, but as soon as it is lifted, there are parents who may also be on campus that we will allow that access to occur. We're primarily focusing on our Midtown and Washington cluster schools. So a cluster of schools would include all of the elementary, middle, and high schools within that cluster. So again, that's the Midtown cluster schools and the Washington cluster schools, along with a few others, and that's F.L. Stanton, King, Wesley International, and Dunbar. That's just important. And when we say exterior lockdown, kids are still in class. It's still the normal engagement. Teachers are there. There is nothing that is happening out of the ordinary outside of access.
And I think you brought up a great point, Dr. Herring. The students are safe inside the school. No one can come in. They are there with teachers. You just want to make sure that they're safe. So parents, please don't try to come in, pick up your child for an early dismissal. You're waiting to hold on dismissal. Is that correct?
That's correct. But we have communicated that there are several forms of communication being disseminated. Obviously, social media at APS Update. In addition to our robocall system, robo messages have been going out, and also contacting the school. But because school phone calls can be bombarded in, we just want to make certain that they also hear from us by way of the media. But so I want to make certain that we're intentional around our redundancy of that communication. And we've also communicated that every 30 minutes, as things change, we're going to make certain that parents are notified. And Karen, if I may clarify just one more time for consistency, it's the Midtown and Washington clusters. They are the only clusters that are on the exterior lockdown. All of our other clusters, transportation and the day-to-day activities are normal. And there are a few other schools that are a part of this, and that's, of course, Stanton Elementary, King Middle School, Wesley International, and Dunbar Elementary as well.
All right, I appreciate that clarification. So no, buses will be in that area until you receive word that the suspect in the shooting is contained. Correct, Dr. Herring?
Karen Greer and Dr. Herring, pardon me. Karen and Dr. Herring, pardon me. Justin Farmer here. I've got some breaking news through this continuing breaking news. We understand now that the shelter-in-place order has been lifted. Atlanta police no longer believes that this person, 24-year-old Dayon Patterson, is in the area any longer. So to repeat, according to city officials and Atlanta police, the shelter-in-place order has been lifted. They do not believe that this person is in place. A $10,000 reward for starters is in place for information to find the man they're describing as 24-year-old Dayon Patterson. Again, the shelter-in-place order for this portion of the city of Atlanta throughout Midtown, we understand now has been lifted, and a $10,000 reward is in place for information leading to the apprehension of 24-year-old Dayon Patterson. Still, use your common sense. Do not approach this person. You want to call 911. You want to grab somebody in law enforcement if you're in that kind of situation, and you want to get assistance and stay out of this person's way, who is clearly as dangerous as they come. Now, almost 3 hours since the shooting unfolded in Midtown Atlanta today, where one person's confirmed killed and 4 others being treated at Grady.
And that is a huge update, and it will inform the decisions of our leaders at schools, like the Atlanta superintendent, who was explaining the situation where kids have been fine and safe in school, going on with engagement as normal, even though access was controlled. This is breaking information right now. Karen, you had the chance to speak with Dr. Lisa Herring. I'm going to toss it to you to see if we have an update on that.
Yes, she is still on the phone with us, Dr. Herring. So with this new information, as this situation continues to change, will that lift this hold on dismissal?
So, Karen, everything is happening in real time, and so my team is working for that communication to go out momentarily. I certainly appreciate Justin providing that info. So as a system and following our protocol, parents should expect an update very soon that will allow for us to resume the operational business so that they can have access, but it's important to us to also communicate that collectively. So that is actually very good. My police department would be in receipt of the same information as that Justin has shared. The team is also meeting and planning in real time, so that's very good news.
Dr. Lisa Herring, thank you so much for joining us. Justin, Linda, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Karen Greer, thank you. And again, the update, a shelter-in-place order has now been lifted in the Midtown area because police are working with the information that they believe the suspect who they're looking for is not in that area right now. This should start to eventually relieve the gridlock that's happening in that area as each business, as each block, these decisions start to be made about where it is safe to move, when it is safe to move. Channel 2's Courtney Francisco is in the Midtown area as well. One thing you've been looking into, Courtney, is which streets are actually closed right now and what advice you have for people who may need to get in or out of that area. Courtney, what can you show us?
Yes, Linda, and there are signs that the lockdown has been lifted because people keep coming in and out of here freely and saying they can get back into work. They are allowed to leave. I'm here at Street and Spring Street in Midtown, and you can get on to 14th Street heading towards 75 right now. You cannot head on to 14th Street past this area where it's One Atlantic Place, where the Farm Burger is located, the Whole Foods, Regents Bank. You can continue on Spring Street to go down, and there are some officers over here. You can see, you know, people keep coming up and saying, can we get past this police tape? Some are, and the officer there is stopping some of them and saying they cannot. So there's a little confusion right now as that lockdown is lifted, but right now that's what we are seeing. People are telling us they can leave work and they can go back into their work.
Which has got to be good news after a couple of very difficult hours for the workers, not directly impacted by this, but impacted in the sense that they had to shelter in place and stay in their offices. Courtney, Francisco, thank you very much. We will keep checking with you because a big part of the impacts here are how everyone else is affected and how their afternoons have changed. It's been about 3 hours now since we first got reports of a shooting in Midtown Atlanta. Started at the 1110 building on West Peachtree Street. This is south of 14th Street. And as you're looking live, you can see a lot more people on the sidewalks. This is more people who we've seen out and about going each direction since this emergency started several hours ago. It's a fluid situation. As soon as we start to get these details nailed down, we bring that to you.
Linda, you can imagine the relief for the folks who, for the better part of 3 hours now, have been holed up, whether it's a retail store, an office building, etc., as you say. Again, this is sort of, you know, you're talking about that area right on the East Campus for Georgia Tech, the Google, the Norfolk Southern building, and then there's that Whole Foods there.
And scary, right?
Oh,
scary.
Right. So everybody in that area. So whether you're in, you know, you'd gone into Whole Foods to go grocery shopping, or you'd gone in to check on your mother getting a medical procedure done, or what have you, right? Everybody's got their lives moving in different directions. A couple of preschools right there, etc. And you've been told to stand down and stay still in wherever you were for the last almost 3 hours now. And so as we see people start to filter back out onto the streets, there's just an awful lot of relief. If you're just joining us, the shelter-in-place order has been lifted by the Atlanta Police Department in the city of Atlanta for Midtown Atlanta. Here 3 hours since the shooting started to unfold at 1110 West Peachtree. Shortly after noon today, the suspect, 24-year-old Dayon Patterson, has not been apprehended. We have continued to show his photograph. There's a $10,000 reward for information on getting this person. Do not approach. Simply call 911 or grab law enforcement. If you see this person, if you think you know anything about this person they believe is no longer a threat. And in that particular area where the shooting started on West Peachtree Street, Midtown, but again, this is a person who is still out among us. So collectively as a society, we need to all play our part to the extent that you possibly can and get this person.
The emergency has definitely shifted into a new phase because now they don't believe he's in the area anymore, which means he's somewhere else. The advice from APD, call 911. Do not approach him. He's considered armed and dangerous. And we were just showing you that clear picture where you could see more of his face. We also had those surveillance pictures of him actually in the elevator. As you're looking at this live picture, emergency vehicles on the move right now, some changing positions or pulling back to be in other areas now that the shelter-in-place order has been lifted for the heart of Midtown Atlanta, affecting so many businesses, the medical offices there. And as people try to get to their cars and get where they need to be after a very difficult couple of hours. You're watching live continuing coverage here on Channel 2. We've been with you for several hours now. This started just after noon, 3 hours ago when we first started to get word of this emergency. Police right now are trying to pinpoint where the suspected shooter might be after 5 people were shot, 1 person killed, 4 people transported to Grady Hospital, our area's level 1 trauma center. And the update that we got from the chief medical officer there is that they had trauma teams standing by ready to help. They are still ready to help in case anyone else is affected by this, a mass casualty situation. The 4 people transported to Grady, 3 in critical condition, so seriously injured that they're in critical condition. 1 is in the emergency room for treatment. And you're looking at a live picture right now at one of the physician offices. This is 1110 West Peachtree, I believe. You can see it on the sign right there, the numbers. This is where everything started, where the medical workers and the patients in that area were the first to learn that there was an emergency. Some people were able to get out because they were just at the edges of the building. Other people have been sheltered in place in the scene of the shooting for the last couple of hours. And as you look live at this this video that we're bringing you, you can see more cars are starting to pull out now. More people on the sidewalks, more people walking around now that the shelter-in-place order has been lifted, and there is a reward out for the suspected shooter they're looking for right now.
Yes, and we wanted to bring this back into you. The head of APD schools, Superintendent Dr. Lisa Herring, was with us just a few moments ago. So now with this the shelter-in-place order lifted, the schools now can change their procedures, and we can start planning towards what would feel a little bit more like a normal afternoon here at 7 past the hour, 3:07 p.m., 3 hours since the shooting started. Again, this is the key thing. The shelter-in-place order has been lifted. Law enforcement and multiple agencies involved working today no longer feel that there is an imminent threat in this particular area. Otherwise, of course, the shelter-in-place order would not be lifted. What we are starting to understand is that this person must have moved to a different location, a location we don't have to be able to tell you at this time. It's just that that particular area of Atlanta is no longer considered to be a threat in terms of that shooter who has killed at least one person and injured 4 others. I want to bring in Channel 2 Action News reporter Michael Seiden, who has been covering this active shooter situation since the outset today, working on 3 hours now. Michael?
Hey, good afternoon, Justin. We remain here in the heart of Midtown. I want to give you a live look at what we are seeing at this hour. You can still see a large law enforcement presence, but I can tell you it's definitely been reduced since we first got on the scene. Now, what we've noticed is obviously that I believe that shelter in place has been lifted. So for like the last 30, 45 minutes, we've been talking to people who were actually in the parking garage who had a shelter in place. In fact, we spoke with one woman, a medical rep who was going there to do business today, just at her everyday job. She actually never even made it out of the parking deck when she was told to shelter in place. As you can imagine, she was shaken but uninjured, and she told us that this was a medical office where there's some OBGYN, some other specialists there, and she was just doing her job, and literally right when she pulled in, she was told to shelter in place. We've also seen a number of other people walking with briefcases that have obviously been sheltering in place, that are now going back to their cars trying to get a hold of their loved ones to let them know they're okay. Now, I can tell you in the last 20 minutes too, we saw a heavy presence of the SWAT team. I believe it was members of Fulton County SWAT team. They actually turned down the street past the Arts Center, and they were flying a drone above, just making sure that everything is clear. But right now, as you can imagine, just talking to people who live, work, that are down here, people on edge as the search continues for this shooter. I know we've been putting his picture on all afternoon long, and you can see at this hour again, people who have been basically sheltering in place are now being allowed to continue their afternoon and keep moving. But as we continue to stay down here and follow this developing situation, I'm working my sources trying to get more information about this search. But I can tell you it does seem like things have gotten less tense down here, and a lot more people leaving here, the heart of Midtown. We are going to stay down here, though, continue to follow this story, and as soon as we get an update, we will pass it along.
All right, that is Channel 2's Michael Seiden, who's reporting, and you can see with our live look from one of our Channel 2 Action News cameras that as a result of the shelter-in-place order being lifted, people are milling about and talking to one another, and naturally everyone is trying to understand more of the situation. And where is this 24-year-old Dayon Patterson? We've been able to show you the suspect's photo on numerous occasions, and we'll keep doing so. There's a $10,000 reward out for information on his whereabouts. And clearly the situation's changed in this part of Midtown Atlanta as we're all trying to understand more about, if this person's not been apprehended, then where is this person and what activity has shifted and to where. So as we continue to follow this breaking news here on Channel 2 Action News, It's been now 3 hours, almost to the minute, since word first started coming in that we had an active shooter situation at the 1110 West Peachtree building, Northside Medical Building, basically. And we have heard eyewitness accounts of a grisly scene in various situations. But we have a situation now where a shelter-in-place order has been lifted, and that greatly affects so many thousands of people's lives, from students to educators to workers and people who are working and moving here and there throughout this part of Midtown Atlanta. Channel 2 Action News anchor George Estevez just talked to a woman who was there and saw that shooting suspect coming toward her. I think we have George Estevez with us now. George, what do you have?
All right, so what I want to do now, it's 3:10, so this happened 3 hours ago. We're going to continue to monitor all our live cameras and all our reporters gathering all the information. But right now, Justin, everyone watching at home, I want to take you back 3 hours. Imagine being on your lunch break and coming across someone who is erratic, someone who is running from something or to something. That's exactly what happened to Trisha McCreed. Full disclosure, she works here in our building. She works for Cox Media Group. She works for WSB Channel 2. She was on her lunch break. I had a chance to interview her just a couple of minutes ago. Watch. You actually saw who you think is the shooter running towards you.
Correct. I saw him running on Spring Street towards West Peachtree.
So you were heading where? Lunchtime?
Lunchtime, I was heading towards Firehouse Subs near Georgia Tech's campus.
So you were heading in the direction where police say the shooting took place. What did you see? You were driving and he was walking?
He was running. He was running around the corner. I noticed that he was running frantically, either towards something, from something, which made me notice his behavior.
Describe what you saw.
Well, I can see, what I remember is him running around the corner. He had a blue mask, a hoodie, and I noticed the brown leather satchel.
And what did you think immediately with all that clothes on?
It was just too hot for him to be wearing all the clothes and just running in the middle of the day in Atlanta.
You were heading towards that direction. Did you hear any gunshots? Because 5 people were shot. No gunshots?
No gunshots. Nothing.
What about the activity at that point? You must have gotten there so quickly.
There was no activity at the time. It was just...
George, I apologize. We got to peel away from that. Here's a live look at something is happening right now as we give you this live look. This is shaky. Again, this is a very fluid situation. And you see the blinking lights in the distance, but you see Atlanta police standing there. So I want to bring in Channel 2's Michael Seiden. I'm sorry. Apologies. Here's what's happening. Something has started to develop here in Midtown Atlanta. I want to go to our friend, Channel 2 Action News photographer, Oscar Carrillo. Oscar?
Hey, Justin. Just a short while ago, 3 martyred police cars just came flying through, headed down on 17th Street. We're not quite sure why they were moving so rapidly, but just in a blink of an eye, they made the turn around the corner. But everything else kind of remains the same out here.
Hey, Oscar, stay with me just for a second.
Michael will be back. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
No, you're fine, Oscar. Take a breath here. Let me ask you a question. Just to repeat, you said you saw 3 Atlanta police vehicles zooming by, heading down 17th Street?
No. That was... No, Justin. MARTA police, 3 MARTA police units came at a high speed.
Okay.
Heading down West Spring,
West Peachtree. Okay.
And then made a left on 17th.
Left on 17th. All right, Oscar, thank you very much. And we will head back to Oscar and Channel 2 Action News reporter Michael Seiden here in just a moment. And as Oscar was able to share, thank you, Oscar, share that information with us. It is clear the suspect's not been apprehended. The shelter-in-place order has been lifted. We don't know that those were directly related to this particular active shooter situation. We can't make that, but what we can say is that this person, 24-year-old Dayon Patterson, has not been apprehended, is the information that we have right now. We do not know precisely what part of the city this person is or is not. What we do know is that the shelter-in-place order that was in place for about 2.5 hours through Midtown Atlanta started at 1110 West Peachtree Street, that shelter-in-place order has been lifted, and so much so the threat seems to have been mitigated that we understand from Atlanta Public Schools that all clear has been given. Atlanta Public Schools, all clear has been given, and that students and all grades of Atlanta Public Schools, particularly in that Midtown cluster, that whole area there, are now going to start the being released process. All right. So many parents on edge, understandably, and anyone who knows anyone associated with our schools, from Atlanta Public Schools, the all clear has been given, and a normal day of release will start to get underway if it hasn't already. You can imagine the moving parts, the logistics, the transportation logistics, etc. As you're joining us here on Channel 2 Action News, you see the heavy equipment of SWAT, for example, in this live look through Midtown Atlanta today. You're starting to see civilians' cars, if you will, people milling about and trying to resume a day that they will absolutely remember as the active shooter investigation continues. We're shortly after noon today. The shooting started. There's not been gunfire since that initial flurry about 3 hours ago. Excuse me. But what we do know, according to Atlanta police, is that one person has been killed, a total of 5 people shot, 1 person killed, 4 injured, and that the gunman, 24-year-old Dayon Patterson, is apparently still at large. The shelter-in-place order has been lifted through Midtown Atlanta, and that is the status right now. For those interested in the school situation and dismissal, all clear has been given, and that is what we have on that situation. We have multiple Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers doing the kinds of work that they do right now, trying to bring us every bit of information as possible on the kind of day that brings us together for the worst possible reason. This is Channel 2 Action News here. It is about 3:20 in the afternoon. And the situation today is that the city, for the most part, has come to a standstill over the last 3 hours because we have an active shooter investigation where a 24-year-old man at 1110 West Peachtree Street, according to Atlanta police, started opening fire. We understand that 5 people were shot, that 1 person has been confirmed dead. 4 others have been treated in various conditions at Grady Memorial Hospital. 3 of the 4, we understand, in critical condition. We understand at last check, which has been a good hour now, that 2 of the 4 were still in a surgical situation. Of course, that can change. That is just the information as we have as it relates to the condition of everyone who's been hit by gunfire today. We also understand that this person has not been apprehended by any stretch of the imagination, and that a $10,000 reward is in place right now for any information about where this person may be. Despite that, law enforcement is saying this person is clearly as dangerous as they come, and call 911 or contact law enforcement however you can, as quickly as you can, if you were to witness this person or think you know anything about this person, know anyone who maybe have contacted this person, vice versa, etc. You're going to use your common sense there. We know that in the neighborhoods throughout Midtown that there are on and off-duty police officers who have all been running toward the trouble today and helping out citizens to the best of their ability. And so if you're coming into or out of various neighborhoods throughout Midtown Atlanta, whether you're talking about the high-rises, Ansley Park, Sherwood Forest, Brookwood Hills, etc., just understand that you're going to see police presence today on and off-duty officers who are going to be assisting citizens to feel comfortable and, of course, most importantly, to feel safe as they're going to be carefully monitoring who's coming and going throughout this day. Now, as we look at this on a national scale, how big is this? Well, the White House is responding, saying that they are now monitoring the active situation that's occurred this afternoon in Midtown Atlanta. The White House press secretary has talked about the shooting during a White House briefing this afternoon, if we could listen.
So I can confirm that the president and the vice president is aware of what occurred, the Atlanta shooting. So I can certainly confirm that.
Those are the words from the White House press secretary today, as we got word earlier that both the president and vice president have been briefed on the situation about what's occurred in Atlanta today. And we understand that the White House says that it is monitoring the situation. Multiple law enforcement involved in the state city and local levels, all assisting in what is happening today. As you get this live look in Midtown Atlanta, I'd like to bring in Channel 2 Action News reporter Michael Seiden, who has been right in the midst of the flurry of activity throughout this day. Michael.
Well, you know, Justin, talk about what a difference about 15, 20 minutes make, because before we were literally just standing right here in the middle of the street. It looked like almost like a scene from a movie because traffic was shut down. Well, since city officials have lifted that shelter in place, we have seen a lot of traffic coming through here. Obviously, there's still in the are going to get into their cars that are parked down the street. A couple of those people telling us that they had to shelter in place. And for a lot of these people, they told us they were using their smartphones to get updates. One lady told us she's a medical device rep. She was actually downstairs in the parking garage about to go into the office where that shooting took place and was told to stay in her car. So you can imagine a lot of people very shaken. But, you know, one thing as this search continues for the shooter, something to bring up here, I have a number of sources on the SWAT team, and they've told me that over the last couple of years that they have actually been brought in to different offices throughout Metro Atlanta, companies to train employees for events like this. Obviously, this is the last thing you ever want to deal with, but this is the reality of the world we're living in. So it'll be interesting, obviously, when this is all sorted out in the days after this, to find out how much of that training may have paid off in this and saved more lives. Of course, that is all stuff we'll discuss down the road, but right now, you know, we are still continuing to stay down here, just monitoring the situation, but the all clear has been given here in Midtown Atlanta, and it's just kind of a bizarre scene to see this place completely shut down and now starting to kind of go back to normal. But we are staying in close contact with our Atlanta police sources, other law enforcement agencies, and as soon as we get an update, we will pass it along. Justin?
Yeah, Michael, if you'll stay with me for a second. So I'm going to ask a question that I'm sure you've asked yourself and hopefully others, and a lot of folks are asking me to be frank about it on social and texting me directly and whatnot. And here's the question, Michael. They're asking that we know as a point of fact that A, the shelter-in-place order has been lifted, and B, this suspect's not been apprehended. Those don't seem to square. I'm not faulting anyone. I'm not necessarily questioning it, but people are wanting to understand where is this person if they don't feel that there's a threat throughout Midtown in any way, shape, or form to the extent that a shelter-in-order place has been lifted, then do we know where they're focusing their efforts?
Yeah, that's a great question, Justin. And right now, obviously, you're not law enforcement. I'm not law enforcement. But what I can tell you from covering situations like this throughout my career and just speaking with sources today, at this point, like I said, there were hundreds of law enforcement agents who were out here. They swept buildings. They had drones in the air. They had tactical units. And it is my understanding that if they're lifting that shelter in place down here, they feel that there is no longer an imminent threat. They are confident that this gunman they're looking for is no longer in the area. Now, as far as where they focus their search now, I would imagine they are checking social media. They are getting a number of tips coming in. They are working sources. Obviously, we know there's a huge network of cameras that the city uses, and there's neighboring jurisdictions that have those types of cameras. So any kind of evidence they can get. But again, I understand for people to say, well, for people may be wondering to say why the shooter is not in custody. We haven't found him, but we're lifting the shelter in place. You also have to remember, this is the middle of the week. A lot of people work down here. You've got school, people getting off of work. I think what police are doing is they've got to make sure you got to get back to life. There's a lot of things going on. People have to go get kids. People have jobs. They have things going on. And I'm not saying it's not important, but again, you've got thousands of people down here who are told to shelter in place. And so they're trying to get things moving again as they continue this search for the shooter. But as far as where the shooter is, that's what we're trying to figure out, where police are focusing their searches right now. And as you can imagine, in the world we're living in now with social media.
Yeah, Channel 2's Michael's side, and that is well articulated. Michael, stand tight. We'll get back with you there. I want to take you now inside the Senate chambers, and U.S. Senator from Georgia, Senator Raphael Warnock.
For keeping us as safe as they can. I want to thank them for their work trying to apprehend this individual. I'm also thankful for local media who are keeping all of us informed, and I'm grateful for our first responders, the people in healthcare, the people on the front lines. We count on them every day to care for those who are injured, to respond to people in peril. And that's what makes this particular shooting ironic and deeply upsetting, because it underscores the fact that none of us is safe no matter where we are. This happened in a medical facility where people are trying to find healing. And so I want to underscore that, because there have been so many mass shootings, in fact, about one every day in this country this year, that tragically we act as if this is routine. We behave as if this is normal. It is not normal. It is not right for us to live in a nation where nobody is safe no matter where they are. We're not safe in our schools. We're not safe in our workplaces. We're not safe at the grocery store. We're not safe at movie theaters. We're not safe at spas. We're not safe in our houses of worship. There is no sanctuary in the sanctuary. We're not safe at concerts. We're not safe at banks. We're not safe at parades. We're not safe in our own yards and in our own homes. And now, today, we can add medical facilities to that list. And still, we have done so very little in this building to respond. And in the American political square at large. And I think there's an unspoken assumption. I think that the unspoken assumption is that this can't happen to me. This won't happen to me. It won't happen to people that I love. But with a mass shooting every day, the truth is, the chances are great. I shudder to say it, but the truth is, in a real sense, is only a matter of time that this kind of tragedy comes knocking on your door. And then in a deeper sense, I think it's important for us to recognize.
This is Channel 2 Action News at 4 as we are currently watching U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock in the Senate chambers discussing the unfoldings in Atlanta today with an active shooter investigation underway right now. A shelter-in-place order has been lifted, but the person who shot and killed one person and hit 4 others with gunfire, according to Atlanta police, is still on the run, has not been apprehended. School dismissal is underway for Atlanta Public School and similar buildings in Midtown Atlanta, but an active shooter investigation is still underway. The shelter-in-order place has been lifted. Okay, the shelter-in-place order has been lifted. We want to take you back. This is Senator Warnock discussing the situation in Washington, D.C.
This afternoon, I have 2 small children, and their schools are on lockdown responding to this tragedy. They're there, I'm here, hoping and praying that they are safe. But the truth is, none of us is safe. As a pastor, I'm praying for those who are affected by this tragedy, but I hasten to say that thoughts and prayers are not enough. And in fact, it is a contradiction to say that you are thinking and praying and then do nothing. It is to make a mockery of prayer. It is to trivialize faith. We pray not only with our lips, we pray with our legs. We pray by taking action. And still there are those who want to convince us that this is the cost of freedom. To them we have to say no. This ongoing, slow-moving tragedy in our country, mass shootings as routine, is not the cost of freedom. It is the cost of blind obstinance, a refusal to change course even when the evidence suggests we must do something different. It is the cost of demagoguery, those who want to convince us that common sense gun reform is somehow a call to take everybody's guns.
Yeah, not a problem.
This is not the cost of freedom.
Well put.
Dare I say it, it is the cost of greed. Gun lobbyists willing to line their pockets even at the cost of our children. And so we must act. I'm proud of the fact that we did, after 30 years, pass some gun safety legislation here last Congress. It was a significant piece of legislation, but obviously it's not enough. 87% or more of Americans believe that we ought to have universal background checks, and still we can't get it. Think about that. In a country where everybody says we're divided, and there are deep divisions to be sure. There's disagreement on this issue to be sure. But in a country where there is 87% agreement on something, there's no movement on it in Congress. Which means that that's a problem with our democracy. The people's voices have been squeezed out of their democracy, and there's a growing chasm between what the people actually want.
You have been listening to Senator Raphael Warnock in Washington, D.C., commenting on the active shooter investigation underway in Atlanta, Georgia right now, whereas a little more than 3 hours ago, a 24-year-old Dayon Patterson, according to Atlanta police, shot 5 people, 1 person dead, 4 being treated at Grady Memorial Hospital right now. A shelter-in-place order has been lifted effective about 30 minutes ago or so. So normal life, as much as that can be expected in a situation like today, is starting to return to normal. And Atlanta Public Schools has been given the all clear, and dismissal proceedings are underway there. This is what we have right now. I want to show you a quick photograph of the suspected shooter who is not been apprehended. There's a $10,000 reward for this person, 24-year-old Dayon Patterson. And we also are expecting a news conference to get underway any minute here by the city and from Atlanta Police to get the latest on this situation.
You're watching Channel 2 and our continuing coverage. As soon as we get these breaking developments, we will be bringing them to you. I can also tell you out of Washington that the president and vice president have been informed of the situation unfolding in Atlanta and are definitely keeping tabs on it. Back to what Senator Warnock was saying in D.C., he talked about how his own children were affected by the lockdown in Atlanta and what that's like to be worried about your kids, saying none of us are safe no matter where we are. You're looking at a live picture right now out of Midtown Atlanta as more cars are getting back on the road to try to get home if they need to, get to those schools to pick up those kids if they need to, basically get out of this emergency area right now as the search continues for this suspected gunman in the shooting that started at 1110 West Peachtree Street in a medical office building. We've heard from some people who were had just left the building, were just about to enter the building, who talked about the moments when they were told to go to their car and stay there to be safe. The kind of thing you never think is going to happen to you happens to you in that moment. And what a difficult couple of hours it's been for the people who have been in that area. That's the picture. If you can take a minute, look at your screen. This is the best picture we have of the suspect, Dayon Patterson. Atlanta police say do not approach him. He is dangerous. He could still be armed. They say if you see him, if you know where he is, please call 911. Call 911 if you see this person, Dayon Patterson. They don't believe he's in the building anymore after a lot of concern that he could still be there. But right now they are searching for him. And this has been an unfolding situation, a security situation affecting the heart of Midtown Atlanta. As you look at this map right here, it gives you a sense of the area we're talking about. Right off the downtown connector, right east of the downtown connector. So if you're going north, like from the airport up towards the Buckhead area, it would be on your right. The East Campus of Georgia Tech in that area, not that far from Georgia State, south of the High Museum, not far from the Colony Square area of Midtown Atlanta, where there's been a lot of development in a couple of years. Between the downtown connector and Piedmont Park is one way to look at it as well. Those streets have been closed for hours. People have been told to shelter in place. That order is now lifted as people start to try to get to their cars, get to MARTA, get to where they need to be on what started as a normal day for many of them, but has certainly not ended up that way after the shooting at a medical office, a North Side Midtown office in Atlanta. It happened just after noon today. You're looking at a live picture as we're waiting to get this update from APD, and right there you can see the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, preparing to approach the media. As that happens, we will definitely take you there live.
Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt also on scene right there, and we'll be getting a news conference here not far from the scene. So it'll be the city's mayor and the Sheriff Labatt from the county and APD all being, well, expect to get the latest information from the city officials and law enforcement officials as we try to get more information about what has unfolded and what is happening now in the efforts to find this person who Atlanta police says today shot 5 people in the West Peachtree Street area of Midtown, killed 1 person, and has several people in critical condition right now being treated at Grady Memorial Hospital. The key things for you to understand if you're at home right now. And, okay. Interesting. Okay, that is our senior producer, Josh Roberts, who is just in our ear right now, and he said something that I wanted to share with you all earlier, but we don't report anything on our air here at Channel 2 Action News until it is confirmed. But now we confirm that Cobb County Police have reached out and that there's a lot of activity there, and there are some initial reports that this person, the 24-year-old Dayon Patterson, may be in Cobb County, perhaps the Smyrna area in Cobb County. And portions of Cobb County that border the city of Atlanta limits. Josh, could you repeat that last portion?
May see increased police activity.
So
if you're in the area where Atlanta
it's right there at the river,
County, right by the Chattahoochee River, like up
exactly
where Northside Parkway becomes Cobb Parkway, maybe that area into Smyrna is what they're talking about. You may see this increased police activity, and it's related to what happened, they believe, in Midtown Atlanta today. Interestingly, after that initial burst of gunfire, we have not heard any reports of more. So whatever happened in that moment, and what's unfolded since has been this security situation. You're looking live as we as we wait for this news briefing to start, hoping we'll get a little bit more insight into the narrative about what they believe happened, because one of the large questions for all of us right now is why? Why would somebody do this? Why would somebody go into that building, start firing, according to police, kill one person, injure 4 others? And that is one thing that we're hoping to get a little bit more details on as soon as we hear from some of the people involved, including the mayor of Atlanta, who's approaching the microphones right now. We will listen to what they have to say. As you are looking live, watching continuing coverage here on Channel 2, you will get the latest information as they announce it right now.
Mayor, can you get closer to the microphone? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. We are here, as you know, at the scene of a deadly situation. I'm thankful for Atlanta Police Department and other law enforcement agencies for their engagement on this situation. I've spoken to the governor, to our congressional delegation of senators and congresspeople, as well as my office has been in touch with the White House. And as soon as possible, I'll be in touch with the families of the victims that are here. As you know, 1 is deceased and 4 are fighting for their lives at Grady Hospital, and we're prayerful that they pull through. And as soon as possible, I will reach out to them and to their families. All are women. And I am also making sure that you know that we are dealing with someone that is armed and dangerous. This is a deadly situation. This individual has just indeed conducted an act that we want to make sure that you know that if you see him, do not approach, but you are to call 911. We are also making sure that you know that law enforcement agencies across this region are working together. Law enforcement agencies of Fulton County, of the city of Atlanta, of Cobb County, of our college campuses, our Atlanta Public Schools PD. A number of agencies are working in a concerted effort to work and to bring this suspect in and to make sure that we are all safe in the process. And so I ask that, again, if you see the individual that you have seen his face, you've seen his photo and his clothing, please do not approach, but do call 911. So now I am very confident that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department and the other local agencies are well trained to make sure that we bring this individual to justice for situations just like this. So now I'll turn it over to Chief Shearbaum to give you all the specific details about this incident and to let you know our pathway forward. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. First of all, the Atlanta Police Department wants to extend its condolences for all members of the Atlanta Police Department, those that lost their lives today, and we are working digitally to bring this individual into custody. We are looking for Deon Patterson, age 24 years of age, which we have given you his photo, and this is a very active search. We are following up on credible leads that are currently active in Cobb County, as well as some that are right here in the city. We have been joined by multiple jurisdictions. We have the Sheriff of Fulton County that is here right now, that's been working alongside our department, Georgia Tech PD, Georgia State University PD, MARTA PD, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, as well as the Atlanta Public Schools Police are all actively involved searching as we speak for Mr. Patterson. And here's what we know. We'll be able to give you some information, and others will be delivered as this investigation continues. At 12:08 this afternoon, we were called just down the street to 1110 West P Street. This is a medical facility, the Northside Hospital, that is at that location. This shooting did occur inside the waiting room of that medical facility, where 5 individuals were shot. Unfortunately, a 39-year-old female has lost her life, and of those that are injured is a 71-year-old female, a 56-year-old female, a 39-year-old female, and then a 25-year-old female. We do know that Mr. Patterson, our suspect, left the building. We believe he carjacked a vehicle a short distance away and was able to flee the scene as the law enforcement agencies were descending on this area. We believe he has left the area. He may not still be in that vehicle. So I don't want everyone to be focused on the vehicle, which has been recovered. So the photograph that has been distributed, for your viewers, your listeners, to be very mindful of that photograph. If you see this individual who may or may not still be in the same hoodie, please
watching Channel 2 Action News at 4.
Use Crime Stoppers to be able to provide an anonymous tip to where he may be. As the mayor said, we have a multi-jurisdictional effort underway to bring this individual to justice and ensure that we remove him from the street. Everyone consider him still armed and presenting a danger to whatever community he may find himself in at this time.
Chief, how did this start? I mean, what preceded the shot?
You know, we're just hours into this investigation. So investigators are behind us in the buildings, talking to witnesses, processing the scene as we speak. The clarity that I think that we would want to know as a city and as a society, we just don't have at this particular moment, but we'll provide it as soon as we have it.
Victims, patients, were they employees of Northside Hospital?
That is still being worked through. We weren't in a position this time to say whether they're patients or whether they're employees or both.
Chief, did you say the carjacked vehicle?
We believe that vehicle has been recovered. That is correct.
Chief, can you confirm that the shooter's mother is one of the victims?
Right now, the shooter's mother was not injured in this incident.
Do you know whether this was targeted? You know, you said all 5 victims were women. Is it?
We just don't know. It is still too soon to know why these individuals were chosen.
Can you confirm that? Chief, can you confirm that the suspect's mother is talking to you? That she's been cooperative?
The family is being cooperative with us, and there's other witnesses as well at the scene.
Have they shared anything about its mental health?
Nothing that we can reveal at this time.
Any priors with law enforcement?
There has been minimal contact with the Atlanta Police Department from this individual. I can report that.
Where was the vehicle found?
I can't get that out right now.
Can you tell us at all about people calling in and giving tips and what's that been like so far? Because obviously you pushed the image out early. What has that been like so far with people helping?
You know, we can. Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mayor has been watching this manhunt unfold at our command post, and he is very aware that cameras across the city have been instrumental in us tracking this individual. He's very aware that as we get information that's called in by citizens, we're able to use the camera network to quickly go to that location even before officers arrive. So it's helpful, and we ask citizens to continue to do that.
And the $10,000 reward, are you guys hoping that people will be a little more active in terms of calling 911 and getting hospital?
We know it will be helpful, but I can tell you the civic-minded citizens of this city are already responding, and even without that request for a reward, they're already having calls. That's going to be
where in the medical center did you?
We don't have that specifics yet. It was on an upper level, I believe the 11th floor of the building.
What did the White House say about this?
Chief, you mentioned that the vehicle has been recovered. Is that the only vehicle that is suspected to be involved in this incident, or are there others? We're hearing from hospital workers that there was another car that may have been involved prior to the one that was recovered.
In any vehicle that we're confident in
to help in this situation, and the White House is constantly in contact with my office to, offer us support and see if we need anything.
Chief, the challenge of the initial response by this kind of Chief, the challenge of the initial response is Midtown. You're in a high population density here. Buildings have to be searched. What was it like initially with the shot? You got a call, shots fired.
I think the citizens of Atlanta saw their police department and our partner agencies in action. We went into that building and cleared every single floor. Even when information came about that the subject could have left, we were still searching for victims. We were assisting citizens out of the building that had taken shelter. And I do want to thank everyone in Midtown that honored the shelter-in-place request for their patience to allow us to do our job. This is an urban environment, so it does present challenges, but it's challenges that you saw a collective, robust response from law enforcement. But the camera network that's in this location was very helpful and did assist in the investigation.
Chief, were there hundreds of people in the building? How many people were?
Won't be able to give that information.
The shooting captured on surveillance video inside of
Won't be able to give that this time.
Can you handle what it feels like to have Atlanta be the latest city in America touched by this kind of gun violence?
I will say this. Our public affairs unit has been pushing out quick information to you all. We will continue to do that. Follow our social media platforms and be in contact with our website as soon as we have an updated information, be it vehicles, a new clothing description. You all will have it, and the citizens of this city will have it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Will you guys do will you guys have another outlet, via our website and social, and we'll
You've been listening live. That was Atlanta Police Department Chief Darren Schierbaum giving a lot of new information. If you're just joining us, we are continuing to follow the shooting that happened in Midtown Atlanta today. Here's some of what we learned in the last couple of minutes. The 4 victims who have have been shot and injured are all women. The chief says it was a 71-year-old woman, a 56-year-old, a 39-year-old, and a 25-year-old. He declined to say whether they were patients or workers or what their connection is to each other or to the suspected shooter in this situation. But we know 4 women are injured, 1 person is dead. He also says that they believe that the shooter got away. There was a carjacking at some point. They have not been able to find the suspected shooter, Deon Patterson. They are looking for him right now. They have also not been able to find the gun. They are looking for the gun at this point, too. But the chief talked about how floor by floor, and this happened on an upper floor, perhaps the 11th floor, floor by floor, police officers went through to try to clear every floor to make sure the people who were in there could get out and to make sure that the suspected shooter was not there. They now believe he was able to get out of the building and is on the loose right now. Police officers all throughout the area looking for him as we speak. And the shelter in place has been lifted in Midtown Atlanta. This has been affecting thousands of people throughout the heart of Midtown today since the shooting happened at 12:08 today.
It's interesting, you all. I'm getting a lot of information from contacts I have who are saying they live at the Cobb and City of Atlanta line, and that they're hearing helicopters and sirens and an awful lot of police presence. And this follows up on reports that Deon Patterson, the suspected shooter, the 24-year-old Deon Patterson, may very well be in that particular part of Atlanta. Well, we do not have any confirmation of that, as far as I understand, Josh, unless you have something that is confirmed as to that. But I'm just telling you as a point of fact that I'm hearing from numerous people I know, personal acquaintances and friends and whatnot, that there's more activity happening in Cobb County. In fact, we have a Channel 2 Action News reporter who is en route right now to the Atlanta-Cobb County line, if you will, and I'm using that broadly. I do not have a specific location right now. All I can tell you is if you basically want to look at that area near the Chattahoochee River, if you want to talk about Vinings and similar areas, there's a lot of activity there, and we have a Channel 2 Action News reporter and photographer en route as we try to understand more. Clearly, there's an understanding that where this shooting started to unfold today in Midtown Atlanta, they do not feel that there's a danger because, as you see, normal citizen activity is starting to resume in this particular area of Midtown.
And we're getting some new information from Cobb Police. They said that there is an officer presence right now around Truist Park, which is off Cobb Parkway, right near 285. Also in the Vinings area, also Smyrna area. So we're talking generally the Cumberland area, as Cobb County is north and northwest of the city of Atlanta towards 285, that area. If you can picture Truist Park and the Battery, that area, you may start to see a lot more police if you're in that area or need to go through that area. Important to note that they are assisting APD in the investigation. As we know from APD, they believe there was a carjacking. Now the scene that they're concerned about is moving, and there is definitely activity in this area around the southern part of Cobb County. Cobb police are confirming that you may see more officers in the area. What they found so far, what they could perhaps be looking for, what tip or sighting brought them to the area, we can't be clear on that right now, but it's a developing situation. You are with us as we learn these new details about an emergency affecting so many people throughout the Atlanta metro area today. So if you look at 285 as a circle, we're talking about sort of the northwest quadrant up where the Battery is, between North Buckhead and Sandy Springs towards the Cobb side is the area that they're talking about right now, with an increased police presence almost 4 hours after the shooting in Midtown Atlanta, after police went floor by floor of the medical office building, making sure that their suspected shooter was not there anymore. He'd left. And Linda, to your point, so much of the reporting that we've done today and the live work and the police work and whatnot that's unfolded has been throughout the Midtown Atlanta area. If you live in this South Cobb area, again, as Linda just described, whether you're talking about the Cumberland area, as you look at this photo of Deon Patterson, the suspected shooter, if you are anywhere near the Truist Park area, Cumberland, Vinings, etc., by the river,
if for some reason your kids are in school in that area, or that's an area where you're traveling for work or for play or what have you, just life, then you may start to see an increased police presence. And if you come across this person, do not approach this person. There is a $10,000 reward out for information leading to the apprehension of Deon Patterson. But clearly this is a person who has proven himself to be armed and dangerous and in fact lethal. So it looks as if the threat has moved northwest of Midtown Atlanta into what's looking like the South Cobb County area. It's a large area. As police have said, you may see more police presence in an arc that ranges basically from Vinings through Cumberland and on east over into Truist Park and the Battery area.
And our Channel 2 Action News crews, reporters and photographers out in the field have been getting in touch with as many people as we can who might have seen something, who were in the buildings as this happened. We also had a chance to hear from someone who was going out to get a sandwich, going out to get lunch in that Midtown area, and believes that she actually saw the suspected shooter, and he stuck out to her because he was running, because he had too many clothes on. For the weather for the time really stuck out. So perhaps that will be something that other people will notice as the day continues as well. A suspect who police believe is armed and dangerous. Their clear directions: do not approach this person, call 911. You're watching continuing coverage after the shooting in Midtown Atlanta. It happened just after noon. We now know it was 12:08 when APD first got the call. 4 people shot and injured, 1 person dead. I can tell you more about the people who were injured, all taken to Grady Hospital, 3 of them in critical condition. We're talking about a 71-year-old woman, a 56-year-old woman, a 39-year-old woman, and a 25-year-old woman. Atlanta police were not able to, or were not ready to share whether they were employees, patients, how they're connected perhaps to the suspected shooter or to each other after the gunfire started in that office in Midtown Atlanta, a Northside Midtown Medical Offices building.
And what we have right now is a look at the shooter on your screen. Police describe as 24-year-old Deon Patterson. They say that the weapon used in today's shooting shortly after noon in Midtown Atlanta, they say that they do not have that weapon recovered. Ostensibly, that person still has the weapon that he, according to Atlanta police, used to shoot 5 people, killing 1. As Linda just described, several women being treated for their injuries in Atlanta at Grady Memorial Hospital right now. We understand that there is a new area of focus, if you will, in South Cobb County, whether you want to talk about Vinings or Cumberland or Truist in the Battery area, where Cobb sort of starts to get closer to the city of Atlanta line. We have a Channel 2 Action News reporter, Michelle Newell, and her photographer en route, including all of the resources of Channel 2 Action News and WSB being deployed today to give you the latest information that we can possibly bring you. As we come close to the top of the hour here on Channel 2 Action News, we'll have continuing to bring you this breaking news coverage of an active shooter investigation. A man on the left side of your screen not apprehended today, a man who police say has already shot 5 people and killed 1. It is important to understand, according to police, there has been no gunfire that they know of since the initial gunfire shortly after noon today at 1110 West Peachtree Street in Midtown Atlanta at a medical office building. We're going to continue with all of our resources for as long as it takes to bring you this information. Channel 2 Action News at 4 continues right now.
Breaking news, 1 dead, several injured. We are live as police investigate an active shooter situation.
Didn't expect anything like this to happen for sure.
Police confirming several victims.
We called mass casualty event within minutes.
SWAT team swarmed into Midtown Atlanta.
I've been covering news in this town for more than 40 years. I don't recall seeing a law enforcement response at one time any heavier than this ever.
People rushing out of buildings as officers blocked roads.
And it was very bizarre at this hour, the middle of lunch hour, to see traffic at a complete standstill.
And the alleged shooter is still on the run. Police even checking nearby roofs.
There could be anybody out here right now, and we don't really know who the shooter is.
Our live Team 2 coverage continues now.
breaking. This is Channel 2 Action News at 4 p.m. Coverage you can count on.
Hello once again, I'm Justin Farmer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Glad you're here. I'm Linda Stouffer, filling in for Wendy Corona on this breaking news. We're staying on top of a very big breaking situation in Midtown Atlanta. A gunman shot several people inside a Midtown office building. Let's get you to the very latest, starting with the search for the shooter. We have pictures of the man authorities are trying to find. His name is Dayon Patterson, 24 years old. Here's several views right there. Atlanta police say he is armed and dangerous and on the run. If you see him, do not approach. Police say instead call 911 immediately.
In our past 15 minutes, Atlanta's Police Chief Darren Shearbaum updated us on the victims. He has confirmed all 5 are women, 1 killed. All 5 were in the waiting area of a doctor's office when they were shot. One of the victims was pronounced dead at the scene. The 4 others taken to Grady Memorial Hospital where they're being treated now. Grady confirmed to us that 3 are in critical condition.
There are at least a half dozen agencies involved in the investigation and response, including Atlanta Police, Georgia State Patrol, Fulton County Marshals, Cobb Police in an active search right now, South Fulton Police, MARTA Police, as well as several SWAT units, an overwhelming response.
In the last hour, Atlanta Police lifted that shelter-in-place order. They have looked everywhere for the gunman, we understand, and after an exhaustive search, they, quote, do not believe that he is in the Midtown area any longer.
And we want to bring you this update because there is a police presence in Cobb County, and Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell is there live. Michelle, what have you learned about what they're looking for? And tell us where you are right now.
Yeah, so Linda, we are here along Windy Ridge Parkway. I just want to show you the heavy police presence on one side. I'm counting about 1, 2, 3, 4 police vehicles. But take a look here on the other side, closest to the battery there. You can see a much heavier police presence. We just saw SWAT pull up, Marietta PD. We see them putting their gear on. We're told officers are in Vinings as well, and Cumberland Mall is nearby as well, so they are all around the area. We just want to mention how heavy this police presence is, especially being so close to the battery. We drove through the battery right before we got on TV and did not see any officers there. They seem to be mostly focused here on Windy Ridge Parkway. Again, both ends of Windy Ridge Parkway is shut down as officers are preparing to get out of their vehicles and search again for this active shooter that we're told could be right here in Cobb County.
Michelle Newell with the very latest, the police presence happening in Cobb County around Truist Park and the Battery as they look for that suspected shooter who Atlanta police now believe got away from the building and then went on to perhaps carjack another car. They're looking for him now.
Let's continue our live Team 2 coverage. This breaking news today with Channel 2's Michael Seiden. Michael, you were the first Channel 2 Action News reporter on the scene. You have been in Midtown Atlanta since the outset. Michael.
And in just in the last 15 minutes, we were just briefed by the mayor as well as Atlanta Police Chief. I want to show you, though, take a look at this. This is the closest we've actually been to the crime scene. If you look down the street right now, all the attention is focused inside that Northside Hospital building. That is where this shooting took place. Police telling us just after noon. That is when the gunman bursted into that waiting room and shot 5 people. We know they were all 5 women. A 39-year-old did not make it, succumbed to her injuries. We also know that a 71-year-old woman, 56-year-old, another 39-year-old woman, and a 45-year-old were taken to the hospital with undisclosed injuries. Now, as you mentioned, all of the local, state, and county authorities, we've also seen Secret Service, we've seen the FBI, we've seen ATF. It is all hands on deck as this search continues at this hour. As we were walking up to the press conference, we saw a number of federal, local, and state agents going in and out of that building. Now, during that press conference, I had a chance to ask a question to Chief Darren Shearbaum. I asked him if they knew anything about this suspect. He told us that they had minimal contact, that he does not have much of a criminal history. We also learned there were reports that possibly his mother may be be an employee here and may have been injured. They did not confirm that she's an employee, but they said she was not injured and that the suspect's family is cooperating at this hour with authorities. Now, we were also told that after he went into the waiting room and fired off those shots, he quickly ran out of the building, carjacked somebody, and then took off in the car. So when Michelle was reporting about the car recovered in Cobb, we believe that that was the car that was carjacked. Now, as far as his whereabouts, it remains a mystery at this hour. Hundreds of law enforcement agents have joined in this massive manhunt trying to find them. Again, police lifted the shelter in place down here in Midtown just after 3 o'clock. But at this point, they are still issuing a warning saying that this man is armed and dangerous. If you recognize him, you are asked to call 911. As far as a motive and all that, I'm sure will come in later hours. But for now, we are back in Midtown. It appears things are starting to get back to normal, but still so many unanswered questions, and we are working to get those answers. For now, we are live in Midtown Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Michael Seiden in Midtown Atlanta. Michael, taking you away from that because there's been a flurry of activity. What we have is we're understanding that there's an awful lot of activity right now at Windy Ridge Parkway, where police have been moving very briskly towards one area in Cobb County on Windy Ridge Parkway. We're following all of this for you, and we'll continue to bring you that information.
And that's the approach to the Truist Park area. We continue our live Team 2 coverage right now with Channel 2's Richard Elliott live at Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. Richard, 4 patients were rushed to Grady Hospital from the shooting.
And you heard all of them women. Grady is, of course, the area's only level 1 trauma center. That is
we were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4.
just hours after those 4 mass shooting victims arrived via ambulance to his hospital. Grady's chief medical officer, Dr. Robert Jansen, stepped outside the emergency department to update us on their conditions. He says 3 were critical. 2 were in operating rooms. Doctors were still working on 1 in the emergency department.
But we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
Grady is Atlanta's only level 1 trauma center. Jansen says when they got the alert of a mass casualty event, they alerted their trauma teams and were ready for the 4 who arrived.
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared.
And again, we are told through the mayor and the chief of police, it's 3 women ages 71, 56, 45, and 39. 3 of them in critical condition, 2 of them in operating room. We are expecting to get more updates throughout the afternoon. We'll let you know. We're live outside Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Richard, thank you for that. I want to bring up the picture right now again of the suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson. There you see with the mask on. We have better photos as well of the suspect. Police are looking for this person. There's been a flurry of activity in Cobb County, South Cobb, whether you're looking about that Vinings area, Windy Ridge Parkway, we understand most recently. Again, as you get this look at Patterson, a 24-year-old. Police say this is the person who shot 5 women today, killing 1. 4 others being treated right now at Grady Memorial Hospital. Some are in critical condition. Let's offer some more details on the building where today's shooting took place in Midtown Atlanta. Centered at Northside Hospital's Midtown Medical Building, a 12-story building on West Peachtree, opened in 2018. It's at 1110 West Peachtree. At the time of the building's opening, an announcement said that 169,000 square feet building would house doctors' offices and services for cancer, radiology, a spine center, sleep disorders, urgent and primary care.
In the last hour, we heard Atlanta's Mayor Andre Dickens talk about how he's in touch with the governor's office. Many of you also watched live right here on Channel 2 as we saw reaction from Washington, D.C. as Georgia's U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock spoke in the Senate about the active shooter situation from the floor of the U.S. Capitol in Washington.
And that's what makes this particular shooting ironic and deeply upsetting, because it underscores the fact that none of us is safe no matter where we are. This happened in a medical facility where people are trying to find healing. And so I want to underscore that, because there have been so many mass shootings, in fact, about one every day in this country this year, that tragically we act as if this is routine. We behave as if this is normal. It is not normal.
That has been Senator Raphael Warnock. Bringing in Channel 2 anchor Karen Greer with us now live in our newsroom this afternoon, where all this information has been pouring in. I mean, Karen, it's right at 4 hours now. What do you have?
Yeah, well, Justin, the team here is in contact with police, school district leaders, transportation officials as this all unfolds. You can see behind me, that is our assignment desk. Everyone working diligently to get the latest information as it comes to us. This was very important, was very helpful in this situation. As you see, we were able to get pictures almost immediately of this suspect, both in the elevator, in the building, and along the street. Atlanta's mayor in the last hour said he will, in fact, be talking to the families of the victims. He's going to do that in this next hour. So this is all still very fluid, moving very quickly as they try and capture the suspect. This is also getting a lot of national attention. People from all over the country, the world, looking at what's going on here in Atlanta, as we are an international city. This is on headlines, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, USA Today, and different news organizations already descending on our area, trying to get the latest. Our partners at ABC News are getting videos from witnesses. They're confirming those on social media, as it appears the story really is continuing into now its 4th hour. Justin, Linda, back to you.
Karen, thank you for that. Today's attack clearly created a major traffic unsettling across parts of Midtown. Everything was locked down for some time. People had to avoid West Peachtree Street and Spring and Peachtree for hours. Triple Team Traffic's Mike Shields, a look at conditions now, Mike.
Yeah, good afternoon, Justin. Been following this since we first got word after this, just after the lunch hour, 12 o'clock this afternoon, and Midtown was really jammed up. It is improving. That's the good news. Still seeing a closure in place on West Peachtree right around 14th Street. So a great way to avoid West Peachtree. Easy alternates for you include Peachtree Street, the downtown connector, South or Northside Drive, or even Piedmont. Those are good wide ways around to avoid that active scene still on West Peachtree. Now, I do want to mention we've been reporting on the unfolding situation of the heavy police activity in the Battery area. I've been watching our network of traffic cameras in this area and seen a lot of activity on Windy Ridge Parkway right around Heritage Court, also Galleria Parkway. A lot of police going in that area, and roads are being blocked off at times. So best way to avoid that is to use Cobb Parkway, stick to I-75, or even Powers Ferry Road, but avoid Cumberland, Windy Ridge Parkway, Circle 75. Any streets around the Battery you want to stay away from right now. It's still a very active scene there, Justin.
Mike, thank you. Mike Shields, Triple Team Traffic.
And we're learning more about the suspect every minute. Police are looking for him right now. Channel 2 Sophia Choi picks up our live Team 2 coverage from the Satellite News Center with what we know so far. Sophia.
Linda, I spoke to both his mother and father over the telephone. Neither wanted to speak about what happened. The mother just seemed too upset to talk. You could actually hear it in her voice. The father says he's getting bombarded with calls right now while trying to catch a flight back to Atlanta. He told me he was out of town for work. He asked if I could try him back a little later. He really seemed overwhelmed. Again, let's take a look at the suspect here, Dion Patterson, only 24 years old. In the last 15 minutes, we learned he has prior offenses in Henry County. We're working right now to learn more about those cases. We're going to bring that information to you just as soon as we get them. As for now, we cannot reiterate this enough. Police say this man, Dion Patterson, is armed and dangerous. So if you see him, don't go near him. Just call 911. Now, we also learned Patterson was in the Coast Guard but was discharged discharged in January. He served since 2018 as an electrician's mate, second class. That's according to a statement from the Coast Guard. We've reached out to various law enforcement agencies around Metro Atlanta as well, where we thought he might live, to find out more about his background. We are still working right now to get that information. Again, as soon as we get new information, we will, of course, bring it to you. Linda and Justin.
Sophia, if you could stay with us for another minute. You said you spoke to both the suspect's mother and father on the phone. Tell us more about that. Were they aware of what had happened?
It seemed they were both aware and both very overwhelmed. These were separate conversations. The mom seemed like she was in town. The dad, as I said, was out of town, trying desperately to get a flight back to Atlanta. He had heard what had happened with his son, did not really want to go into any details at this point, but just asked, could you please try me later? I'm getting so bombarded with calls right now while I'm trying to get back to Atlanta.
And we're all looking for more insight into why what happened today actually happened. Sophia, thank you for the latest on that. Now to Channel 2's Courtney Francisco, just arrived at Midtown High School under lockdown after the shooting, affected for hours. Courtney, what's happening there?
Well, right now, parents are just picking up their kids. The school is no longer on lockdown. You can see behind me, this is where people who have parked here come and go to leave the school. I was talking to students out here, and they said that they went into lockdown around lunch. They were able to mill around the inside of the school, but then they went ahead and went to their final period class for the rest of the day. That's hours that they were on lockdown. And they said lockdown lifted for them just after 3 o'clock, and then the final bell rings around 3:45. Now, I want to flip it around here and show you across the street is Piedmont Park, and I spoke to people who were visiting the park. They said that they're worried about this person that could be armed and dangerous, but they felt like since police have given the clear to this area that it was safe enough to go ahead and come out and park and try to have a good afternoon. But again, parents picking up their students here at Midtown High, some happy faces leaving, but again, very serious situation when this was unfolding and information was up in the air. Linda?
Courtney, thank you. A developing situation.
Now, there are several questions right now and still much to understand. We're working to get those details, but we want to get some insight on what police are doing right now. As you get this live look at police presence now, this is at Cumberland area, right? So this is Cobb County, north of the downtown Atlanta area. If you go straight up 75, this is at the Cumberland area at the Galleria. And here's a live look, and clearly the scene of most concentration has moved well north of where this started to unfold today, just afternoon, where 5 women were shot. 1 was killed. As you get this live look from News Chopper 2 at a police presence.
And the Galleria is on the opposite side of Cobb Parkway from Cumberland Mall. If you know where Cumberland Mall is, the Galleria is on the other side. And there's actually a walkway from there towards the Battery, towards Truist Park. So it's an area where some people park to actually get over to the Battery. So even though it's across 285 from some of the area that we were looking at a little bit ago, it's all connected through walkways, and you can see police there checking on the ground on foot to see what they can find.
We have a Channel 2 Action News reporter and photographer in this particular area right now, and they've actually been following the police activity as it's been moving across various parts of the southern part of Cobb County. And so as soon as we can get the information about what is starting to unfold here, we will. As you can imagine, in a situation such as this, when you have hundreds of cameras involved and eyewitnesses and possible tips pouring in, it's an all hands on deck situation. Multiple law enforcement agencies coordinating and working together now, multiple counties and towns all trying to work together in the obvious interest of apprehending someone who police say has already shot and killed at least 1 person today and seriously injured at least 4 others.
And the scenario the police are working with right now is that their suspected shooter, Deion Patterson, left from the high floor where the shooting happened, might have been the 11th floor, according to the chief of Atlanta Police, went down, carjacked a car, ditched the car at some point, and might have been in this Cobb County area after that. They're looking for him. They're looking for the gun. He is considered armed and dangerous. And if you see Dayon Patterson, please call 911. Do not approach him. Several vehicles and several different departments within Cobb County are responding to the call to search this area around Truist Park and the Battery. This is the Galleria in Cobb County, which is just off 285. On the east side of Cobb Parkway, across from Cumberland Mall, if you know that area. We're going to continue to watch these live pictures as we get any word about what they found, or if they are cleared to go to another area. We will keep you up to date on that. But if you live or work in Cobb County, you may hear the helicopters, you may see the police vehicles. That's what they're doing. They're looking for the suspect in the Midtown Atlanta shootings.
And be vigilant. I mean, this is alarming. I'm starting to get texts, Linda. You talk about the pulse of the city on a day like today, when everyone unfortunately has been disrupted and they're all paying attention. And I'm starting to get texts from friends and acquaintances and whatnot saying, we have our child, we're with our mother now, we were able to get to so-and-so, we were able to get to so-and-so, or out of this building or into that one, or whatever, because nothing is, I can't imagine anything more horrifying than trying to make sure that the people you care about most are safe in a situation where here, as you're watching us on Channel 2 Action News, we're bringing you live images of law enforcement now across 2 counties, hustling around, doing their incredibly brave work, trying to find the person who unloaded gunfire today in Midtown Atlanta shortly after noon and has already taken at least one person's life.
Literally running towards the danger as you've been looking live. In these pictures we're bringing you from News Chopper 2 of the scene in Cobb County, where they're checking out what could be an area where the suspected shooter arrived at after leaving Midtown Atlanta. The shooting happened just after noon. It's been 4 hours since then. The search is happening as we are watching live. I want to take you to Channel 2's Mark Winnie, who is live in Midtown Atlanta. You've been checking with all of your sources. Mark, what is the latest?
Well, at this location, it is now a fraction of the law enforcement presence that we saw here. That's probably the Atlanta Police Mobile Command Post, but we got here very quickly. And I would say what we witnessed here was the greatest assemblage of law enforcement responding to a breaking situation that I have seen in more than 40 years of covering news in Atlanta and Metro Atlanta. We got a different perspective, what it was like inside that building when we talked to Dr. Ahmed Ali, a radiation oncologist. Let's hear some of what he told us earlier today.
I walked into the lobby, and there's a building security was available, and I reached out to them and asked them what happened. They told me that they heard gunshots coming from the 11th floor, which is that tower. It's the top floor of the tower, and they said that there was a pool of blood they noticed when that elevator in one of the 3 shafts came down when the doors opened, and so that's what alarmed them to call an emergency, get the police out here.
You know, we were downtown Atlanta when we first got wind something was going on. We began to see, even from down there, police vehicles responding under lights and siren. We quickly figured out through contacts and through our assignment desk what was going on. We got here very quickly and began working our phones. And now the efforts have led us to locations in Cobb County, which appears to be right now sort of the epicenter of what is happening at this point. Reporting live in Midtown Atlanta, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
Mark, thank you. And we have some of that video we want to show you right now. Police racing from one scene in Cobb County off of Windy Ridge Parkway near Truist Park. That's where officers were assisting Atlanta police in the search for the shooter, because departments all over Metro Atlanta have been called into this, and there clearly is something happening in Cobb County right now. We can show you another live look from News Chopper 2 at the Cobb Galleria. So they left that scene off Windy Ridge Parkway and now are at the Cobb Galleria, which is right off of Cobb Parkway, just inside 285 on the other side of the Battery and Truist Park, where they have been searching. We've seen officers walking around searching searching on foot, looking for any sign of the suspected shooter, Dion Patterson, said to be armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. And I'm thinking too, Justin, about how we were watching live as Atlanta police were giving that update. And Chief Darren Shearbaum also spoke about how the video integration unit had been so key to them in determining exactly where the shooter might have been headed. But officers had to search floor by floor of that building. We now know it was the 11th floor in that medical office building where the shooting happened. They cleared every single floor before they could feel secure in determining that he was not there anymore. And they've been checking the cameras to determine where the suspected shooter headed next.
And now that this scene has moved to Cobb County, we know there are so many of you watching this coverage right now, and you've got children and loved ones and acquaintances moving from point A to B, whether it's heading to a baseball practice or a recital or Lord knows what, right? And this is very alarming, because when you see police presence like that and they're 30 miles an hour reversing down Windy Ridge Parkway, clearly the person has not been apprehended, and clearly this is a very dangerous person. So we feel for you right now. We are clamoring, using all of our resources. We're doing everything we can to get you the latest information on where the epicenter of this police activity is, what they're focusing on. Can they get this person cornered and apprehended? We're all hoping for that, and we're all trying to bring you the information just as quickly as we can. And we appreciate you hanging with us here as we try to understand more. As there's been so much to unfold today, and as it continues and the ferocity of it changes locations, we're starting to hear from people who have at various levels been in contact, experienced a shooter today. So we're going to start to bring you that story. But first, I want to take you back to Channel 2's Mark Winnie with some information. Mark?
This is the Atlanta Police Mobile Command Center. We're now inside the crime scene tape area. I think the fact we're able to get here, frankly, is a strong indication that the focus of this operation has moved elsewhere. I'm looking at, well, you can see an FBI vest there, second FBI guy, number of uniformed officers over here. Earlier today, though, this place was packed with law enforcement from more agencies than I could count, frankly, and they kept coming, they kept coming. But this is the scene now. I'm expecting that they're probably going to break it down here soon. This is a place where they've been for hours. We saw this vehicle arriving when we first got here. For now, this is Mark Winnie reporting live in Midtown Atlanta, Channel 2 Action News.
Mark, thank you. And officers continue to recalibrate every second as they get new information. Taking you now live to Courtney Francisco, live in Midtown Atlanta. Courtney, you're very near a police helicopter. What happened?
Well, as we were sitting here outside Midtown High School, this chopper began coming down closer to the ground until it landed here in the middle of Piedmont Park around families who are enjoying the park. So far, no one has gotten out of it. We do see a door open. We are going to take you closer as soon as we have a moment. But again, no answers out here at this time. This just happened in the past 2 minutes. A chopper was in the sky and then touched down here at Piedmont Park. Linda.
Clear blue sky and a opening cleared in the grass there at Piedmont Park, and the Atlanta Police helicopter landed right there. Our reporter and photographer there live as it happened. We're going to keep an eye on this. Just one of many events today in an unusual day that started with a terrible shooting, 12:08 in the Midtown office building. You can see people getting out of that chopper right now. They look to be okay, and that's great. And as you can see, the child playing with the ball right next to the APD helicopter. We'll continue to check on this one and how it relates to the overall search for the shooter.
Getting you updated right now, the focus of the situation is happening in Cobb County. This is what we do understand. We've seen
let's try to go see.
Such a police presence there, multiple law enforcement agencies on Windy Ridge Parkway, which is not far from Cobb Galleria and Truist Park, and that whole particular area right around 2575, right there. That is where we understand that most of the law enforcement focus has moved from Midtown Atlanta, where the shootings occurred today shortly after noon, where one person killed, 4 others recovering right now at Grady Memorial Hospital. We have Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers working to bring us the latest that we can from Cobb County. And we're starting to hear from people who may have engaged in one fashion or another. This shooter today, a person described as 24-year-old Dion Patterson. And one of our reporters, Sophia Choi, had contact with the alleged shooter's parents today.
Mom and dad in separate phone calls, yes.
Saying that they're just beside themselves naturally. And at a loss for words as to what has started to unfold today.
Seemingly overwhelmed, as anyone in that situation would be. We know the 4 people who are injured were all women, and the shooting happened in a waiting area of one of the medical offices there. You're looking at a picture of the suspect. This is the clearest photo we have of the suspect, Dion Patterson, a man who, as police tell it, was up on the 11th floor of this medical office, opened fire. There has not been a report of gunshots since. Somehow got out of the building. They believe he carjacked a car. And now there's an active search that's been happening in the Cobb County area around the Battery in Truist Park and the Galleria in Cobb County, which we're continuing to follow for you. I can tell you that our assignment desk, our content center, we are constantly checking with the various police agencies. We have reporters and photographers throughout the area. And what we can do right now is take you live to Cobb County. Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell is there live. Michelle.
Linda, as my colleague Mark Winnie said just a time ago, this is now the epicenter of what's happening. And you can see it right behind me here at Cobb Galleria, right off of Cobb Parkway, right across the street from Cumberland Mall. Heavy police presence here, more than 100. Assisting APD as they try to find this active shooter. We've seen them walking around, looking, searching, trying to get clues, trying to figure out where this guy is. Now, we were actually not too far from here a time ago on Windy Ridge Parkway. Officers were there before they came over here. I was actually wrapping up my live report, and right after I wrapped up, police began to just leave the area and come right over here. Now, I did get some new information about why police officers were at Campbell Middle School earlier this afternoon. We're told that school was placed on lockdown because the suspect appears to have family members that live near that middle school. So clearly a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. People are frightened out here. You have to think about where we are in Cobb County, a very populated area. Cumberland Mall across the street, the Battery across the way, a number of shopping centers right in between, and right across the street here is KinderCare Learning Center. We're trying to figure out if that place is on lockdown, figure out who's in that building. But as you can see, they've kept us so far away from where this scene is happening as Cobb Police and multiple agencies assist APD to find this active shooter. Back to you guys.
And Michelle, I just checked on my phone to check my memory of the area, but it's less than 10 miles from Midtown Atlanta. So for so many hours, the focus was on Midtown Atlanta. You can see where someone who lives in another part of Metro Atlanta maybe wasn't as concerned, but now people up I-75, a straight shot from the downtown connector to I-75 to that Cumberland area. Now the focus is there. Michelle, I know they're keeping you back, but I'm wondering, once you saw all those police cars get to that area, have you seen many leave, or does it seem like they're still in the area behind you?
Linda, that's a good question, because as we were entering this area and we saw such a massive police presence, we saw a number of sheriff's vehicles leaving this area, and we heard that they were on their way to Pacey's Ferry, closer to Fulton County.
Pace's Ferry, like West Pace's Ferry Road? Pace's Ferry? west of 75?
Yes, Paces Ferry, yeah.
Okay, we'll definitely be checking on that as well. Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell with the very latest on the search for the suspect believed to be armed and dangerous after the shooting in Midtown Atlanta today. Michelle, thank you. Now, as police were racing to secure that scene and they enacted the lockdown, thousands of workers in Midtown Atlanta had to shelter in offices. Channel 2's Barron Peterson is also live in Midtown Atlanta. This is breaking news. And Barron, you had a chance to talk to people who were, after all, it was lunchtime at a local restaurant.
Yeah, we're at the corner of Peachtree and 11th, and you can see this is a part of Peachtree still shut down. You can see Atlanta police and their vehicles blocking the streets. So there is quite obviously a traffic snarl as cars just creeping through here, turning onto 11th, trying to get out of Midtown, and it is going to take a long time. Be patient. Now, right across the corner here is the Steam House Lounge. It's right on the corner of 11th and Peachtree here in Midtown. So right around noon, the place is full of customers. So we talked to some of those customers. Those patrons had already ordered. They're sitting at their tables, and one lady told us that the server came over and said, hey, there's been a mass shooting just a couple of blocks from here. We are locking this place down, nobody in and out. She saw them lock the doors, and they continued to serve the customers. And then while they were waiting for their food to arrive, they're seeing all the Atlanta police officers arrive. And one of the patrons said that she saw them come in, heavy weapons, putting helmets on. And she said, while it certainly startled by something like that, on the flip side of it, they actually felt kind of safe. They almost felt like they were in the safest spot they could be because they were locked inside this restaurant, surrounded by Atlanta police officers. But still a very, very stressful situation. And this played out all over Midtown with folks who were either stuck in restaurants, they might have been stuck in their offices, anywhere. The two ladies we talked to work over at Georgia Tech, and they were able to leave here about an hour ago, and then they went back to work. Reporting live Midtown, Barron Peterson, Channel 2 Action News.
Barron Peterson live in Midtown Atlanta, explaining a day that people will not forget. Barron, thank you very much for that. And we have since learned that the situation moved from Midtown Atlanta to Cobb County, connecting what happened today. They believe that the shooter got away after a carjacking, and now there is a focus around generally the area around Truist Park and the Battery, most specifically the Cobb Galleria, which is across Cobb Parkway from Cumberland Mall. If you're familiar with that area, you can see the flashing lights. We've seen cars in that area, fire trucks. We've seen people on the ground, police officers walking around, searching the area, trying to make sure that they know what they're dealing with. It does look like more cars are getting through right now. We also heard from our Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell that they got a call that they were heading over to the Paces area, perhaps the Cobb County part west of 75. We're checking that area out too, so please stand by for updates on all of this.
So Channel 2's Larry Spruill now has also been working in this particular area, and he is one of our several Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers who have been working throughout this day from where it all started to unfold in Midtown Atlanta to Michelle Newell, as you just brought us there, to Cobb County, where things have been a flurry of. What we're seeing is a flurry of activity and then not so much, and then a flurry of activity and then not so much. And we're starting to ascertain that there are a lot of tips and potential areas of interest that are coming in, and clearly Cobb County, the south part of Cobb, is in focus. And the bottom line is that we do not have the shooter apprehended, and we can now take you to Channel 2 Action News reporter Larry Spruill, who's arrived at an apartment complex. Larry, we understand that it is being searched. What do you have?
Yeah, so we just got here about 5 minutes ago. Let me just show you what's going on outside of this apartment complex, the Edison Apartments. And as trucks and vehicles are leaving, we have noticed that police are checking each vehicle that are leaving this area. You can see that police just got off that bus right there. As the officers are going onto each vehicle, they're popping up open the trunks and checking this area to make sure that that suspect is not here at this apartment complex. If I can have my photographer Booker go towards that BMW right there, you can see that officer officer walking up to that car, searching the inside. She's going to walk behind that trunk as well, pop open the trunk, as you can see right now, to make sure that suspect is not in this area. We can see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 cars right here. Booker, if I can have you show this officer, you see the officer right over there with the huge rifle in his hand, and they're just watching this area. They're blocking off this area, and they're making sure that this suspect is not here in this area. We will continue to stay out here and watch things as they develop as of right now. But once again, they are still looking for that suspect involved in that shooting that happened earlier in Midtown. They're focusing on this apartment complex, the Edison Apartments. They're checking cars as they are leaving this complex to make sure that suspect is not inside one of these vehicles. We are live in Cobb County. Larry Sproul, Channel 2 Action News.
And Larry, this is highly unusual that they're actually checking every car leaving. Tell us exactly where you are. You're in the Smyrna area in Cobb County. Tell us more about where you are.
Yeah, so Linda, we're right down the street from the Galleria Center, maybe about a mile or so. We're also close by the Battery. As we were leaving the Battery, we saw several cars speeding past us, and then we saw them turn down this road right here. So we were trying to figure out what was going on. And then we saw the cop car stop right in front of the Edison Apartments, and that's where they started to get out the car and check each vehicle that were leaving this apartment complex. So that's when we were able to confirm and know that they are still looking for that suspect. They may have received some information that says that he may be in this area, around this area, so they want to make sure before they leave. Linda?
Larry Sproul with the latest from Cobb County as police search each car leaving that apartment complex. I just hope they find him soon and that it ends peacefully as this search continues. Larry Sproul, thank you. And we have News Chopper 2 actually over this apartment area right now, so we were able to show you this scene from the ground. Now we can look from the air as you see the police cars there. Our reporter and photographer, Larry Sproul and Booker there as well, covering what is happening right there as police, Cobb County Police, searching every car because they have some indication or some suspicion that they might be able to get a lead on the suspect from the Midtown shootings here in Cobb County. So what happened in Midtown Atlanta more than 4 hours ago, affecting now Cobb County families as kids get home from school and as people start their evening together. They are dealing with this search by Cobb Police assisting APD as the entire area is on the lookout for the shooter suspected of shooting 5 people, killing 1, injuring 4 women at a medical office building in Midtown Atlanta.
And Linda, we're getting information that's not as official as what we were getting in Atlanta because the situation is so fluid and areas of interest are shifting. So I'm purposely speaking in general terms right now, but there are situations in some locations in Cobb County where people are being asked to stay where they are. You are seeing this police presence right now. I mean, they're literally going from vehicle to vehicle and popping trunks. At one point, we even saw them clearing a school bus. And so that says it all, does it not, about the status of this manhunt underway with the focus on Cobb County. You've got an apartment complex that's being searched, vehicles being searched. We have seen live looks at various aspects of law enforcement rapidly moving their vehicles from point A to point B. At one point, reversing down a major thoroughfare going, 30 some miles per hour. So it's a frenetic scene that has moved from the heart of Midtown Atlanta to now a rather wide swath of area in Cobb County. And here as we look at 442, this is precisely the time of day where children are getting dismissed, where if they're staying later at school for tutoring or band practices or sports activities, or they're trying to get from one place to another to athletic fields and whatnot, there's just an immense amount of activity right now through this part of Atlanta, just as there would be in any other part of the metro area. It's a massive city of great population. So there are just so many people right now very concerned about what is going on in a particular area as you see car by car officers going through vehicles looking for the person right there, Dion Patterson.
I mean, Justin, it is stunning to be able to see this live as it happens. You saw 2 Cobb County officers come up to the back of that car. They asked the driver to pop the trunk. They did, and there were 2 officers ready to look inside at what was happening. We are showing you these live pictures from above this apartment complex. We can take you now to the ground. Channel 2's Larry Spruill is live. Larry, tell us what you can see from your position.
Yeah, so Linda, right now we can still see that this area is still blocked off. Several police cars are out here, and once again, they're checking the vehicles as they are leaving this apartment complex. To give you some perspective of where we are off of Cobb Parkway. We're about a mile away from the Battery as well. Outside the Edison Apartments, you can see officers standing outside with rifles in their hands, just making sure that the people who are going inside this area live here inside this apartment complex. But as they are leaving, they are checking every vehicle. They're popping open the trunks, making sure the suspect is not in there as well. Once again, you can see that officer stopping that car just to make sure they live in this area. Now, so far, this has been a very busy street where we are. A lot of people are just getting off of work. School is now letting out in this area as well. So a lot of people are just traveling, and to their surprise, you can only imagine what they're thinking when they see this huge police presence right outside of the Edison Apartments complex. More police cars are arriving at this very moment. But once again, we're out here. We're continuing to monitor the situation just to make sure they're making sure that that suspect is not in this area. And if he is, they are ready to arrest him at any point. Several police officers are out here again. And once again, we're outside of the Edison apartment complex right off of Cobb Parkway. Very active scene going on right now. Linda?
Larry Spruill with the latest from Cobb County as they are searching cars coming in and out of an apartment complex not that far from the Battery in the area off Cobb Parkway. Police are looking for Dion Patterson. There is already a reward for information that leads to his arrest, $10,000, and could grow as the day goes on. Police say they're looking for him. They're looking for the weapon he had. They take this seriously because, according to police, he shot 5 people earlier today and killed one of them on the 11th floor of a medical office in Midtown Atlanta. As the day has affected so many people with the search for this person and in the effort to keep everyone safe, to make sure no one else is injured, no one else is killed, and that they can resolve this as peacefully as possible from here on out.
Linda, we know that 5 people shot today, 1 killed, all of them women of varying ages from their 20s into their early 70s. And we know that 4 of those women were taken to Grady Memorial Hospital in downtown Atlanta. And that is where we find Channel 2's Richard Elliott, who's been monitoring the situation there. Richard?
And we just got an update from Grady. We do expect Dr. Robert Jansen, the chief medical officer, to come back out here on this corner in just about 15 minutes or so to give us an update on the condition of the 4 women who were brought here. He told us a little over an hour and a half ago that the 4 were brought in here. 3 of them were critical. 2 of them were in an operating room. 1 was still in the emergency department. 1 was in interventional radiology. Would not give us too much other information, would not confirm that all 4 of the victims had been shot. Federal HIPAA laws, of course, in place. He says when they got that mass casualty call from APD, they put out the call and immediately had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff. They were all standing by in the trauma bay. He said they even had chaplains here. They cleared the emergency department, the Marcus Trauma Center, in order to have plenty of room for this. So again, we're going to have a news conference in about 15 minutes. We'll bring it to you live. We are live in downtown Atlanta. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Richard, all of us, our thoughts with them, their families, anyone who cares about them as they have a day that no one could expect. Channel 2's Richard Elliott there. I want to take you back north of the city into Cobb County. Okay, this is in Smyrna, near Lincoln Trace Avenue, where Channel 2 Action News reporter Larry Spruill has been reporting, and several of our crews, including Channel 2 Action News reporter Michelle Newell and their crews. And what we're understanding is that the focus has clearly moved into Cobb County as they're trying to find this person, the shooter, Dion Patterson, a man police say shot 5 people, killed 1 today, and put several others in critical condition. We have seen from this live look from News Chopper 2, officers from various law enforcement agencies going vehicle to vehicle as they're trying to clear people and vehicles going just from point A to point B in a large section, Linda, of South Cobb.
And I want to share some things that the Cobb County Police Department has been putting out on social media, because this is important too. Obviously, they have to take every report very seriously, super seriously, given the events of what has happened today. But they said some of the things they've been checking out have been false alarms so far. They're going to check out the next report too. They said reports of shots fired on Galleria Parkway turned out to be a false alarm. And this is coming directly from the Cobb County Police Department, confirming that no shots were actually fired on Galleria Parkway, but they are checking it out. And as you said, Justin, they've moved to this apartment complex where they are checking the cars because of the situation where they don't know where this man is. They are checking out every credible tip that they get in or investigative development that they have, where they think they might have a shot at finding him and bringing him in peacefully if it's possible, after 5 people were shot in Midtown Atlanta earlier today. We're going to keep showing you these live pictures so that you see what happens as we see what happens as we're following this unfolding security situation that started in Midtown Atlanta, now is playing out less than 10 miles away in Cobb County, past the Chattahoochee River on the Cobb side.
And we have Channel 2's Courtney Francisco now with a live update for us. Courtney?
Hey, Justin, I want to show you here. This is Fulton County Police chopper. They had to come down and land here in Piedmont Park to the surprise of people that were enjoying the day after the lockdown. They came out to enjoy the weather a little bit. And then right across from Midtown High School, this police chopper just comes and lands in the middle of the park. So we found out why. They're conserving fuel. So Atlanta police had to go refuel their helicopter, and they had to come down, Fulton Police, to conserve fuel. And then once Atlanta police gets back up and away from the filling station, they can then return to the skies and go refuel and continue their search for this shooter. And you can hear it. Listen to that. They're starting back up in the middle of the park here. And you can see how close people are to this if you just take a look over. There's people out here enjoying the day, and then they see this and they walk up and they say, what's going on? We tell them. A lot of people taking video with their cell phones. Again, this crew was searching for the shooter along with Atlanta police. This is Fulton County Police chopper. They had to come down to conserve fuel, and they are going to go up
making the best decisions they can in the moment to try to make sure the crew is okay and that everyone on the ground is okay. You're watching live.
We're going to keep monitoring this for you.
This helicopter's about to take off.
If you can hear me, it's getting quite loud out here. Reporting live from Piedmont Park, Courtney Francisco, Channel 2 Action News.
That's the situation with the chopper here in Midtown Atlanta. The focus has moved to Cobb County, where News Chopper 2 also in the air and has been monitoring the situation at multiple locations. Here, a live look, thank you, from News Chopper 2, and you saw a school bus just move out of that picture there. We understand that this is in Smyrna. We've also seen areas where apartment buildings, Channel 2's Larry Spruill was located, where they were going through and trying to clear an apartment building in an apartment complex. We've also seen officers going vehicle to vehicle, where the focus, where they're trying to find this person who shot 5 people today and killed one, according to Atlanta police, has moved into somewhere in the South Cobb area, is what police seem to believe and law enforcement seem to believe, as evidenced by their activity.
And as you're looking at this live picture from News Chopper 2, you could see police officers on the ground. Right now, we just see a car that is there, but we're going to keep an eye on what's happening in Cobb County as they search the cars and the trunks of cars for any sign of what could be the suspect. And Channel 2's Larry Spruill is also there on the ground to tell us what you're seeing in this search. Larry.
Yeah, so Linda, right now we're focusing on, our camera is focusing on right across the street where you can see police officers. Also, those kids, they just got off of the school bus. Their parents were waiting for them. But we are outside the Edison apartment complex right off of Cobb Parkway. We're about a mile from the Battery area as well. We were just at the Battery, and then we saw police officers speeding by us. So we followed them to this area, and this is where they were stopping. They're also checking cars. If I can have my photographer, Joe Booker, zoom in on that truck. You can see police stopping each vehicle as they are leaving this apartment complex. What appears to be that they're looking and making sure that the suspect involved in that shooting earlier today, that he is not inside these cars that are leaving the area. Also, they're making sure that he's not involved or around this area here at the Edison apartment complex. I'm looking, probably counting maybe about 10 Cobb County police cars just stopping and posting right outside of this apartment complex. You can also see the officer with high rifles and guns around in this area as well, just to make sure that he's not in this area. I spoke with one parent. She was in tears. She told me off camera that she was waiting for her children to get off the bus. She did not know where they were. They were supposed to be on the bus that arrived earlier today. She did not see them. So she is frantic trying to look for her children. She would not talk to me on camera, but she did give me that information. So a lot of things are going on right now. Parents are nervous. The kids are nervous. Police officers are making sure that suspect is not here in this area, and if he is, they're going to be make sure to be available and ready to detain him if necessary. But once again, police cars are going inside this apartment complex. They're leaving this area, and they are searching each car that leave this area to make sure that suspect is not in this area. So once again, we will continue to stay out here, monitor this situation. We'll bring you the latest online and on air. We are live in Cobb County. Larry Sproul, Channel 2 Action News.
Well, Larry, he said it well. When you talk about the emotions, Larry, if you'll hang with me for just a second, and there's been such a drastic change, right, of scene today from Midtown Atlanta and now into Cobb County. So for the folks there, they're feeling this now. They're feeling this threat of an active shooter investigation that's moving and ongoing, Larry.
Yeah, and Justin, I spoke with a lot of people who live in this area, who live nearby, and they're saying that the fact that shooter is still out here, he's still active, he's still on the loose, that's really the scary part, because they live in this apartment complex, or they live in this area not knowing where he is. That's really what is really causing people to frantic and to go into a panic mode, because they're not sure where that shooter is at this very moment. So once again, well, police are they're trying to make sure he's not in this area. That's why they are stopping the cars that are leaving this apartment complex. They're popping open the trunks just to make sure that they are checking off their X's and O's to make sure he's not around this area. Justin?
Channel 2's Larry Sproul, thank you very much for that, and it's understandable how people are reacting. We'll reach back out to you, Larry. Thank you.
And hopefully the family he talked to can get all connected. A lot of communication difficulties today for families trying to make sure they are together in the same place. Hopefully parent and child find each other soon. You're looking live. News Chopper 2 has moved over towards the Battery, the Truist Park area, where we have seen quite a few police cars in this area as well. This is only mile and a half, 2 miles maybe from where Larry Sproul was, but this seems to be the focus more right now. So we wanted to bring this live picture to you so you can get a sense of what Cobb County Police are doing right now as they get tips and search different areas looking for the suspected shooter in the Midtown Atlanta shooting. Dion Patterson, to see if he made it to Cobb County and if he's there and if they can find him and hopefully bring him in peacefully. We're going to continue to bring you these live pictures from Cobb County as we follow what happened in Midtown Atlanta today, where 5 people were shot in an office building, a medical office building, in the waiting room. 4 women injured, some of them seriously injured, 3 in critical condition at Grady Hospital. Grady Hospital, our level 1 trauma center, was prepared for a mass casualty event. They are prepared still in case there are any more victims who need to be rushed in there. But we're hoping to get an update from Grady Hospital throughout the evening as well. You're watching continuing coverage here on WSB as we bring you all of these developments as they happen after the shooting happened at 12:08 this afternoon in that medical office building in Midtown Atlanta. The focus now, if you're just joining us, is Cobb County, the south part of Cobb County near Truist Park, not far from 285, where Cobb County Police have been checking out various tips. They have said that some of the things they've looked into have been false alarms. That's okay. They'll move on to the next one because for all the reasons of the seriousness of what happened this afternoon. They want to check out every possible tip and investigative lead they have to see if they can find this suspected shooter in the Cobb County area. News Chopper 2 showing you these live pictures of what's happening there. This is around the Battery and around Truist Park near the south part of Cobb County. We've seen activity both just north of 285 and just south of 285 at the Galleria area across from Cumberland Mall. This one of many scenes that's been affecting traffic and life around Metro Atlanta since noon today. The shelter-in-place order was lifted in Midtown Atlanta after several hours of police activity. Now we're following as the center of activity is moved to Cobb County, and we're keeping an eye on it for you, both from News Chopper 2 and from our crews on the ground. Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers spread throughout the area to bring you these developments. And I'm joined now by Channel 2's George Estevez.
Yes, Linda, thank you. Let's go ahead and go back to Channel 2's Michael Seiden, who is live on West Peachtree Street, where the shooting obviously began, the investigation. It all started. Michael Seiden, you've been there for hours now. We're coming up at 5 o'clock. You're watching Channel 2 Action News at 5. What can you tell us?
Hey, George, I was just texting with a source there. We have been here in the heart of Midtown since minutes after reports went out of those shots fired. I want to show you, though, across the street of what's going on right now. Of course, this is the North Side Hospital building where this tragedy took place on the 11th floor. I was just briefed by an APD officer. He told me right now what they're doing is preserving the crime scene. He said there's still a number of witnesses and people up there. They're trying to get them down the elevator and into their cars. We've also been told that the 39-year-old woman who unfortunately lost her life, her body still remains up there, and that is because this is an active crime scene. So at this point, we know the search has shifted from Midtown Atlanta. Right now, they're just trying to preserve this scene. We are going to continue to stay down here, and we will have much more coming up as we continue Channel 2 Action News at 5. For now, we are live in Midtown Atlanta. I'm Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
Channel 2 Action News at 5 continues right now.
Breaking news, 1 dead, several injured. We are live as police investigate an active shooter situation.
Didn't expect anything like this to happen for sure.
Police confirming several victims.
We called mass casualty event within minutes.
SWAT team swarmed into Midtown Atlanta.
I've been covering news in this town for more than 40 years. I don't recall seeing a law enforcement response at one time any heavier than this ever.
People rushing out of buildings as officers blocked roads.
And it was very bizarre at this hour, the middle of lunch hour, to see traffic at a complete standstill.
And the alleged shooter is still on the run. Police even checking nearby routes.
It could be anybody out here right now, and we don't really know who the shooter is.
Our live Team 2 coverage continues now.
Live, local, late breaking. This is Channel 2 Action News at 4 p.m. Coverage you can count on.
So glad you're watching. I'm George Estevez.
And I'm Karen Greer, Channel 2 Action News at 5 p.m. We are staying on top of a big breaking situation unfolding across Metro Atlanta. We have a press conference right now at Grady Healthcare. Let's listen in. Dr. Jansen.
Procedure in interventional radiology, which was completed. They will have additional studies done, and one patient remains stable in the trauma center.
Can you explain what interventional radiology means?
Sure. When you certainly have certain types of injuries, particularly vascular injuries, sometimes we're able to go to radiology rather than the hospital, not in the main operating room.
Dr. Can you repeat
the condition of 4 people that you brought in?
Sure. So we had 4 people brought in by EMS. Of those, 1 is still in the operating room, probably the most seriously injured. Another patient just got out of the operating room and is doing well. We had a 3rd patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, and they will have to have additional procedures to follow up. And then the final patient is still in the trauma center, probably does not require surgery and is doing well.
Were they shot multiple times? Can you talk about where and how they were shot?
I don't know how many times each one was shot. Really because of patient confidentiality, I don't want to get into the nature of the wounds. I think that would be a little unusual.
Were any of these cases particularly challenging for the surgeons?
Well, two of them were particularly serious, the ones that went to the operating room. And the one in the interventional radiology was in critical condition, too. So all three of those are very serious injuries.
And can you once again describe what would make you go to the intervention radiology versus the regular trauma?
If it is primarily an injury to the blood vessels, we're frequently able to take care of that in interventional radiology as opposed to having to open the patient up in an operating room. Interventional radiology is where you go in through the blood vessels using special catheters and are able to take care of the injury that way.
Can you talk about the flow of patients, maybe not specifically with this case, but the flow of patients coming into the ED and then moving throughout the hospital to ORs and other places?
Right. So in this particular case, as I said, Grady EMS brought all 4 patients here. They arrived within 20, 30 minutes of each other. We were already prepared in the trauma center. We had trauma surgeons, nurses, all the staff ready. So as soon as they came into the trauma center, they were put into a trauma room and were treated immediately. 2 of those were taken immediately up to the operating room. We had the operating rooms open and ready, so they went directly from the emergency department to the operating room. The other one went straight from the emergency room to the interventional radiology suite. None of them were delayed by more than any time at all because we were ready for them immediately.
For the patient that's still in the operating room, how long has that surgery been?
It's been going on a number of hours. I don't know. It's probably about 3 or 4 hours.
Were all 4 of them shot? Were all gunshot injuries?
Yes, they were all gunshot wounds.
And you mentioned earlier this afternoon that there were at least 2 families here. Have more families arrived?
I haven't checked back to the emergency department to see. Hopefully they have arrived.
So it's fair to say 3 are still in critical.
Pardon?
3 are still in critical.
Yes.
And the 3 are in critical,
the 4th is stable.
Can you talk about the next steps, what these next few hours look like for the medical teams taking care of them?
So obviously we've got to finish the surgery on the one patient who's still in the operating room. They will go to the surgery intensive care unit. The other patient who finished surgery will go to the intensive care unit. The one who went to the interventional radiology suite is in the intensive care unit. So all 3 of those are either in the intensive care unit or will be going there afterwards because they are still critically ill. They will be treated by the trauma surgeons who staff the critical care units.
And you said earlier that you were totally prepared for this. Did everything go smoothly from the hospital and things as far as responding?
It went incredibly smoothly, and I cannot be more proud of the performance of all of the staff at Grady. From the surgeons, we had EVS ready, so we had everyone there. We had chaplains ready to deal with the patients and their families. So by the time they arrived, we were fully staffed. We had empty rooms waiting. It was absolutely seamless. I cannot be more proud of the way Grady handled this.
Thank you, guys. That's it for now. We'll keep you updated. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And we've been listening to Dr. Robert Jansen, Chief Medical Officer at Grady Memorial Hospital, with the latest on the patients taken to Grady. 4 people transported to Grady after what has transpired as just a horrible day. Starting with the search for the shooter right now, authorities are trying to find this man. He is 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Atlanta police say he's armed and dangerous, and in the last half hour, we confirmed that Patterson was a member of the Coast Guard. He was discharged from active duty back in January. Again, Patterson is considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, call 911.
In the last hour, Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shearbaum updated us on the victims. He confirmed all 5 were women, and all 5 were in the waiting area of a doctor's office when they were shot. One of the victims was pronounced dead right there at the scene. The 4 others, as you heard, were taken to Grady Memorial Hospital, one needing surgery, another not. Grady confirming to us that 3 of them are critical.
There are at least a half dozen agencies involved in this investigation, including Atlanta Police, Georgia State Patrol, Fulton County Marshals, South Fulton Police, MARTA Police, SWAT units, and now Cobb Police are involved as the manhunt heads north of the city.
And in the last hour, Atlanta police lifted the shelter-in-place order. They've looked everywhere for this gunman, and after an exhaustive search, they do not believe that he's in the Midtown Atlanta area anymore. Let's continue our live Team 2 coverage now with this breaking news with Channel 2's Michael Seiden. Michael, you were the first Channel 2 Action News reporter on the scene gathering information since about 12 o'clock. What do you know?
George, what began as such a chaotic day here in the heart of Midtown has certainly calmed down, but I want to show you the very latest right now. We are just feet from where this awful tragedy took place, this Northside Medical Building. You can see a number of officers still standing outside. Inside, there are several more officers. I was just briefed in the last 10 minutes. I was told that right now they are just trying to preserve the crime scene. There's still a number of witnesses inside. They were guiding them down the elevator into their vehicles. We are also told that the body of that 39-year-old woman who did not make it remains up there. Eventually, we know the medical examiner will go inside. But I'm not sure if we have video from earlier today, but it was quite the scene. If you are familiar with Midtown Atlanta, this is all happening during lunchtime, middle of the week. People are at work, people at restaurants, people live down here. It was literally, the streets were flooded with hundreds of law enforcement agents. We are talking about everybody from local, state, county, and federal agents who had all descended on Midtown Atlanta searching for this shooter. Now, what we were told during that press conference with the mayor and the chief of police is that after the shooting happened inside the lobby where those 5 people were shot, the shooter then ran down, carjacked someone, and then took off. And that's why that search, we believe, remains in Cobb right now. Now, back out here, we were talking to several people who were either inside the building or at a building right next door. In fact, I talked to one woman who told me that she's a medical sales rep, actually had an appointment today to talk to one of the doctors. She said she arrived here at the building, was in the parking garage, went to hit the elevator button to go up. It didn't turn on. That's when a voice came over the intercom that said, hey, get in your car, shelter in place. So she literally rode all this out, sat in her car, and eventually when she got the all clear, she went. Then I want to also shift our focus to a gentleman that we interviewed live on Channel 2 Action News right after noon. He looked very similar to that suspect's photo. In fact, social media was lighting up with people asking, is this the guy? Did you just interview the shooter? It was not the shooter. And we talked to him about what happened as soon as that picture started surfacing.
It's kind of nerve-wracking because the officers just came up to me thinking I was another suspect they was looking for, and I just had to show my ID so they could realize who I was. And so, it's nerve-wracking because I guess they got a little picture of him, but we don't know who he's working with, who's helping him out or anything. So, and they haven't yet caught him. So,
pretty strange. When she told me, she was like, we're under whatever the code is, and she was like, are you aware of what that is? And I didn't know. She was like, there's an active shooter, go back, get in your car, and just stay there. So got back in my car, stayed there, and they kind of were scaling the whole garage and checking each car, and they were like, come with us, and I was ushered out.
Yeah, there you heard it, just frightening moments from 2 witnesses there. Again, a live look outside the crime scene. This is still an active scene. We are going to continue to follow this developing story here in Midtown Atlanta. For now, we are live in Midtown. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
And there's an update on this breaking news. Police presence now moved north of the city to Cobb County 5 hours later. Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell is there. And Michelle, you have seen quite a lot of activity around the Battery.
And Karen, officers telling us they have checked several false alarms. Still no sign of this shooter. We are here along Windy Ridge Parkway where you can see about 3 police cruisers there blocking one side of Windy Ridge Parkway off. That's right off of Cobb Parkway. And if I have my photographer Dana here panning over to the other side of Windy Ridge Parkway, you can see a much larger larger police presence. This happening right near the Battery. As we told you, police have had several false alarms. They were actually here on Windy Ridge Parkway a little more than an hour ago and fled from this area and went over to Cobb Galleria off of Cobb Parkway across from Cumberland Mall. That area was on lockdown as multiple police agencies searched that area. And as we tell you all of this, we want to give you a live look at Chopper and what is happening from above here in Cobb County. Now, police did get tips that there were reports of shots fired at Cobb Galleria, but they say that was yet another false alarm. No shots were fired. That entire area was on lockdown. That lockdown has since been lifted. We were over there, followed police over here where you can see them now, focused here on Windy Ridge Parkway, just one of a couple of other locations they are at as they try to find this shooter. We are live here from Cobb County. Michelle Newell, Channel 2 Action News.
So very active scene there, and we are now learning more about the suspect. Every minute, things are changing. Channel 2's Sophia Choi now picking up our live Team 2 coverage from the Satellite News Center. Sophia, you've been digging into this suspect's background, and you've actually spoken with his parents.
Right, and we learned Patterson had 3 offenses in Henry County, all misdemeanors. Now, I did speak to both his mother and his father over the telephone. Neither wanted to speak about what happened. His mother really seemed too upset to talk. You could actually hear it in her voice. But she did tell ABC News her son wanted Ativan and, quote, they wouldn't give it to him. As I mentioned, I also spoke to his father, who says he's getting bombarded with calls while trying to catch a flight back here to Atlanta. He told me he was out of town for work. He asked if I could just try him back a little later. He really seemed overwhelmed. Here's a new mugshot we got just in the last 15 minutes of 24-year-old Dion Patterson from Henry County Sheriff's Office. In the last hour, we also got some more information about his prior offenses there in Henry. In 2015, Patterson was charged for purchase, possession, manufacture, distribution, or sale of controlled substances or marijuana. Then in March of 2016, a charge for failing to appear or respond to a citation. We also found in August of 2017, he was charged for a probation violation. As for now, we cannot reiterate this enough. Police say this man is armed and dangerous. So if you see Patterson, don't go near him. Just call 911. Now, we also learned Patterson was in the Coast Guard but was discharged in January. Since 2018, he served as an electrician's mate, second class, but was discharged from active duty in January 2023. And that's according to a statement from the Coast Guard. We're working right now to learn more about his service records. We've reached out to various law enforcement agencies around Metro Atlanta as well, where we thought he might live, to find out more about his background. We are still working to get that information. Karen?
Sophia Choi in the Satellite News Center, thank you so much for that update. George?
Our live Team 2 coverage continues right now with Channel 2's Larry Spruill live at an apartment complex where police are searching. This is in Cobb County, not far from where Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell is, Larry. And you were talking about this just a few minutes ago. This is what police are doing. They're trying to look everywhere for this guy.
Ages range from 71 to 25. So right now they're still fighting for their lives, and we're told some of the families
Having some issues with getting some audio from Larry Spruill. I believe we're working on that right now. Go ahead, Larry.
All right. Yeah, so George, I reached out to Cobb County Police. I'm still waiting to hear back from them. I asked them, why are they searching this area? I do want to step out of the way so you can see the magnitude of police presence here. I counted maybe about 10 police cars out here. If I can have my photographer, Joe Booker, zoom in on the entrance, the main entrance, you can see police officers with rifles in their hands. They are searching each car that is leaving this apartment complex. They're also searching the inside. They're asking the drivers to open up their trunks just to make sure that that suspect is not inside their cars or even in this area or near this apartment complex. We are live outside of Edison Apartments, just off of Cobb Parkway, roughly about a mile or so from the Cobb County Galleria Center, where we were there earlier. Then we saw several police cars speed off and speed past us, and they ended up here as well. Now, I did speak with neighbors in this area. They tell me that they are afraid because of that suspect is still out here. They have no idea area where that suspect is, but we do know that police are focusing on this apartment complex, the Edison apartment complex right now. Also, just about 15 minutes ago, a school bus just dropped off some kids. They were able to reunite with their parents. Parents were also afraid as well. But once again, police are focusing on this apartment complex, trying to figure out if that suspect is inside. They are searching cars as they are leaving as well. We will continue to stay out here and watch this scene very carefully. We are live in Cobb County. Larry Sproul, Channel 2 Action News.
A lot of activity there, Larry. Thank you so much. Now, as police raced to the scene of the gunfire and a lockdown was called, thousands of workers in Midtown sheltered in place. Channel 2's Barron Peterson is also live. He's in Midtown Atlanta right now, following this breaking news for us. And Barron, you talked to patrons at a local restaurant who really saw this thing happen unfold in front of their eyes.
Talk about it right now. Now, we're set up at the corner of Peachtree and 11th, and as you take a look out here, the APD just reopened this short section of Peachtree, and traffic is just inching along, trying to get out of the city. Heading north, it's going to take a long, long time. Now, let me take you back 5 hours. Around noon, you had people all over Midtown spilling out on the street, heading out to lunch from the offices all over the place. And we talked to some patrons who had just arrived to eat here at the Steam House Lounge. This is the corner of Peachtree and 11th. And they had no idea what had just happened a couple of blocks away. Asha Menon and her co-worker Terry Sapp had just sat down to lunch at the Steam House Lounge at the corner of West Peachtree and 11th Streets. And then they heard about what happened.
Well, the server came out and announced to everybody that there was an active shooter situation and that we all needed to stay in the restaurant and that she was going to lock the doors.
As police officers by the dozens raced to the scene of the gunfire a few blocks away, owners of the Steam House locked the doors, nobody in or out. They continued to serve their customers. Patrons made the best of it, but couldn't help but look out the windows as police arrived and set up a perimeter.
Seeing all of the officers and putting their gear on and getting their automatic rifles and things. So I guess I felt like we're at least in a good spot that if something went down, we're surrounded by officers.
Now, Ash and Terry are colleagues over at Georgia Tech. Once police allowed it, they and all the other restaurant patrons and the scores of restaurants in this area of Midtown either headed back to their offices or they headed home. But as you can see, as the traffic on Peachtree, if you're trying to get out this way, it's going to take a good long while. We're live in Midtown. Barron Peterson, Channel 2 Action News.
We continue our live Team 2 coverage now. Let's go to Northwest Atlanta on Joseph E. Boone Boulevard, where there is some heavy police presence right there. Let's go to Taisha Fernandez, who's there on the scene for us. Taisha, give us an idea of what you're seeing from where you are right now.
In this neighborhood, and when we got here, George, to the 1100 block of Joseph E. Boone Boulevard, we saw several police cars around the corner, and then this Atlanta police car just pulled up here literally in the last probably 60 seconds. Now, I spoke to some neighbors who were outside when we got here, and they said they heard about everything. They saw police come here with their assault rifles in hand. They basically searched that home. And according to the neighbor, she has never seen the suspect before, and she's a retiree. She's home all the time. She's disabled. She said she sees everyone who comes and goes, and she always asks questions when she sees someone out of place. So she's not so sure that this suspect at least has lived here in the last 6 months to a year. But we saw a heavy police presence when we first got here. Right now, it's kind of dwindled down. You just see that one police car right there. But we also spoke to a teacher who was on lockdown at a KIPP school in the area, and she just talked about how they were on lockdown and they didn't know what was going on until they turned on Channel 2. And they said they've been able to watch all of the coverage, and that is how they have been up to speed on what's going on. They are making sure that the suspect does not come back here. That's why you see that cop sitting in front of the house right now. We will stay out here to monitor the situation, and as soon as we get some new information, we'll pass it on to you, George.
All right, Taisha, thank you so much.
And Taisha, can you, at least before we let you go, give us an idea of where you are? How far from Midtown? Is that by the AU Center at all?
Well, we are very close to the AU Center. We're very close to the bluff on Joseph E. Boone. We're right on, I believe, the line of Northwest and Southwest Atlanta. Very quiet over here. Everyone that we've talked to so far just was very interested to know if this suspect has been caught yet. They are obviously on high alert because they're just learning that he may live here or have lived here. So everyone is just on edge here right now.
All right, Taisha Fernandez, thanks so much for giving us an idea of where that is from the crime scene. Not very far.
No, so many scenes are being looked at, investigated by our reporters, of course, for Channel 2 Action News, and of course, the police presence, like this scene right here.
Absolutely. Here's a live look at News Chopper 2, Windy Ridge Parkway. That's the area police are focusing on right now. This is in Cobb County. You can see large police presence. If you know anyone that lives in that area, maybe heading home, maybe leaving work, you might want to alert them. This is not the place to be right now.
Yeah, we have our crews up there, Larry Spruill and Michelle Newell. Windy Ridge Parkway, cruisers blocking both sides of the road, right off Cobb Parkway and the other side as well, because at this point, Karen, you know, we heard he headed up here. According to police, they went up there too. We showed you video of them rushing to different scenes in Cobb County, so they are trying to figure out exactly where he isn't to then narrow down where he could be.
And if you're trying to figure out where that area is, Windy Ridge Parkway, that is by the Battery. So just off 285, 75, that area of Cobb County. Let's continue our live Team 2 coverage right now with Channel 2's Richard Elliott. He's live at Grady Memorial Hospital in downtown Atlanta. And Richard, they've received 4 patients from the shooting, and we've had 2 updates right now from the chief medical officer on how those patients are doing.
Right, we got that update from Grady's chief medical officer, Dr. Robert Jansen, just about 20 minutes ago or so. The update is we had 4 patients that came in. 3 remain in critical. 1 is out of surgery. 1 remains in surgery and has been in surgery here for a number of hours. 1 is having what is called interventional radiology. It's kind of a slightly invasive, non-invasive type of surgery. He explained, Dr. Jansen, about how the emergency department kind of flowed through as the patients came in. They came into the bay. The emergency call went out, and all the trauma surgeons were notified. They were here along with the trauma staff notified as well. We're going to try to get more information. We'll, of course, bring it to you throughout the newscast. We're live outside Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Richard, thank you. Continuing our live Team 2 coverage from the ground and also from the air, News Chopper 2 live right here, Windy Ridge Parkway. This is the scene right now, the most police activity, the most active police activity on the ground right here. Police presence right near the Battery to give people an idea. Look at all those apartment complexes. So as you can imagine, as a police officer, as a team, regardless of what agency you're working with, you're working together to figure out where Deion Patterson could be, where he could be hiding. And that looks like an apartment complex being built. So you can imagine the access that someone would have to hide anywhere in any of those open buildings. There's a liner on the buildings to protect it from water damage, but the windows are open. There are no windows. The doorways don't exist yet. So you can imagine the task, Karen, on the ground.
And let's just say that network of cameras has helped police thus far just get pictures of him outside that medical facility and along the way. So you've got to know police are watching this very closely. There's a reason they are here in this area of Cobb County right now.
I wanted to speak to a retired police detective for Atlanta PD, more than 20 years, Vince Velasquez, and he was talking to me earlier, talking about the delicate nature of what's happening right now. Sure, we're seeing cop cars on the ground. Sure, we have News Chopper 2 in the sky. We're monitoring the situation. We're getting all the information here, but police right now are narrowing down where he is. And then once they find him, it is a whole different game for them to figure out if he's with anyone, if anyone else is in danger, because Karen, he's proven he's already armed and dangerous.
And they need to stay safe at this point because you don't know where he is or, as you said, who he may be with. Armed and dangerous. Please don't try to confront him.
As so many people have seen his picture, so many people have been watching our coverage since 12 o'clock when we started this, and they may think, I may be able to do something. Don't. Hide somewhere if you find him, if you see him, and just call police. Make sure you are safe, and then dial 911.
And interesting enough, our Sophia Choi talked to his parents, his father, telling ABC News perhaps that he wanted Ativan and was not able to get it. No one would give it to him. So that was an interesting point of this investigation as we've been digging into who Mr. Patterson is and what might have gone on here today.
And that's one of the things that Vince Velasquez, a retired APD police officer for more than 20 years, was talking to me about. Not only do you physically have to control the situation, narrow the suspect down to a place where you can then surround him, but then there's the whole mental health aspect, which is, as we have seen the past recent years, even a decade and a half or two, we've seen how that plays a very delicate role in apprehending a suspect, making sure whoever that suspect is with is safe. Because we've seen these situations go down very differently. If the suspect is alone, that's a whole different set of circumstances and a whole different set of ways they operate. If he is with someone, if he is taken a hostage, again, we are just talking about what could be going through the minds of these negotiators, of these teams on the ground, as we take a look at a live picture here from News Chopper 2. Look, Karen, at all that police activity, all those cars, people who drove those cars there, they're somewhere in this area, which, as you pointed out, and as we see there on the bottom of your screen, is right near the Battery, and we know how busy it is. It's coming up on 5:30. This area would be bustling at this time.
The city has been shut down by this shooting that happened at noon today. Now still no end in sight as police continue their search for this suspect. We've been talking to his family. There he is right now. Deon Patterson, 24 years old, and we just know a little bit about him, his background, where he served. He was in the Coast Guard, we're told, and had been discharged earlier this year. So we're going to stay on top of this and this scene for you.
Yeah, because as we talked about armed and dangerous, you know, Sophia Choi was finding out, our investigative reporter, about his prior offenses in Henry County. In 2015, Patterson was charged for purchase, possession, she was saying, manufacture, distribution, sale of controlled substances or marijuana. Then fast forward a year later, in March of 2016, a charge for failing to appear or even respond to a citation. We also found out in August of 2017, so a year after that, he was charged for a probation violation. So as we've talked about, and as police officers and experts will tell you, you know, a person in this situation is capable of a lot.
They can be desperate.
As we've already seen, desperate is one word. 5 people were shot, 1 person killed, 4 people in the hospital right now. So again, this person at this point is capable of anything. And as we talked about, 5 people were shot. 5 people were shot, according to police, at the hands of Deon Patterson.
And we are still searching for him in this 5th hour, going on 6 hours now. Started in Midtown Atlanta. We got word from police that something was going on. We started calling and investigating in the newsroom and ended up finding out that Deon Patterson was on the hunt.
As we approach our 5:30 hour on Channel 2 Action News here at 5 o'clock, let's go back to Cobb County. The activity is right now up there. Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell. Michelle, this story headed north and headed right to you.
George, such a fluid situation. We're talking about several police agencies out here in Cobb because this is where they think the shooter is. So far, they haven't found him. Lots of false alarms. I want to show you where we are right now, here along Windy Ridge Parkway. If you're not familiar with the area, this is right near the Battery, near Truist Park, not too far from Cumberland Mall. If we can zoom in, Dana, I want to show you how many police vehicles, cruisers from various agencies, a number of SWAT, they're armed, out, looking, trying to figure out where this guy is. We've been to a number of different locations. We were over at Cobb Galleria earlier, and another false alarm over there. They said they heard shots fired. That wasn't true. So now we're back here on Windy Ridge Parkway, just one of 2 locations where police are right now. My colleague, Larry Sproul, he's at a nearby apartment building not too far from me. If we could swing around, Dana, so I can show our viewers what's on the other side of Windy Ridge Parkway. You can see there an officer getting out of his vehicle, walking towards the intersection there. About 3 to 4 cruisers here focused on this area as well, as this is blocked off. I spoke with a woman who told me she works near the Battery, and she was just talking about how scary this is, right? You know, she's getting messages from her company saying that an active shooter could be in Cobb County. She's frightened. She's actually right out here just trying to figure out what's going on. So still a very fluid situation. Of of course, we are in contact with police constantly to figure out what they've learned. Of course, we'll keep you guys updated. We're live from Cobb County. Michelle Newell, Channel 2 Action News.
Michelle, thank you so much. We want to just kind of go over once again what has happened. Started at noon, a shooting in Midtown at a medical facility there, Northside Medical Office. We are told that a person was in there and opened fire inside that facility. We hear that one person is now dead. 3 have critical injuries, have been in surgery today. 1 other is there but not expected to have to undergo surgery. We're keeping our eye on that as well right now, George.
All right, Karen, so again, these are live pictures, Cobb County. This is where it is right now. Let's go back to where this began around 12:10 today. Channel 2's Audrey Washington continues our live Team 2 coverage now from Midtown. And Audrey, you spoke to someone who lives nearby, right, where that shooting actually happened. I can only imagine how terrified that person was and probably still is shaken up.
Right, it is very tense up right here. I just want to show you what's happening right now. I just got word that Atlanta police got another tip in this situation, and right now they are all heading out to go follow up on that tip, hopefully to try to find this 24-year-old shooting suspect. Now, this has been such a hectic scene out here. So many people on edge just trying to figure out what is going on and where this man is. We are live here along Peachtree Street. I just want to show you this neighborhood. If you can see, there are restaurants over here. There's a Whole Foods all the way down the street. So this is a very high traffic area. A lot of people walking by just trying to get home, get back from work. So many people I spoke with today told me that they were basically inside their apartment buildings, inside their work buildings, just waiting to see what would happen next. So many people just looking out the window, seeing a very scary scene, seeing so many police officers out here running with guns, trying to go in and out of every building here, looking for that suspected shooter. I just spoke with a resident here. He told me he was actually on a Zoom call and heard the commotion outside, got a whole bunch of phone calls, and that's how he found out what was going on. Take a listen.
I was, sitting in my apartment on a meeting, and I just heard all these sirens, and that's not too atypical in Midtown, but this was a lot more unusual. And my phone started buzzing, going off, but I was on a work call, so I wasn't trying to answer it. And then my mom's call came through for a second time, so that's when I answered, and that's when I kind of found out exactly what was actually going on. So then I kind of...
Wow, just imagine that's how he found out that there was an active shooter on the loose. And back out here live, I want to show you this traffic here. So many cars just making their way through this area after the surrounding streets were shut down for hours on end. There's still crime scene tape up in other areas in around here. So many people just trying to make it back home after a very scary few hours. And just like you heard, a lot of people are still on edge. So many people told me that they don't feel comfortable leaving their homes. They don't feel comfortable where they are right now because this man is still on the loose. So again, a very tense situation still here happening in Midtown Atlanta as police continue to search for this shooter. Back over to you guys.
Absolutely, Audrey. Thanks. Deon Patterson is his name. Be on the lookout for him right now. Audrey is where it all started this afternoon at noon. Now, here's what we know about the victims in this case. The one who was killed was a 39-year-old woman. The other victims, also women, a 71-year-old, a 56-year-old, another 39-year-old, and a 25-year-old.
Channel 2's Larry Spruill continues our live Team 2 coverage now. And Larry, we're waiting information from Cobb County to get exact details as to where they are in the hunt for Deon Patterson. But you're live now at an apartment complex. And what you've seen is really just what they're doing, whether it's where you are or where other people are. They are looking for Deon Patterson everywhere. And one of the things you pointed out earlier, Larry, was the fact that they're looking at cars as people leave those complexes. Why are they doing that?
Well, George, they're really trying to make sure that he is not in this area at all, or if he is in this area, they want to make sure that they're able to get him. Let me step out of the way so you can see what I am talking about. Several police cars from Cobb County Police are out here. Officers are out here. They have long rifles in their hands, and they are really monitoring and watching the Edison apartments. I can have my photographer, Joe Booker, pan to the front entrance of where those officers are. They are stopping cars as the cars are leaving this apartment complex. They're checking the inside of the cars. They're also asking the drivers to open up their trunks, and they're looking in their trunks as well. They want to make sure they don't leave any stone unturned. Meanwhile, I spoke with a lot of people who live in this area. Several people have texted me. They're saying that they're getting off work. They live here in Cobb County. Several areas are blocked off. Several roads are blocked off. We're about a mile up the road from the Battery. They're not allowed to go in that area as well. So people are really on edge. They're afraid because of that suspect is still on the loose, and now police are focusing on the Cobb County area. Once again, if I can have Booker just show this officer right here, he just turned his back to us, but he is now having a long rifle in his hand. Several officers have rifles in their hands as well. They're opening up the trunks at that front gate, as you just saw. They're making sure that the guy is not in this area, but if he is, they want to make sure that they're able to get him as soon as they can. I reached out to Cobb County Police to ask them why are they focusing on this area. I'm still waiting to hear back. We also reached out to Cobb County schools because we saw several school buses where we were able to drop off their kids. Parents were telling me that they were trying to figure out where their kids were, and when they dropped them off, they were able to reunite with their families. But once again, for about the last hour and a half or so, Cobb County Police have been focusing on this apartment complex, the Edison apartment complex right off of Cobb Parkway, looking for that suspect. We are live in Cobb County. Larry Sproul, Channel 2 Action News.
Very interesting watching police talk to residents in that apartment complex. And let's really talk a little bit about, and George, you as well, how we got to Cobb County. We talked about the network of cameras, very important in this case. But we were also told by Atlanta police that a car was stolen in the area and found in Cobb County. So they have since gotten that car. Don't know if this suspect they are waiting for, Dion Patterson, has gotten another car or if he is on foot. We have another shot of him so you can see, identify this man. If you see him, call 911 immediately. He is armed and dangerous. But police telling us a car was stolen in the Midtown area, found in Cobb County. That is perhaps some of why we are in that area with this search.
And that's what they're doing. So many people taking a good look at this image, maybe seeing it on their way home or seeing it where they are right now. I interviewed some woman, Trisha McCreed. She actually works here for the Channel 2 Action News in this building, and she said she was at lunch in Midtown and saw him. This man you're looking at right here, saw him in his hoodie with the bag in front of him and that mask on, running up Spring Street, which is the street where this all took place. As she was heading down in her car going to lunch, she then half an hour later said, this image, I've seen this image, and she remembered she saw him at lunch. Just goes to show you, you could run into someone anywhere. And again, the key is to remain safe, do not apprehend, call 911. Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie continues our live Team 2 coverage. Now, you're near the shooting scene, and Mark, you've been breaking details all day since you got down there. It is 5:40. What do you know so far? We've been on the air for 5.5 hours.
Well, a short while ago, the Atlanta Police Mobile Command Post, which had been parked right down there, right behind me, left here. I think that signals very clearly what we now have grown to know, that this is now a fugitive investigation, and the focus is Dion Patterson. Now, photographer David Lavecchia and I were downtown. We saw a lot of activity seemed to be headed this way. We actually headed toward here before we even confirmed it was an active shooter situation. Here's an example of what we saw, starting with the 3 ambulances that we saw departing right after we arrived on the scene. So there were those 3 ambulances. Then we saw police vehicles from all kinds of law enforcement agencies arriving. We saw sedans. We saw SWAT-type vehicles. We saw unmarked cars with blue lights on. We saw local, state, federal all converging on this this area where we're standing right now. Once that mobile command post left, traffic has been reopened. You can see it moving behind me at 14th and West Peachtree. Reporting live, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
You have been covering crime, the streets of Atlanta for decades now. I want to ask you if this is at all reminiscent to you of the Brian Nichols case.
It is. It's reminiscent of the Brian Nichols case, of the Mark Barton case. In the, federal agent contact, now retired, reminded me that there was a situation involving a high-rise and a shooting that I believe took place originally in Henry County. Events moved up here in the late 80s. But I would say, in 40-plus years of covering news in this town, this was the most impressive and massive and fastest response in combination that I've seen to any of the major events we've had here.
And that was my next question. What do you see that has changed in all these years? That courthouse shooting had the city on lockdown. They moved in quickly.
I think one thing that has changed is that police now train for active shooters. They have protocols in place. Now, for many years, police and state and federal counterparts have had protocols, how they're going to work together in certain types of situation. But those things, I think, have been refined, both in terms of the incidents that may have happened here, but also incidents that have happened elsewhere. And lessons learned not just about what to do, but about what not to do. So I think that's one thing that has changed. Active shooter now has a whole different significance to law enforcement than it did many years ago.
All right, Mark Winnie reporting live for us, our investigative reporter on the scene there in Midtown Atlanta. Talk about things evolving and changing. The scene has evolved and changed now north up 75 to Cobb County. Here's News Chopper 2 over the scene. Windy Ridge Parkway in Cobb County, a large police presence. If you're just joining us at this point, we're waiting to see where Deon Patterson will show up. We are waiting at this point to find out exactly what is going to happen, because what's going to happen is they're going to find him, whether it's now, an hour from now, or later tonight, and then they have to make some tough decisions. How do they apprehend him? There are lots of questions right now and a lot of uncertainty at this 5 o'clock hour. We're working to get those details, but we want to get insight on what police are doing now. So I talked to a former APD detective about what the procedures are here.
Vince Velasquez, more than 20 years with APD. You were an actual negotiator. So once they find this suspect, if he is somewhere, what takes place? What is the order of business here?
So the first order of business is always safety, public safety. So this is a tactical situation. SWAT is always going to be in control. We know from what we've seen in reports that at least one person is dead, others have been injured. He is armed, he is dangerous, possibly mentally ill. It's always difficult. Now, once they have this person located, what's going to happen is they're going to try to make contact with him. And that's when negotiators come into play and try to understand what's going on with him and trying to get him to peacefully surrender, make sure he doesn't have anyone hostage, no one else is injured, he himself is not injured, and try to find a peaceful resolution for the whole thing.
We're going to figure that out the more information we have, but let's say he's alone. Does that change if he's with someone?
It absolutely does. He's already demonstrated that he has a propensity for violence. He's killed someone. He's injured other people. So it's no far stretch that he will do this again and injure somebody else. So if he is with someone, the first order of business is to make sure that that person is safe and try to get that person or persons out of the house or the apartment or wherever he may be safely, and then deal with having that suspect peacefully surrender and then arrest, and then the rest go through the judicial system.
Quickly, last question, use of force. What's the parameter for that?
You know, this is a dangerous situation. Again, this person has demonstrated violence, and SWAT is a tactical unit, and they are there to take control of the situation. If this person chooses to inflict violence toward police officers, they're going to respond. That's their job. Their job is to make sure that the general public is safe, and that means, you know, unfortunately, neutralizing the suspect using deadly force. They're prepared to do that.
Vince Velasquez, a veteran with APD more than 20 years, and again, a negotiator yourself. Thank you for that perspective.
Thank you.
Here's a live look right now. News Chopper 2 over the scene, Windy Ridge Parkway in Cobb County. I want to point out, we've been saying his name a lot, showing his picture a lot. At this point, he's not been charged with anything, Deion Patterson. Police have identified his name, sure, released his picture, sure. Police tell us they believe Deion Patterson did all this. But again, at this point, no charges have been filed because they haven't found him. They're still looking. There was an active manhunt going on right now at this 5 o'clock hour.
And with that said, it would be a good idea, too. Why don't you take his picture off of our screen, off of our website, share it on your social media, because police are actively looking for this suspect to get him off the streets. They believe that he may have been involved in this fatal shooting now, active shooter situation, mass shooting right here in Midtown Atlanta. We do know that his family, his parents, are cooperating with authorities at this point. His mother talking to police. We know, we've heard she was on the scene when this happened, perhaps had gone with him to this medical appointment, to this facility. So we know police are cooperating, or the family is cooperating with police. So that is another big reason why police are releasing his name and his photos.
And quickly want to mention the 5 people involved here. One person dead, a 39-year-old woman, and 4 other people in the hospital. One's in an operating room, one's out of an operating room, one went through radiology because of vascular injuries, and then one's in the trauma center, no surgery there. So these are the faces, and we're going to learn more and work more to find out more about the victims. And again, because of rules and HIPAA and all that, that's going to take a bit. Right now, let's go back out to the newsroom. Channel 2's Justin Farmer, who's been covering this for hours now. Justin, what do you know?
Well, George, what we have is a lot of what you're having. Police talking to a lot of witnesses. They're trying to understand just what's happened. And in tragedies such as these, we see heroes, don't we? Running toward the danger, running to what is so horrifying to most people. And we talked to one man who actually helped an elderly woman get out of that building at the most tenuous of times, if you'll have a listen.
I noticed that she was in the waiting room and she had a cane. And when we all had to get up and move to the back room, she had trouble getting up out of the chair. So obviously her mobility was stricken. So when they came and escorted us and said, let's leave the facility, I asked everyone else to go ahead and go, and I would stick with her and make sure, because she had to walk down 9 flights of stairs.
Yes, and we actually brought that image to you live on Channel 2 Action News this afternoon as it was all unfolding in Midtown Atlanta before the focus seemed to move to Cobb County, where it's been now for a few hours. KJ Johnson said he was there with his son who was getting a procedure when he heard the gunfire shortly after noon today. Doctors sealed the doors and had everyone literally hiding. But he says he's a 21-year Air Force veteran, and he knows he's not about to leave anyone behind.
We don't run from anything, right? If anything, you figure out things, you try to think straight, you try to figure out the best way to save many people, not just look out for yourself.
And that's the best among us. There's an example of it, isn't it? We're hearing so many stories from the people in and around this shooting, and as we hear from more, we're going to bring those stories to you. And as upsetting as this is, and it makes us feel in a range of emotions. You're very frustrated. You can be scared, concerned, sad, but I'll tell you this much. There are events like this where we see the best among us doing the very most noble things. Karen, George.
Absolutely, Justin. You are absolutely right. Thank you so much for that. Channel 2's Courtney Francisco now joining us live. She's on West Peachtree, just across from that clinic, which a lot of people may know it as Laureate Medical Center. We're calling it Northside because that is the hospital that is over it. This is where the shooting happened. See that crime tape behind you. Is it quiet there now, Courtney?
It's quiet, Karen, but let me take you closer. You can see at the door here, look under that North Side Hospital urgent care sign. You can see officers at the door. Now follow me over here. We have nurses outside taking a break. There's an officer out here at the police crime tape. Further down, you can see more officers at the front of the building here and monitoring the situation a lot calmer at this hour. You know, I spoke to these nurses over here and they said they were outside when this happened. And they were glad for that, but you can just see on their faces the stress that they're feeling right now. Look over here. This is West Peachtree Street. Traffic is flowing right now. We do have a blocked 13th Street here with Atlanta police cruisers, but right now West Peachtree is starting to flow smoothly. So a little bit of normalcy, but you can't deny the presence of police out here. Karen.
Absolutely cannot. Thank you so much, Courtney Francisco. See people sitting there on the stairs, probably still in disbelief of what happened now 6 hours earlier today, and still no suspect in custody. Thank you so much for that update. George?
And as they're looking, Karen, for that suspect, let's go north now to Cobb County, and Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell is here now. Michelle, we were just talking about it. We're going up on 6 hours now since it happened, and the activity went north to where you are right now, and you have the activity behind you, and the search is going on all around you and in Cobb County.
And George, you know, we have to point out that me and my photographer, we have been following police all around as they actively look for this shooter. As you mentioned, very active scene here behind me along Windy Ridge Parkway. We saw a SWAT vehicle just roll up. We can see SWAT officers out there with their guns drawn. They're walking around. They're trying to figure out where this man is. And if we can focus on that parking deck, I want to show you guys. Just up above there, a number of people up there looking down at all of these police officers, just trying to figure out where is this guy. A lot of people are on edge. I want to show you what's happening from above. News Chopper 2. You can see even a bigger presence. Police are at an apartment complex just one street over from where we are, searching, looking, just trying to find clues. I really want to point out how populated this area is here. So we have the Battery right here, Truist Park. We have Cumberland Mall not too far from here. We have Cobb Galleria right across from the mall. Police were over there searching that area, but again, that was a false alarm. Now you can see them here along Windy Ridge Parkway, where there are all kinds of businesses and shopping centers. So many people are afraid right now. They really just want police to find this guy. Take a listen to a woman I just spoke with earlier. She was working right near the Battery when she got the alert. We're thinking.
It's totally scary. I was at work. We got text messages that I actually got a few of them, that there was an active shooter in downtown, and then we got one for here. So it's time for me to leave work. So I left work, came through here, and saw all these cops and like with big Uzis and big guns, and I was like, whoa, what's happening? Like, he must be there. Totally scared. We don't get this much. I mean, this is not what we do here. Like big guns and scary, active shooters. So they had all the schools on lockdown, daycares on lockdown. It's very scary.
Very scary, and something that I've never seen since I've been covering Cobb. Again, very active scene here, very fluid. We are in contact with police. We know that the PIO for the Cobb County Police Department, he is set to speak at a presser at some point. That's happening not too far from here. We know we have a crew there as well, so hopefully we can get some more information about what's happening. We're live from Cobb County. Michelle Newell, Channel 2 Action News.
And this situation getting national attention. It is on headlines all across the country. We know that, of course, the governor been briefed on this, knows what's going on, as well as Senator Raphael Warnock. Press secretary held a briefing, talked about this today. President knows about this. So, Michelle, thank you so much for that update. This is what things are looking like from the air. News Chopper 2, a scene of all of that activity that Michelle's still telling us about, has not slowed, still going on. And we know Grady's chief medical officer, Dr. Robert Jansen, says the Level 1 Trauma Center, which is the only one we have now in Atlanta, was prepared and activated its mass casualty event protocol.
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
And when Dr. Jansen updated on this, he said that some of the family members of the victims are at Grady, and that one of those victims was still in surgery at this hour. He said the third had a procedure, an interventional radiology procedure, and they are keeping an eye on all of those patients. 4 of them brought to Grady after this shooting.
Let's go live to News Chopper 2 here. We keep going to the scene here in Cobb County because we don't know what's going to happen. At this point, we're wondering and waiting and watching all our cameras, making all sorts of phone calls to find out any leads where police may think Deon Patterson is. One of those places they thought he was, or they're at least looking for him, is in an apartment complex. Let's go to Larry Spruill. Larry Spruill is live on the ground for us at an apartment complex in Cobb County. Larry?
Yeah, George, there has been some type of change in what's going on out here. Let me step out of the way. As you can see, police officers are no longer just standing outside of the complex, but then in the last 5 minutes, they ran into that tree line, those bushes area, into that opening right there. We saw additional police officer cars pull up. They each got out of their vehicle, ran inside the bushes, and then they came over here. Some officers ran into the front entrance and ran inside the apartment complex as well. So they're no longer standing outside of the apartment entrance like they were before. But for some reasons, they took off and they ran inside of that apartment complex. I'm still working and waiting to find out why they are focusing on this area. But to give you some perspective of where we are outside the Edison apartment complex right off of Cobb Parkway, about a mile or so from the Battery. They have several entrances off this road blocked off at this very hour. But once again, I did mention about 3 additional Cobb County police cars pulled up to this area. One is actually arriving right now. If my photographer Booker can pan and show you another officer is pulling up into this area as well. But once they got here, once again, about 10 minutes ago, they arrived here very quickly. They got out of their vehicle. They ran towards the inside of this apartment complex in 2 areas, toward the bushes at that entrance and then the main apartment entrance complex over here. They ran inside that area. There's another Cobb County police car posted over there. That officer also got out of the car and ran towards the bushes. So once again, we're trying to verify why they are focusing on this area. Why did they go and run inside the complex area? I'm still waiting to get that information confirmed, or more information from police as well. We were also told from officers here at the scene that there will be some type of police briefing, some type of update coming up soon. We're waiting for a time and location of that as well. But once again, the scene here, they just really quick. They moved differently. They went from posting into this area to getting out their cars and running towards the apartment complex. So we're just really trying to get as much information as we can to trying to figure out why they are focusing on this area. Why did they go inside that apartment complex? I did speak with a lot of people, a lot of residents here in this area. They are literally scared and nervous in regards to that suspect is still out there. We're live in Cobb County. Larry Spruill, Channel 2 Action News.
Larry, thank you. And Channel 2 Action News at 6 starts now.
Breaking now at 6. Helicopters joining the search for a man accused of a deadly shooting in a medical waiting room in Midtown Atlanta. And now the search has moved into Cobb County.
This is now the epicenter of what's happening.
As officers surround the area, we are live, learning more about the suspect.
I spoke to both his mother and father.
We are dealing with someone that is armed and dangerous.
Officers checking buses.
Streets shut down for hours as SWAT teams swarmed.
Officers and putting their gear on and getting their automatic rifles and things.
I've been covering news in this town for more than 40 years. I don't recall seeing a law enforcement response at one time any heavier than this ever.
Reaction from the metro Atlanta area.
I'm very thankful that I wasn't, inside the building.
All the way to Washington, D.C.
We behave as if this is normal.
Our live Team 2 coverage continues now.
Live, local, late-breaking. This is Channel 2 Action News at 6 p.m. Coverage you can count on.
Hello, once again, welcome to Channel 2 Action News at 6. I'm Justin Farmer.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Stouffer. We are staying on top of that big breaking situation unfolding right now across Metro Atlanta. A gunman shot several people inside a Midtown office building, and there are several victims. One person is dead. Let's get you to the very latest, starting with the search for the shooter. It's happening now. Authorities are trying to find this man, 24-year-old Deon Patterson. Atlanta police say he's armed, he's dangerous. And here's his newest mugshot of the suspect. We have new information this hour about medication he was taking and seeking. Again, Deon Patterson is considered armed, dangerous. If you see him, police say do not approach. Call 911.
And here's what we know about the victims tonight. The one who was killed, a 39-year-old woman. The other injured victims include a 71-year-old, a 56-year-old, ages 39 and 25 as well, all women.
In the last 6 hours, we've seen at least a half dozen agencies involved in the investigation, including Atlanta Police, Georgia State Patrol, Fulton County Marshals, South Fulton Police, MARTA Police, SWAT units, and now Cobb Police, firefighters from several departments involved, and paramedics as the manhunt heads north of the city.
And here live pictures right now where police are on a scene. This is the closest that we've been able to get to where the shooting started to unfold today shortly after noon in Midtown Atlanta. We're going to bring you right back here to this medical building for a live look in just a few moments.
But first, we have live Team 2 coverage of every angle. We want first to take you to Cobb, where we have 2 reporters on the active search happening right now. Police have been looking into vehicles at an apartment complex near Truist Park and searching all along Windy Ridge Parkway around the Battery. Let's begin our live Team 2 coverage with Channel 2's Cobb County Bureau Chief Michelle Newell. Michelle, you're live where the search is happening.
Linda, police are completely zoned in on Cobb County. They have been for several hours because this is where they think the shooter could be. So far, they haven't found him. Right behind me, you can see massive police presence. It's not as big as it was about 30 minutes or so ago, but you can see 2 SWAT vehicles right there. And from above, News Chopper 2 showing you another vantage point of this police presence just one street over from me, an apartment complex my colleague is at, where police have been searching there, looking through vehicles, trying to find where this shooter is at. And back out here live where we are along Windy Ridge Parkway, you can see a number of people out here just wondering what's going on. And you can also see police officers blocking off the other part of Windy Ridge Parkway. We have to point out how much traffic is in this area, how many people are in this area.
Pardon me.
A shopping center across the street. And
Michelle, I'm sorry, pardon me. We're going to turn to a news conference right now. Michelle, thank you, bringing our viewers in on the latest from Cobb County.
Rolling. Check, check, check. You good on sound? Good? You good? Everybody good? Okay. For those who don't know, I'm Sergeant Wayne Delp, Cobb County Police Department, PIO. Earlier today, the city of Atlanta experienced an active shooter event. We did get information that the shooter may have come to Cobb County, so we began to actually check our flock cameras. We actually went back and did discover that the vehicle had entered Cobb County. The vehicle has since been recovered by Atlanta PD, so for more information about the vehicle, you need to contact them. Around 12:30, by looking back at some of the cameras, we did spot what appeared to be a suspect in this area, which is why we have such a heavy presence. This was a couple hours after the incident. So this was around 2:30 or so that we actually discovered that the shooter was possibly in the area. So we are still searching right now. We have not had any eyewitness confirmation of the suspect. This has all been video that we have observed from our flock cameras and our real-time crime center. That's the only additional information we have right now. We do believe that he might still be in the area.
So the car that was recovered, where was it recovered, please? Where was the car found?
I believe in a parking garage. The vehicle was recovered in a parking garage on, what's the name of that street again? Heritage Court.
Okay, and where's that? Is that near the Battery?
It is near the Battery.
Is it near a store? Is it near a hotel?
It's a parking deck. It's just near the Battery.
What are flock cameras? Is
That's an actual trade name, flock. Those are license plate recognition cameras.
The cameras that spotted him, were these security cameras, surveillance cameras on buildings that actually
so
images of him?
Our real-time, I don't know exactly which cameras. Our real-time crime center has different cameras that come in. They're DOT cameras, flock cameras, and some the flock cameras are owned either by us or by private organizations.
And they captured images of him in this area?
Images of the vehicle. There were images of him that were seen or recorded at 12:30.
And where is that?
I don't know the exact area, the exact location, but it is in this area. Yes. It's been a lot of time since 12:30. That's the last visual confirmation we have from video. We haven't had any confirmed eyewitness sightings. We've had calls come in, but we have not been able to confirm those eyewitness calls.
When it was carjacking, did he assault the vehicle that was stolen?
That carjacking happened in Atlanta, so I don't know.
Can you tell us why you cordoned off that area, I'm forgetting the street name. Windy Ridge.
Windy Ridge is right near where the vehicle was located.
Okay, it wasn't because you believed that he was still...
And that was the area that he was spotted.
Okay.
Or on camera. We saw him on camera.
So you're able to confirm the vehicle that you found and was captured in your block license plate because it wasn't that that was stolen?
I would defer to Atlanta because I don't know if they have. They actually have possession of the vehicle right now.
Any reports of another vehicle being stolen or seen leaving that area?
We don't have any reports of another vehicle being stolen in the area.
Wayne, any reports of shots being fired in Cobb County?
We had a false alarm call in earlier. I believe it was at 200 Galleria Parkway, but that turned out not to be the case. There were no shots fired.
What was the incident at Campbell Middle School?
Should they still stay inside or should we
Right now, we have not had any confirmed sightings since our own pulling up cameras at 12:30, so we don't know where he might be. We believe he might still be in the area, but we don't have confirmation of that. So right now, just remain vigilant and please call 911. The same message that Atlanta PD has been pushing out, we're pushing out the same message. All of Metro Atlanta, if you see him, he's still considered armed and dangerous, please call 911. And I had a question right here.
There was some sort of situation at Campbell Middle School. Are you able to speak to that? There was a lockdown for a time. Is that unrelated?
That incident at Campbell was totally unrelated to this.
Was it a white truck or a silver truck?
I'm not 100% sure on the color. And there was a question right here.
Was anything found in the car?
I understand that you have not caught the suspect, but given the fact that the victims were 4 women, 1 dead, is there any motive? Is there any kind of hint at a motive?
I can't respond to an incident that happened in Atlanta's jurisdiction. I don't know anything about that incident other than what's been reported.
Was anything found in the car?
Once again, the vehicle was turned over to Atlanta Police.
Sergeant, did you get any reports of any carjacking since the carjacking in Midtown in this area?
No, I think that was a miscommunication that went out earlier. We did not have a carjacking here.
Here, okay.
No.
To clarify, you said that the flock cameras, is it accurate to call those traffic cameras?
No, they're license plate recognition cameras, but our real-time crime center doesn't just rely on those cameras. The cameras that we actually saw the suspect with were Department of Transportation, DOT cameras, which are part of our real-time crime center.
Flock cameras, they notify you that they've picked up on a license?
Only if the information is input into the system. Like I said, we were actually alerted to this 2 hours after it was actually occurred, so we were a little bit behind because that's when we got the alert.
Alerted to it 2 hours after.
Yes.
The footage saw him around 12:30.
Yes. He was picked up on camera around 12:30, but we didn't see it until 2:30.
And that was a GOT camera?
Yes, that's through our real-time crime center. Yes.
I'm sorry, could you tell us where that DOT camera was? Do you know?
I don't know which camera it was now.
Was he actually seen on camera?
We saw it. We don't have an individual verification from an eyewitness, but he is on camera, yes.
Not the
Vehicle and him.
Is there a shelter-in-place order in effect in any parts of Cobb right now?
We have not issued any shelter-in-place orders, but we have, when following up and thinking that he might be in a certain location, we've exercised exceptional due caution, and we sent in a lot of officers. I think there's been several videos around where a lot of officers have been responding to locations. That's because we've had unverified accounts that he might be at the location, and of course, when we arrive, he's not there, and we find out it was not that person. We've had several calls come in already, but we still want the public to call in if they do believe that they see him.
Was the image clear enough, Sergeant, that you could see whether this guy changed clothing? You could just run a brown hoodie. Was the image clear enough?
I don't have any specific information about the image other than our investigators believe that it is him. So I don't know about clothing details. I think, Denise, you had a question?
There's still a huge police presence over near the back end of that apartment building. You guys have been in and out of that building, but you're still at that location. Is there a reason?
The last known location on video for him is in that area. So we still haven't had any confirmation either through video or through independent eyewitnesses that he's not in that area. So that's why we're still concentrating heavily in that area.
What's he doing in the video? Is he sneaking or just trying to look normal?
I don't have any information about his behavior in the video other than just confirmation that it was possibly him.
Cobb County ever had any interactions with him with the police department?
I don't know about his history, and even if I had criminal history, I wouldn't be able to discuss that with you.
Do you know if he has any friends or family that live in Cobb, or why he might have moved to Cobb?
I don't know that. Don't know.
Do you know the name of that apartment building? Is it Edison? Is that the name of the building?
I don't have the name of the apartment. There have been several. I know there's several apartment complexes around here that are close enough to that area where the camera picked him up. So that's why we've been concentrating in that area. So I think there are a couple of different complexes in the area.
The model of the car. The model of the vehicle.
Check with Atlanta Police regarding the vehicle.
Do you know where the camera was located? Was it on a street light? Was it on a where?
Most of our DOT cameras are on the traffic light level. They're up in that area. So, but I don't know where this particular camera was.
You said no visual confirmation since like 12:30. Do you have any indication that you're closing in on him?
You've got everything that I've got. That's all I got. With the last visual confirmation we have was 12:30. Last confirmed visual confirmation or visual image we had was 12:30. Guys, that's all I have.
One more time. Where was that? Sorry, I missed the top. Where was that image taken?
That was taken from a DOT camera. That's the last known image was at 12:30. So we had
here in Cobb County.
Here in Cobb County, yes.
Any other specifics on where that was?
Yes, in the area. It was near. Give me the street name again.
Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court.
Heritage Court, is that it? Yes, it's in the vicinity of Windy Ridge Parkway and Heritage Court.
Could it be on foot?
I can't speculate. I don't know. All right, guys, that's all I got for you.
You have been listening to Sergeant Wayne Delk with Cobb County answering some questions. And the most pressing thing is he says that the last time that they could track this person, Deion Patterson, the suspected shooter, the person who killed one, hit a total of 5 people today, 4 in the hospital and killed 1, as you're looking at him on your screen here, is that they say they had him on camera, a Department of Transportation camera in Cobb County, at 12:30, so coming up on almost 6 hours ago now, had him at 12:30 this afternoon, and that was from Heritage Court, which right at a parking deck near the Battery, otherwise known as the home of the Atlanta Braves in Cobb County. That is where they say that they have had the last confirmed, if you will, camera shot of the suspect. They said that there have been a few false alarms where someone thought that they'd seen him or someone thought that they heard more gunfire in Cobb County, and he said that none of that turned out to be something that they consider valid. He also went on to say that there are no shelter-in-place orders right now in Cobb County, but that they have their forces out, and anytime someone calls in anything, they're rushing officers over to the area. But the stark reality is that the suspect in this shooting today that occurred in Midtown Atlanta has not apparently been tracked since being caught on camera in Cobb County about 12:30. We also understand that the suspected shooter today carjacked someone and got a vehicle in the city of Atlanta limits and then moved on to Cobb, according to that shot from the camera. And we just don't seem to have much from law enforcement post that. Channel 2's Larry Spruill now live at an apartment complex in Cobb County with the latest on what he has. Larry?
Yeah, Justin, we have seen some action happening within the last 30 minutes or so here at this apartment complex off of Cobb Parkway, the Edison Apartments. Now, we did notice several officers run into near the complex through the bushes and through the main entrance, but now we are noticing and seeing that those officers are back in the main entrance area. They are focusing on that area. They are still checking cars as they are leaving. They're checking the inside of the cars, also looking at the back part of the cars officers as well. So they're still focusing on this area, although there have been no confirmed reports of that suspect. We do know that they are still in this area focusing on this apartment complex. We are live in Cobb County. Larry Spruill, Channel 2 Action News.
And from the search in Cobb County, we want to take you now to Midtown Atlanta. Channel 2's Courtney Francisco is live. You're on West Peachtree, just across from the Northside Clinic. That's where the shooting happened, Courtney.
That's right. I'm right here where this active shooter situation began, and I want to take you closer. Just look under that crime tape and Northside Hospital Urgent Care. You can see an officer there at the front door past the crime tape. If you take a look over here, there's a group of nurses and hospital staff waiting to get up because lockdown has not been lifted here. Officers have to walk each nurse, doctor, staff member up to where they belong. I spoke to nurses out here and I said, how are you doing? And they said traumatized. They were inside when this shooting started. The urgency has calmed down here a bit, but it remains. The crime tape is still up. But then you can see on nearby West Peachtree Street, traffic is passing. Now, 13th Street here at the intersection is closed, but we are going to be out here bringing you the latest. For now, reporting live in Midtown, Courtney Francisco, Channel 2 Action News.
Courtney, thank you. And just to think about what everyone has been through, the people who are in that building, in the office. We want to continue our live Team 2 coverage of this breaking news with Channel 2's Michael Seiden. Now, Michael, you were the first Channel 2 Action News reporter there on the scene.
And Linda, more on that in a moment, but first I've got some breaking new exclusive details. I just confirmed with an APD source that members of APD's SWAT team just executed a search warrant in Buckhead in an apartment that was rented by the shooter's brother. We were told they got some information. They went there, searched the apartment, but did not find the shooter. Again, that is members of APD's SWAT team. They've been working hard around the clock ever since this whole incident developed. Now, I want to show you guys, we are just across the street from the Northside Hospital Medical Facility. You can still see police standing guard out there. What we were being told is they are preserving this active crime scene. In fact, unfortunately, the body of that 39-year-old woman, we are told, remains on the 11th floor. There's also some witnesses that are still in there, so they've been guiding them down the elevator, getting them to their cars. Now, as you mentioned, we were here just minutes after reports of shots fired here in Midtown. And it was really a bizarre scene because usually, this is the heart of Midtown. You'd see so many people out, eating lunch, going to work, people living in the area. But what we saw were hundreds of law enforcement agents representing local, state, and federal agencies who had descended on this area. And at the time, obviously, reports of an active shooter. They didn't know where this individual had been hiding out. Now, we had a chance to speak with a couple of witnesses. One woman who's a medical rep, she said she had just pulled right into this parking garage. She was getting ready. She had a meeting with a doctor. She went to the elevator, tried to go up. That's when a voice came on the intercom telling her to shelter in place. And then also, I know there was a lot of chatter on social media. We interviewed an individual who kind of resembled the shooter they were looking for. And he told us about how stressful it was because he got stopped by police, had to show him their ID because for a moment, people thought he may have actually be the shooter.
It was a little surreal. You hear about stuff like this all the time, but you definitely don't think, you'll be caught up in it. And I'm very thankful that I wasn't, inside the building, thankful that everybody that I knew that was inside the building made it out. So it's definitely a traumatizing situation for sure.
Yeah, we were hoping to have that sound. We had spoken with him earlier. But again, I want to just show you guys, as you can see right here, these are some of the nurses, it appears, that Courtney was just talking about that were being told to shelter in place. It looks like these nurses are now being let out as they are leaving this crime scene. We are going to continue to follow this developing situation, and if anything develops down here, we will certainly pass it along. For now, we are live in Midtown Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
All right, Michael. Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie continues Channel 2's live Team 2 coverage tonight. Mark, you are near where the shooting unfolded originally, just past noon today.
That's right. And what I saw today, I believe, in at least the last 40 years, is unprecedented in terms of the size and scope and speed of the response by local, state, and federal law enforcement. And we want to show you some video that we shot today of what we saw soon after we arrived at the scene. If you could roll that video. I got recently a text from somebody at APD that just told me what you saw today is the result of hundreds of hours of training APD provides, real-life scenario training. We train to be prepared for situations such as this, entering a hospital, doctor's office, school, or a home. Now, for another perspective, we talked to a doctor who gave us some insight into what it was like to be in that building or around that building. Dr. Ahmed Ali, radiation oncologist.
When the elevator well came down from that floor, there was a pool of blood.
In one of the cars, the elevator.
In one of the elevator cars, exactly. And so that's what alerted them to call the authorities. And so once I heard that, I zip-lined back to my department and calmly called the Code Silver active shooter and told my department, told my staff that we're not sheltering in place, we're going to leave.
Now, what he was talking about there with the pool of blood, I believe he was saying what security told him in the building when he inquired. As I recall, he also indicated he saw, APD or police officers responding to the scene. He spoke to security, and that's when they told him, as I recall, about hearing gunshots and then what they found on the elevator. So Code Silver, he indicated that even a medical practice has plans in place for something like this. Reporting live, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
And people were just there for a doctor's appointment today, a clinic appointment. Mark Winnie, thank you so much. And police are still looking for the shooter, and we're learning more about the suspect every minute. Channel 2 Sophia Choi picks up our live Team 2 coverage from the Satellite News Center. You have new information, Sophia.
I do. Linda, I spoke to both his mother and father over the telephone. Neither wanted to speak about what happened. Both really seemed overwhelmed. In fact, his father told me he was out of town for work, trying to catch a flight back to Atlanta after hearing about what his son had been through or had done. His mother told ABC News, though, that her son wanted Ativan and, quote, they wouldn't give it to him. Doctors describe Ativan as a tranquilizer taken by mouth. It's typically used for anxiety, and doctors say it's generally safe, but it can become addictive if improperly used. Now, this is a mugshot of 24-year-old Dion Patterson I got from the Henry County Sheriff's Office, where he was charged with 3 misdemeanors. In 2015, Patterson was charged for purchase, possession, manufacture, distribution, or sale of controlled substances or marijuana. Then in March of 2016, are charged for failing to appear or respond to a citation. We also found in August of 2017 he was charged for another probation violation. Now he's wanted for much more violent crimes after these shootings in Midtown Atlanta. And we cannot reiterate this enough. Police say he is armed and dangerous. So if you see Patterson, do not go near him. Just call 911. We also learned today Patterson was in the Coast Guard since 2018. He served as an electrician's mate, 2nd class, but was discharged from active duty in January of this year, and that's according to a statement from the Coast Guard. We are working right now to learn more about his service records. We've also reached out to various law enforcement agencies around Metro Atlanta where we thought he might live to find out a little more about his background. We're still working to get that information. Linda, Justin.
Sophia, thank you. And we want to take you back live to News Chopper 2 as the search continues in Cobb County. We can fill in the blanks a little bit more about what police know at this point. The last confirmed visual confirmation of this suspect was at about 12:30 today when a car was seen on video, and he was seen there too. That car was eventually recovered at a parking garage on Heritage Court near the Battery. You're looking at a lot of police officers in that area because that's the last known place where that suspect was seen. But again, that was hours ago at 12:30. That wasn't really confirmed by police or brought to their attention because it was picked up on the camera until about 2:30. So since then, they have been going through this area around Truist Park, around the Battery, looking for any sign of the suspect, and they're going to keep looking until he is found.
Now, the traffic problems today, as you can imagine, really two very populated centers of the city. They're continuing now 6 hours since this all unfolded in Midtown, and then the traffic snarls continued there and then moved north. So let's check in with Triple Team Traffic's Mike Shields.
Yeah, Joseph, in an active afternoon, as you can imagine, on the roadways. Let's start off in the Truist Park area. I do want to let you know Windy Ridge Parkway does remain shut down just east of Cobb Parkway at Heritage Court. Best way around that is just to stick to Cobb Parkway or Circle 75 or even I-75. Just avoid that in the Battery and Truist Park area. If you have no business to be there, avoid that. Now, Midtown, active all day long, but starting to improve. We've been looking at live images of Traffic Tracker 2 and all of our network of traffic cameras. West Peachtree Street back open now in this area, but still a lot of activity. I would avoid it if you don't have to be driving through that area. Couple ways around it include just Peachtree Street itself, the downtown connector, Piedmont, or even Northside Drive. But West Peachtree Street is back open. But once again, if you really don't have to be in the area, still active, avoid it if you can. Justin?
I think that is sound advice. Mike Shields from Triple Team Traffic, thank you. Now, we continue our Channel 2 Action News live Team 2 coverage today with Channel 2's Richard Elliott, who has been at Grady Memorial Hospital in downtown Atlanta for hours. Richard, they took in 4 patients today from the shooting, 4 women in various conditions. A couple had been through surgery. What updates, please?
Yeah, I literally just got an update about 15 seconds ago from Grady's staff and Dr. Robert Jensen himself. As you said, 4 victims brought here to Grady Hospital, confirmed, all of them shot, all of them women between ages 71, 56, 25, and 39. 3 remain in critical condition, and the update I just got is that both of the ones who were in surgery today are out. The one who was going through interventional radiology, out. All of them right now in ICU, in the intensive care unit here inside Grady. I want to go ahead and roll some video of what we saw when we arrived here early this afternoon. You can see some of the ambulances and some of the activity around the emergency department here at Grady. Dr. Jansen says they got that call of mass casualty event. Then they sprang into action with multiple trauma surgeons, staff. They even had chaplains here for patient and family support. Here's what he told me about what happened when those 4 victims arrived.
People brought in by EMS. Of those, 1 is still in the operating room, probably the most seriously injured. Another patient just got out of the operating room and is doing well. We had a 3rd patient who had a procedure in interventional radiology, and they will have to have additional procedures to follow up. And then the final patient is still in the trauma center, probably does not require surgery and is doing well.
So that was the update from Dr. Jansen a little more than an hour ago. Again, just about 15 seconds before this live shot, I saw him and staff walking across the street. They gave me an update that the 2 women who were in surgery, who needed surgery after being shot, are out of surgery now. 3 of the 4 in ICU right now, remaining in critical condition. But it is good news that both of those who were in surgery are now out. There will be, of course, extensive follow-ups for these 4 women. We are live at Grady Hospital. Richard Elliott, Channel 2 Action News.
Wishing them all well and thinking about their families. Richard, thank you. Well, the governor's office and the White House are monitoring what's happening here in the search for the suspect. Many of you watched live right here on Channel 2 as Georgia's U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock spoke about the shooter situation from the U.S. Capitol in Washington.
We behave as if this is normal. It is not normal. It is not right for us to live in a nation where nobody is safe, no matter where they are. We're not safe in our schools. We're not safe in our workplaces. We're not safe at the grocery store. We're not safe at movie theaters. We're not safe at spas. We're not safe in our houses of worship. There is no sanctuary in the sanctuary. We're not safe at concerts. We're not safe at banks. We're not safe at parades. We're not safe in our own yards and in our own homes. And now, today, we can add medical facilities to that list.
And And Senator Warnock also said his own 2 children were affected by the school's delaying release as the security situation unfolded.
If you are just joining us right now, keeping you updated on the breaking news situation that's been unfolding throughout the afternoon today.
And as we reach 6:30 right now, it's more than 6 hours since this began. We want to get you updated. 1 person is dead, several others injured, several seriously injured at Grady Hospital after that gunman went into a Midtown medical office and opened fire. Now, authorities have been searching for the suspect for almost 7 hours now. And here's the latest on that. Right now, the manhunt is ongoing for 24-year-old Dion Patterson. Atlanta police say he's armed and dangerous. If you see him, call 911. Do not try to approach him. The search is active right now. And we also learned today that Patterson had carjacked a vehicle during the getaway in Midtown Atlanta. In the last 15 minutes, we got new images of a vehicle APD found in Cobb County. They say this is connected to the investigation.
And here's what we know about the victims. The one who was killed, a 39-year-old woman. The other injured victims include a 71-year-old, 56-year-old, a 39-year-old, and a 25-year-old, all women.
And there are at least a half dozen agencies more involved in the investigation, including Atlanta Police, Georgia State Patrol, Fulton County Marshals, South Fulton Police, MARTA Police, SWAT units, Cobb Police, Smyrna Police involved in the manhunt as it's been north of the city in the last few hours. Fire departments responded and paramedics from several cities.
Let's give you some live looks once again now where police are on the scene near Northside Medical in Midtown Atlanta. This is where the shootings first occurred today, shortly after noon. We just learned the building will be closed tomorrow and all appointments canceled while this investigation continues.
And now we're taking you to Cobb County. Cobb County's Bureau Chief Michelle Newell for Channel 2 is live right now in Cobb. Michelle, what is the latest on the search? It's where the suspect was last seen.
Yeah, hours and hours. Police have been searching for this suspected shooter. We're here along Windy Ridge Parkway where you can see just a little bit of a police presence here. Several vehicles were seen going away not too long ago. Just to give you guys a quick update of what we know so far, the last visual image of the suspected shooter was at 12:30 today. He was seen in a vehicle on a Department of Transportation camera. Police found the vehicle, and I want to mention as this SWAT truck is going by, you can see it leaving the area now. But as I was saying, police found the vehicle in a parking garage at Heritage Court hours later, and flock cameras helped them track it. APD now has that vehicle, and I know we do have image of the vehicle. I don't think we can show you that right now, but it is a white truck. Police have searched multiple apartment complexes because they got tips that this suspected shooter could be there too. But again, it looks like officers are now leaving this area. They're leaving Windy Ridge Parkway, that SWAT vehicle leaving as well. So it looks like they are wrapping up things out here, but still police say they believe that the suspected shooter could still be here in Cobb. And of course, all hands are on deck right now, and we'll give you guys the latest on this. Reporting live from Cobb County, Michelle Newell, Channel 2 Action News.
Michelle, thank you. And as the Cobb sergeant said, it's been a lot of time since 12:30, but it was the best lead that they have had in the last few hours. Channel 2's Courtney Francisco is live on West Peachtree. You're just across from that Northside Clinic, a medical clinic, an office where this shooting happened today, Courtney.
Exactly. This is where it all began, right here at this medical clinic. And I can tell you, just in the past couple of minutes, the crime tape is down. You can see police officers coming out of the building right there. And I'm telling you, this is a complete change from what I told you at the top of the hour. We do still have a police presence out here, but no more crime tape. People are moving freely out here. Nurses that I spoke to earlier said that officers had to bring them inside one by one if they wanted to get inside. I'm waiting on an officer to come down here and tell me if the lockdown has been lifted. But as you said, this place will be closed tomorrow. Again, I'm showing you there is no more crime tape. West Peachtree Street is moving freely. 13th Street is still blocked. Linda?
Courtney, thank you. It's going to be hard for a lot of people to go to work tomorrow. Courtney, thank you. And we continue our live Team 2 coverage of this breaking news. Channel 2's Michael Seiden is also in Midtown Atlanta. Michael, you were actually the first Channel 2 Action News reporter there at the scene.
And Linda, when we got here, it was quite the scene. We saw hundreds of law enforcement agents representing local, state, and federal authorities who had descended right here on the heart of Midtown. At that time, the whereabouts of that shooter were unknown. Now, I want to show you right now, you can see right outside this North Side medical facility, a number of officers still standing outside. That's because this is still, I believe, considered an active crime scene, although they have taken the tape down in the last 30 minutes or so. What we know right now, though, is that things have opened up back out here. Traffic is moving again, but of course there's still a strong police presence out here as this shooter remains on the loose. Now, I've also been able to confirm in the last 45 minutes, multiple APD sources confirmed that members of APD's SWAT team actually served a search warrant in Buckhead at an apartment rented by the suspect's brother. We're told they went inside, but they did not find anything. Again, as we stand out here now, some people just getting off of work, finally making it back home to Midtown and coming home to this. But really, it was very chaotic throughout the afternoon. Things have obviously gotten a lot less tense. But as we continue to follow this developing story, the search continues right now. Where is that shooter? Police are hoping somebody will identify him. Of course, if you do recognize him, you see him, you're told not to approach, to call 911. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
Michael, thank you. And now you're looking at live pictures. I believe this is Cobb County, where we have seen police vehicles on the move. In the last few minutes, they have been searching the last area where the suspect was seen, but that was many hours ago. It was about 12:30. They were alerted to it about 2:30. Here it is 6:30, and he has not been seen by an eyewitness or picked up on a camera that we know of since then, according to Cobb Police.
And Linda, we have to say it like it is, and that is that it has been hours now, and there is no clear picture of where this suspected shooter is located right now, here, a full 6 hours since the shooting got underway in Midtown Atlanta. 5 people shot, 1 killed, 4 injured, all 5 of the victims women, shot at 1101, I believe it is the address, on West Peachtree Street, 1101 West Peachtree Street, in the North Side Midtown Medical Office Building. A situation where it shut down a large portion of the city for much of the day, and then all the focus transitioned north of Midtown, north of the city limits of Atlanta, into Cobb County, where there was extreme police activity. As far west as Vinings and as far east as the Battery. They found a vehicle that had been carjacked within Atlanta city limits in a parking garage near it, right near home of the Atlanta Braves, at the Battery in Cobb County. And right now, law enforcement is out there, frankly, looking for someone who is clearly as dangerous as they come.
And they relied on what Cobb calls their real-time crime center, the flock cameras, which scan license plates, license plate recognition cameras. The DOT camera was actually the most helpful eventually. But as everything was unfolding in Midtown Atlanta, once police were able to confirm the carjacking situation, they were able to input that, do a search for the car that had been stolen. And eventually it did pick up about 12:30, although this was not clearly identified and relayed to police until about 2:30. The whole process took some time. Since then, they have been searching this area. The goal, obviously, to find him, but also to make sure no one else gets hurt, to make sure there aren't any more gunshots, and to protect the people around this suspect wherever he is right now.
I want to bring you this update right now, if we could. We learned today that Patterson did indeed carjack a vehicle in his efforts to get away. If you look at your screens, in the last 15 minutes, we got these images of a vehicle Atlanta police found in Cobb County. You see that white pickup truck right there. I believe that's a mid-sized Toyota pickup truck from a distance. They say that this pickup is connected to the investigation. Again, it's a situation where a vehicle was carjacked in the city limits of Atlanta and ostensibly driven into Cobb County, and that is where authorities found that on Heritage Court outside the Battery. We're talking about this is 6 hours, 10 minutes ago, though, is the last time that the suspect in the vehicle spotted on camera, a Department of Transportation camera in Cobb County. And unless there's information we just don't have at this time, that is sort of the end of the trail that they have of an effective direction and place where to look for this man, Deon Patterson, described as the gunman, the 24-year-old who shot 5 people today, killing 1.
Did he get away on foot? Did he have another vehicle? Did he have help? Those are all the kinds of questions that law enforcement is asking right now. As you look at this map, just to give you a sense of where all of this happened in Metro Atlanta, the shooting happened in Midtown Atlanta, east of the downtown connector, between the connector and Piedmont Park, south of 14th Street, affecting all the buildings and businesses in that area as the shelter in place was enacted for several hours starting just after noon. And then if you look at the map, picture getting on 75 and going straight up to Cobb County, less than 10 miles. That's the most recent sighting of this suspect and the vehicle that he was in after that carjacking. And that's where we are at this point. That's where police are searching just into Cobb County around that Truist Park Battery area and 285 across from Cumberland Mall at the Galleria. All areas that Cobb County police have been checking out as they search to find this suspect and hopefully bring him in safely. We don't want anyone else hurt today. Deon Patterson is still at large as far as we know right now, 6 hours after the shooting.
And here, a live look back into Midtown Atlanta. This is the building where this happened on West Peachtree Street, the Northside Urgent Care Facility in Midtown Atlanta on West Peachtree Street. And this is where it all started to unfold, where 5 women, ages from their 20s into their early 70s, 5 women shot. One woman, I believe she was 39 years old, lost her life today. 4 others are recovering right now as we speak at Grady Memorial Hospital in downtown Atlanta. We understand that they're all out of surgery and various procedures, so there's some encouraging news in terms of their conditions and the beginning of their various kinds of recovery. We talked with a woman today who was inside of that building when she was told to shelter in place. Let's hear from her.
It was a little surreal. You know, you hear about stuff like this all the time, but you definitely don't think, you'll be caught up in it. And I'm very thankful that I wasn't, inside the building, thankful that everybody that I knew that was inside the building made it out. So it's definitely a traumatizing situation for sure.
We've heard from people, from her to texts and emails that we've gotten, various accounts of the horror and the chaos that was unfolding. There are people who heard the gunfire, people who saw some really graphic things today, and their lives will forever be marked by today. There's no question about that. As you look at this Northside Urgent Care Facility in Midtown Atlanta, a lot of offices, this is where various kinds of treatments can occur, where you would see a medical professional, etc. This building, we understand, will be closed tomorrow. So if you have an appointment down there, you need to reschedule, get some help if need be. But that building is set to be closed tomorrow. We reported just a few minutes ago as the investigation continues.
The shooting happened up on the 11th floor and affected the entire building. Police had to eventually clear every single floor. And we heard just a really horrifying description from someone in a radiology office about seeing the blood in the elevator from a coworker. I mean, they have seen and heard so much today. Here's what we know about the victims, people who were in that medical office waiting room. The one who was killed, a 39-year-old woman. All the people shot, by the way, women. The other injured victims include a 71-year-old, a 56-year-old, 39-year-old, and 25-year-old. Again, all females shot in this medical office today.
And taking you back to the scene where shortly after noon today in Midtown Atlanta, an active shooter situation was in place. We were on the air with you here on Channel 2 Action News, and we were all watching it unfold together as you had law enforcement from multiple agencies briskly moving around the city, running toward danger is what they do. First responders and scores of ambulances and fire trucks, EMS professionals, firefighters, etc. Everyone doing what they're trained to do. trying to do everything they could to secure and protect the citizens of the city and try to understand what was happening and try to apprehend an active shooter. There was not any reported additional gunfire confirmed after the initial gunfire shortly after 12:10 p.m. today. There's no evidence that there were any additional shots fired. We don't know that to be the case at this point. Then it looks like the suspect carjacked a vehicle, a white small pickup truck, somewhere in the Atlanta city limits, and according to Cobb authorities, then drove up to Heritage Court, very close to the Battery, the home of the Braves. That vehicle was abandoned there, and then in the wind. Really, in the wind is where we are with the location of this suspect, 24-year-old Dion Patterson.
And police would very much like to connect that to figure out where he is now, who he could be with, where they can really start to pick up the search again. Channel 2's Tom Regan is live now for us with the latest from Cobb County Police. As they're searching for this suspect, Tom, they want to find him quickly.
Yeah, Linda, they have, as you can imagine, a small army of police officers from the county sheriff's office, county police, state police. They're basically canvassing this area, not just looking to find this suspect, Dion Patterson, but they're also going building to building, not necessarily going in and searching buildings, but questioning people that may be at the front door, showing a picture of the suspect, asking if they may have spotted him, because at this point, they do not have any eyewitness sightings of the shooting suspect. Just to give you some perspective, this shooting happened in Midtown at the medical office around 11:30. That is when this suspect carjacked a truck and then fled up, presumably 75, and within an hour, that truck and the suspect was picked up on a license plate reading camera and a DOT camera. That is what captured the image. Then they were able to identify the pickup truck that he allegedly stole, carjacked after he committed this mass shooting. It is a white Toyota truck. They found that in a parking deck off of Windy Hill Parkway. That is near Truist Park. We've been talking a lot about that. The Atlanta police then came up here and retrieved that truck. We asked police if they had any information. Was any weapons found in this truck? They said they could not comment on that, that would be something that Atlanta police would have to talk about. We also don't know at this point if the person that he carjacked or allegedly carjacked this truck from was injured. A short time ago, Sergeant Wayne Delk from the Cobb County Police Department talked about the search for the suspect.
Around 12:30, by looking back at some of the cameras, we did spot what appeared to be a suspect in this area, which is why we have such a heavy presence. This was a couple hours after the incident, so this was around 2:30 or so that we actually discovered that the shooter was possibly in the area. So we are still searching right now. We have not had any eyewitness confirmation of the suspect. This has all been video that we have observed.
So this guy got a lot of lead time to elude police. And again, they do not have any idea if he is still in this area because, again, they've only gotten one eyewitness or no eyewitness sighting and only that one image. And they haven't gotten anything since. What they're really hoping for is that someone out there will call, give them a tip and say, yeah, I saw this guy in my neighborhood. I saw this guy by this store. And then they can make a decision on whether they need to continue searching this area or move someplace else. Back to you guys.
And Tom, I'm wondering if we've learned anything about what the plan is moving forward. They were asked about whether there was any kind of shelter in place. Makes me wonder, too, if this suspect had a getaway plan or if he was winging it with the carjacking and leaving the car where he was. What can you tell us moving forward as we get closer tonight?
Well, they haven't seen the need at this point to issue a shelter in place because, again, they do not know where he is. They don't know if he's moved on, and they have no one else has cited him in this area. No one has spotted him, so they don't want to issue a mass shelter in place order. They don't know if he is still on foot. They don't know if he got a ride from someone. There's been no reports of any carjackings, though, and there's been no reports of any violence or any shootings since the initial mass shooting down in Midtown. So they're just, again, hoping that someone out there will spot this guy and call them.
Hopefully that happens. And again, police say do not approach this person. Call 911. They are ready to respond. Tom Regan with the latest from Cobb. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Our live Team 2 coverage continues now with Channel 2's Courtney Francisco live tonight where the shooting happened with some new information, Courtney, you have within the past 5 minutes.
Yes, Justin, happening right now. 13th Street is back open right next to this clinic where this mass shooting happened. I want to show you the area now. Remember, just a few minutes ago, there was crime tape surrounding this area. So we do have 13th back open. This is at West Peachtree Street. If you keep going, I'm going to show you where this all started. This Northside Hospital urgent care. We do not see crime tape blocking that anymore. We do see some officers in and out. We're told that the crime scene is contained inside at this hour, and nurses are now able to walk freely in and out, and staff and doctors. Remember, I told you earlier, doctors and staff and nurses were out here, and the officer was having to walk them in one by one to get their belongings and leave. Reporting live in Midtown, Courtney Francisco, Channel 2 Action News.
Courtney, thank you. And there are so many agencies involved in the investigation, something that we're following.
Absolutely. And, you know, something just occurred to me here at almost 7 o'clock. Braves were on the road in Miami. Thankfully, can you even imagine if the Braves had had a home game tonight with the amount of police activity that had been around there?
Absolutely.
One could only imagine that that game would have had to have been severely delayed or postponed. Back in Midtown Atlanta now with Courtney Francisco. There's another look at the suspect tonight. Deon Patterson, police say age 24, a local history with Henry County authorities, and also someone who today is accused of shooting 5 women in Midtown Atlanta, killing 1 and putting 4 in the hospital. Among those other 4 in the hospital, if there's any good news tonight, it's this, that they're out of surgeries and a different kind of procedure as well, and that they are still in ICU. So it's a very serious situation, but that it appears that they may have the worst of it behind them in terms of a life-threatening situation. So again, just to be clear, what we're saying is the 4 women who survived the shooting today, hit by gunfire but survived, were taken to Grady Memorial, and we understand, according to officials at Grady, their recoveries are going about as well as one could hope.
And hopefully they were able to get there within minutes, too, because they were not that far from the Level 1 Trauma Center, Grady Memorial Hospital. As you're looking at live pictures right now, this is the closest we've been able to get to this building all day. From when the emergency happened just after noon, now as every block reopens, we are able to get closer and closer to the building. I can tell you that this is a medical building with offices that you might go for a general practitioner visit or a radiology visit. If you needed an x-ray, if you needed a checkup of some kind, and it was in a medical office on the 11th floor that this happened. People showing up for their regular appointment, immediately confronted by gunfire when he walked in. What his plan was, what he was upset about, that is something police are just now trying to put together. Deon Patterson, as police describe it, opened fire, shooting 5 people and killing 1 of them in a medical office there at 1110 West Peachtree today, just after noon, affecting the entire Midtown Atlanta area, and police are looking for him right now.
If you're just joining us here for Channel 2 Action News at 6, we have been on air with you covering all of this really all afternoon and now here into the evening. And here's the reality. This is going to be an all-hands-on-deck situation, exhaustive evening for law enforcement across the metro area and beyond, because this is a killer who is on the run. And unless there's information we're just not getting at this point, law enforcement is all but admitting they just don't have much at all, sightings or information of anything confirmed since this afternoon around 12:30. A camera that picked him up around 12:30, information they got at about 2:30. So it's a massive swath of area where they have to hunt. Right now, Channel 2 Action News reporters and photographers are spread across our area from Midtown to Cobb County and beyond, and they are not going anywhere.
Absolutely. We have entire teams working on this. We've brought you more than 6 hours of live continuous coverage. We're ready to respond wherever the search leads to keep you ahead of any danger. We'll continue to send you instant alerts on the Channel 2 Action News app. And of course, we will break right back in right here on Channel 2 with any urgent developments throughout the night.
We're with you guys today. We thank you for counting on Channel 2 Action News for one of those days that's just very tragic for some and horrific for many. Very concerning. ABC.
Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.